John 4:20. Good morning. Good morning everyone, thank you for being here so early. Good morning everyone, thank you for being here so early. Good morning everyone, thank you for being here so early. Good morning everyone, thank you for being here so early. Good morning everyone, thank you for being here so early. Good morning everyone, thank you for being here so early. Good morning John. Hello Lou. Hey Gino. Good morning everyone, thank you for being here so early. Morning John.
Hey. How you doing?
Hello over there on Coach Sister T.
Cut that off over there.
How many days into the ceasefire now?
We got food, look. Got food. Got food. I don't know what you want. Honey, shut the fuck up, please. I don't know, it's today or tomorrow, I guess. Unless they decide to extend it. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here so early. D-Live, Africa TV, YouTube, Rumble. Hey, Dirty Bit in the house. Good morning, man. See you over there on D-Live. I mean, Rumble. Hey. Thank you, Rattleman. Hope you're going to be out there in D.C. Sister T back in the house over on Twitch, holding it down single-handedly, holding it down over there. Unifast over there on YouTube. Good morning, T. I think we got everything set up right. Everything look right. I think so. Am I feeding too much, Simon? Eat your food. I think I'm feeding Simon too much now. Today was a 4:35 type of day. That's the time I got up today, 4:35. I've actually been up for almost 2 hours already. Wow. I did not finish that tequila shot from last night. It stayed there. It's half a shot now. It's in the kitchen. I haven't thrown it away yet. That's still mighty fine tequila. It might even taste better after sitting out like that, absorbing the water from the air. Opens it up a little bit. I know it smells good first thing in the morning.
Good morning, John and Donuts.
Hey, good morning, Roaches. But I did not partake in any tequila this morning. I got some tea here.
Ireland is trying to pass a law where posting anti-state message memes can get you jail.
Trippy. I'm drinking your tea this morning. I got the lemon ginger manuka honey one. It's like lukewarm now. I made sure I got everything out of that tea bag. That motherfucker steeped until the water was almost cold. And it's still in there. Flavor. I think some teas are kind of gross if you let them steep too long, but other, like more herbal, like this one is, ginger. It doesn't have the same bittering effect that, say, a green tea would have, maybe. Game tree is so delicate. You're not even supposed to use high temperature for it. Yeah, I'm somewhat of a tea expert. You didn't know. I drink it at least twice a year. But it makes sense though, because you know how tea does that. It gets bitter if you leave it in too long.
Mr. T.
Dude, when I first got out of the military and got my first job, we were allowed to pick what our name was on our uniform, which is a big deal coming out of the Navy, because I had to have my last name, and there was no picking. any of that in the uniform. So being able to pick was like, what? And they had a lot of ex-military there, so I think that's one of the reasons why they maybe did it. But I picked dudes. Just dudes. So everybody would be like, hey, dude. And I was like, if I heard that, I'd turn around and think they were talking to me. That was my name at work, dude. My parents had a friend when I was a kid, and that's what he went by. Everybody called him dude. I thought it was kind of cool. But anyway, what I'm getting at, though, is I was actually T-boned for a good month. And I'd be wearing my work uniform, like the home after work, like, getting gas and shit. It was kind of embarrassing, dude. They didn't have any other uniforms that fit me. I'm a tall dude, but T-bones fit me. T-bone's old uniforms. He didn't work there anymore. So I was T-boned for a month. I was actually Mr. T. Why don't you just eat this food? You want me to stir it again? Or you just want to lay down? What are you doing? You can only eat for another 30 more minutes, homie. Well, now he's eating some more. I don't know, man. Now we have to go eat some more. But he would have totally just laid down in my lap for 30 minutes. Oh, T-bone. So you are a dude. Do it. But by the end of the 30 days, I was kind of used to being T-boned. However long it took for them to get my uniforms in. They were really big too. They weren't actually my size. They were like stupid extra large, you know, instead of tall. They're pretty baggy looking. So that I didn't really appreciate. There aren't many jobs that let you do that kind of thing, huh? Pick your name. Dude, they were pissed off too when I first got there because my hair was orange, and because I bleached it. And I didn't bleach it more than once. I just bleached it once, so it pretty much turned it orange. And they brought me into their office, and they're like, yeah, we're gonna need you to change your hair back. I'm like, I don't see anything in the employee handbook about that. You know, I didn't mean for it to be orange, but like they were trying to like, but that definitely put me on a bad like footing in the very, very beginning. They were like, this motherfucker turned his hair orange. I think she's, now he's telling us he's not going to change it back? Oh. Okay. Yeah, they were a good old boy company. Good old boys. But they weren't really having that. Needless to say, I didn't last much longer there. A couple more months, maybe. It was a cool experience, though. It's actually a very controversial employment also. So that's why it was a very interesting experience. It's been brought up in the news all the time for environmentalism and its impact on the earth and shit. So it's cool to have experienced it firsthand, I think. What, man? I think that's why they get a lot of ex-military to do it, because we'll just take orders, even if we got a bunch of activists that are like upset about our job and trying to make us, trying to use propaganda to get us to quit or, you know, whatever. Simon, oh my God, let's stir his food one more time. I'll be back. close the door again.
I heard Iran is sending their army into Gaza for humanitarian aid.
Huh. Yeah, I may need some verification on that one. I don't know how close American Navy is going to let Iranian army get to Gaza. I don't really see that happen. I mean, depending on how many there are, like, even then, though, what if they're bringing in shit to them? They'd have to, dude, Iranian army is not going to be okay with being searched, probably, right? Who would search them? Egypt? Oh my God, Simon, what the fuck? You ran in just to run out so you can run back in and just so you can... See, in this shit, you can see right there. Yeah. My dad was always a porterhouse man. You get more filet mignon with a porterhouse than you do with a T-bone. T-bone's pretty much the same thing, New York strip and tenderloin. Porterhouse, you get more tenderloin. The bones separate into two. Oh, shit. Right. All right. Breaking freaking news, man. This is MC. The thing about tea is it goes so fast because it's like it's either hot as shit or it's getting cold. Why? Why do you like the ribeye cut? I have a steak in the freezer. It's like a pinwheel. I forget what it's called though.
I like meat in the mouth.
Pinwheel steak. You ever heard of that one? They take a certain cut and then they pinwheel it.
So tender and fatty.
It's supposed to be. Well, I mean that could be any cut of steak if you get a good marbling, right?
New article says they are now not planning to send their aid ship.
It does have
on
a lot
Thursday,
of
they
fat
announced
in it,
they were going to.
Oh, okay.
Oso Buco.
Pinwheel steak. It's called a. What is this thing? It says it's skirt steak, but I don't know if that's what it is. I'm gonna look this up further. Here we go. Here's what they are, because I needed to see. They're ribeye caps is what they're called, and I have one of those. So I got a ribeye right now, dude. This is what they look like. Beef ribeye cap steak. So they take the ribeye, it's like a part of the ribeye that's thin, and they take that and they pinwheel it pretty much into this circle. You ever heard of it? It's kind of expensive. Look, $19 a pound, $20 a pound. But I have one in there. I've eaten 2 of them so far. Then they rarely have them. Look, it's item number 15151. You know it's special. Man, steak's gotten expensive, man. Sheesh, dude. That's crazy. I remember when I used to get steak, like after working for a temporary job. So you know I'm not making that much money. Living or paying rent week to week, actually, the place I was staying at. And we didn't even have a living room. It was out here in Carson, and it's really, dude, I was pretty much living in projects at that place. Every day, multiple police cars would come in, one after another, going after some gang member in there, dude. It was wild. I was able to see the entrance, so I could see it happening all the time. And helicopters would come over us and shit. Like I said, dude, we're right near Compton. Carson needs to be closer to Compton than where I'm at now. I didn't have a living room because they had converted that into a bedroom too, right? So we had the kitchen downstairs, a door to go out the front door, a door to go out the back to the garage, and my room and the bathroom. There's so many people there. But I was still, just to give you an idea of like where I was at financially, but steak was still affordable. It was because you could go to the clearance section of the steak aisle, and there would always be like a cut there. Nowadays, oh hell no, it ain't there. And well, I don't know. I don't even go to regular grocery stores anymore because they started seeming like rip-offs. I was still like getting New York strips back then every now and then, whatever they had in that little section. They're like half off steaks. What happened? That would have been 2000, mid 2000s. We'll just say that. Steak was still affordable. Dude, back in the day when I was a little shit, ganking steak was very easy and easy to get rid of. Because the way that, I don't want to give any tips on here. No, never mind. Dude, back in the day I was definitely good at doing that. But it's just stupid. You end up slipping eventually, especially if you're on drugs. Got a little too loopy. And then I was stealing from Orange Mound, which is like the hood of the hood. And I was the tallest white dude that had probably been there ever. Oh my God. I was somehow getting into Sam's without a membership, dude. I think I would just walk in. Or something. Just walk in and just walk out. Bing bong, wing wing wong. Like, I don't think you had to show something to get into Sam's. You just had to show it when you paid or something. So, yeah. And they had the fat-ass packs of steaks. You know what I mean? Back then, they were probably like $40, but that was like... I was a 4-pack of tenderloins. Fat ones. Nowadays, you're lucky to get them little pinwheels. 3 of those for $40. And tenderloin probably $80. nowadays for 4 of them, big ones. That's crazy, dude. It costs as much now to have steak at home as it did back in the day to have it at a restaurant. I mean, I'm talking about like just in the 80s, 90s. There are some places you can get a decent steak dinner for a good price, but they have to have strong ranch industry. For instance, Omaha, Nebraska. It's about the only good thing they got there for cheap. What's up, listen? Drove through some obscure places going on that road trip. You see how it works. What else Nebraska have? Flat land. Good for cows. It's hard to pick. Like when you're in a place like that, I've noticed it's hard to pick which place to try. Because I remember that day I was like, damn, which one of these steakhouses do we try, dude? There's like, they're all over the place. Dang it. It's a hard decision. Because you're only going to be there one night, just passing through. Got one steakhouse to try, which one's it going to be, man? Like if I was gonna be in like the Bourbon Trail for one day, it would be hard to pick which distillery to check out. You only had one. Dude, I heard if you're going to Japan though, you gotta be on a waiting list. And then it's like a lottery to be able to go on their tours. Yamazaki specifically. And you can only buy one bottle at the end of the tour. Out of everything that they have, you can only pick one. I was reading about it yesterday. They strict out there in Japan. I don't know how that dude got away with that in a full live stream and shit like he did. What's up, listen? Oh, by the way, I got the emojis bouncing around a little bit, only for 5 seconds now. I was figuring I'd give that a try to see if that's better, because it was on like an extended 20th. Now it's on 5, so they should just, yeah, it's much quicker, much less distracting. Right? Let me know what you think. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Simon, what are you doing, dude? You got 10 more minutes to eat. Eat or don't eat. Figure it out. He wants to be in my lap right now, but I don't want him to just chill here. I want him to think about eating more, because he's going to be hungry later if he doesn't. Come on. Ate a little bit just now, though. I'm the cat whisperer. That's what most of the cars sound like in Europe. Oh my God, alright, come here. Damn, I gotta watch him do these constantly, because he'll poke a hole in my clothing fairly easily right now. I haven't clipped his nails in a while. Come here. He knows that sound. He hears that ping ping. He knows that's been lowered. Come here. Now he's making me pet him. Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh my gosh, you make me talk to him. Oh, you want to go that way? Come on. Flop. Floppity flop. Nuts in the face. Gonna put the nuts in the face. Yeah. Oh, baby. Put the bottle in the face. You know I want to smell it, huh? I need to know if your butt's smelling right. Dude, I gotta put your food up in 8 minutes, so then what? Gonna do with you? Oh, that doesn't look live anymore. How is it so light? I guess this is too, though. Oh, buddy, yo, buddy. Oh, here's the trucks, bro. I got truck cam. He's so happy. He's full or what? Dude, this cat's been eating all morning. I got up at 12:30 to put food out for him, so I know he had that eaten up by the time I got up at 4:45, and then at 5 I gave him another 30 grams with a tablespoon of water, and a heaping tablespoon of water. Simon, what in the hell, dude? Do you mind just laying down, maybe? Yeah. Don't start clawing shit. No, what are you doing? Clawed the chair up. That's the border. Simon, stop acting weird, bro. Is that going up the screen automatically? Did I do something wrong with this? Let's just stay indefinitely. Oh, I got it clicked somehow. Yeah, it's at the height after 20 seconds. But I'll fix it now. This is a quick fix. That way if I'm not here, somebody can't just type something and block the whole screen with their message and have it just sitting there. Because of the bigger message it blocks more. Felix, 32, thanks man. Appreciate it. I have these things mislabeled. Oh my goodness. What am I doing? Oh, maybe. And then Egyptian lover. Egyptian lover. Bro, I keep typing Gaza instead of Gaza. With a D, I was doing it with a D, man. There's more info. We're vibrating. I'm vibrating over here. What's happening? What's happening? A new report is available. Oh, just what am I downloading? Update. For what? Connecting to server. Update this phone. Update will be installed automatically at 4 a.m. I don't know if I'm okay with this.
Right, fried potatoes.
Steak. Sir. No, that was a ribeye cat. Oh, what's Livner saying? He's up and running. Has he been up all night?
Let's go roaches.
Hamas, what did they have to say?
Score.
I can't do it.
Breaking news, guys.
I gotta get his tonnage right. He's to talk again. Did he just get here? 30 minutes. 877 likes
Okay,
in 30
at the
minutes.
moment,
Great love.
I'm not seeing any kind of huge updates, but let me just check for a second. Got a couple things I'm watching.
At the moment.
News from the field I don't know where they're getting this.
The
They say
fuck
the
up,
Egyptian
Israel.
source said a short time ago
Egypt
the
actually is
release
making
of
all
the
that
Israeli
racket.
hostages will be carried out today as planned.
Planned?
Let's see what else we got here.
Let's see what else we got here. He's kind of like a Bob Ross or something.
Again, Egypt says Hamas to release 11 hostages today, which will make a total of 50 in 4 days, which was the total was supposed to be. Then there's other hostages who've been released who aren't among the 50 who are like the Thai hostages, but that's not part of the hostage deal.
He's
So again, 11 hostages to be released today,
dude.
plus any foreign hostages who they might
He's
release.
squishy.
The anticipated Hamas release of some Israelis held captive in Gaza hit a snag on earlier Monday morning, says the Jerusalem Post, as issues
Are any of
arose
his
about
books
around the
actually
list
funny?
of those set to be released. Qatari mediators are working to resolve the issue and avoid any delay in Monday's planned releases, the Prime Minister's an official briefed on the matter told Reuters. Hamas also raised concerns regarding the 33 jailed Palestinian men and women and 33 jailed Palestinian women and minors held on security-related offenses who are set to be freed Monday in exchange. Qatar is also working with Israel and Hamas to extend it, based on a pre-agreed mechanism that links
Only
hostage releases
40
to
have
Hamas
been
and
released,
Gaza.
dude? What? Only 40 Israelis have been freed. But is that including like all
Today
the...
is the last day
Wait, did
of
it...
the ceasefire.
Hold up. Israel first halted its military campaign Friday 2 a.m. to allow the release of some 50 hostages over 4 days. So they're only actually going to get 50 total? Really? And they're getting like 120? Or something.
Today is the last day of the ceasefire, unless it gets extended. So we're hearing possibly that they're close to working out the disagreement today, and maybe we'll get the hostage release underway soon. It's not underway yet. Still negotiating. Ro Case, who is a reporter in Israel, Khan News. Oh, guys, look at this. I have good news for you. Good news. Good breaking news. I'm going to turn the sound down. It's a little windy there. Some good breaking news for you. Check this out. Ro Case, a reporter in Israel, Ro Case says, check it out. Families of hostages started receiving phone calls. That means they've worked it out. Because what happens is every day when Israel figures out which hostages are going to be released, they call the families of the hostages and they tell them whether their family member is going to be released or not. So families of hostages have started to receive phone calls. 12 minutes ago, Roy Case said, according to Suleiman Maswan, an Israeli source confirms that the parties are close to an agreement regarding the fourth hostage release. Well, it looks like they might have figured it out because families of hostages have started receiving phone calls. You know, I don't know what time the ceasefire ends exactly, Jessica Doletsky. It began at a 7 a.m. 3 days ago, but I don't know if it ends at 7 a.m. or it ends at midnight. I just am not sure. Well, you know, there's no actual ceasefire document anywhere.
Breaking news, there's actually going to be
no agreement document. So I don't know
oh my God,
when it's supposed to end. But it looks like it might get extended like 2 more days.
Rinse my hands off.
So that's positive news. It sounds like
Dude,
things
you're off
are
the
progressing
blanket.
along
You're
for today's
fucking up
release.
the whole thing, Simon. You're supposed to stay on the blanket.
Positive news. No, there won't be any adult male hostages. It's all going to be women and children still.
Yeah, why are we giving the, like, 18-year-olds back to them that are going to be ripe for them to just put right back in the Hamas?
All right, so that's good
like
news.
Crazy, dude.
Let me go back
and
to the
way more
shot of the
people
Rafah crossing
than
and try
we're
to give you
getting
some more
back.
news.
What
Roy
is that?
Case is a very credible source.
Why not one for
Roy
one?
Case is he's a reporter in Israel, well-known reporter.
I say we got gypped, dude, on that deal.
I don't agree with the exchange rate.
First photos of American-Israeli Abigail Edan, who was freed yesterday. Amy Spiro posted this. First photos of little Abigail Edan after being freed from Gaza and reuniting with family. She's pictured with her aunt and uncle and grandparents. So that is the 4-year-old Abigail Edan. I believe her parents were killed by Hamas, if I have that right. And now she is back with family.
Now she's a, what is it called? A cell. They programmed her.
Only one American released.
They programmed her in the tunnel.
I've seen pictures posted a couple places. She is at Times of Israel.
It only took a month. And now, did they give her a trigger word?
Amakai Stein has a similar report to the Roy Case one. Israeli Prime Minister's office has started calling the families of hostages to update them on who will be released today, meaning an agreement was reached on the list. There you go. Again.
Okay, that had something hard in it. Whatever that was, I don't want it.
Jim Sween says 20 minutes into
Abigail's aunt put out video that she's got family who wants her aunt to ask for privacy.
Thing on that, but on the hearing for him. But I'll report on what I hear about it. But there's supposed to be a press conference today, so I'd like to bring you the press conference. I'm not going to have video of that hearing, I don't believe. Oh no, I think I will. Hey, you know what? I take it back. Thanks for letting me know, because I do have video. I have video of the arraignment. Guys, check this out. When does this start? I got video of the arraignment.
Wow. Oh.
Arraignment for suspected shooter of 3 students in Vermont. I actually have video of it. Look at this. Look at this.
Does he have video, guys? Hold up. Did he just say he has video?
I will have video of it. Oops. There it is. Oops. I'm getting
W0W.
Reuters video. So now it says that. Oops. Anyways, I guess it's like a Zoom.
My God.
Looks like a Zoom call.
Going on.
Anyways, I'll go back to it when it's going to start. It's not starting yet, so we don't need to look at it right now. But
he's low-key flexing right now. He's like, look what I got.
But yeah, so we'll actually have video of the arraignment, the appearance before a judge, of the shooter, of the...
Live stream Zoom.
The video just went off. I think the person maybe wasn't supposed to be broadcasting live yet, or was like, well, maybe I won't broadcast live when he says, oh no, now they're back. We're back. But it hasn't started yet. You know, I'll go back to it for a second. When does it start? Maybe I can get a time. Oh, we have a photo of him. We have a photo of him. That's not good. All right, hold on. Now that shot just went down. What shot was this? The AFP shot? Why is that down?
Are somebody that does not make jewelry, you can
so we
actually
lost
use
the
those as
AFP
necklaces,
shot for the
but
moment.
if you do, you can cut
Don't
them
worry
up
about
and
that.
add
I'm
some
not worried about
labradorite
that.
to the
Let's get this up there. There's that shot right there. That is right there. That's the arraignment hearing, but it's not started yet.
For the low
Hey
price
guys,
of
I just
14,500,
saw
ladies.
the picture of the suspect who's been arrested for shooting the
I'll do it
3
for 9,000.
Palestinian students. Check this out.
92.50.
Catherine Huntley posted this. Burlington Police Department released the photo of Jason Eaton, 48, the man accused of shooting 3 Palestinian students on Saturday. I am at the courtroom now waiting the arraignment.
How many do you want?
It's ugly.
Catherine Huntley. There is his picture.
Really?
That is the guy who's been arrested. The
Forever?
shooting happened right near where he lived.
They
Police ran into him.
Those are real.
At the scene of the shooting, they said, and then they went to search his apartment, I guess. I don't know anything about
There
this.
he is, folks. No.
So the arraignment's coming up. We're going to have that. Oh, I'm seeing that his arraignment might be at 10:30.
Oh my goodness.
No, that's wrong. I take it back. I know nothing about when his arraignment is. So I don't know exactly when it's going to be. I want to keep an eye on it though.
Brandon, I think, also has
Yeah, let me mention something about what police said about this whole thing.
Are we grabbing the
If you give me a
I don't know nothing.
That's double negative. Hey, did you hear Elon Musk went and hung out with Netanyahu? Walked around the battlefield? Is either hanging out with Netanyahu or he hung out with the general? I think it was Netanyahu. Because of the anti-Semitic comments on Twitter, I guess he had to go out there and be like, hey, guy, yeah, no, we're cool.
I saw clips of Elon and BB this morning.
BB?
Why is this not working? Give me 1 sec, guys. Just give me 1 second. Give me 1 second here.
Oh, okay. So was it then?
No, I don't want to do that. Here's what I'm showing you. As we wait for this to start. Looks like it might be starting soon. We have sound on it? Sound here? No? I don't think the mic's turned on yet.
I can't do it. I can't do it anymore. I can't listen to him fucking say everything that he thinks right now. It's too early for that.
EU's foreign policy chief speaking in Barcelona. An admission that progress will be slow, it will be incremental, but we have to look beyond these immediate wrangling over finding a way of pushing the ceasefire forward. We have to also keep our eye on what the future might look like as well.
Yes, and a lot of people are talking about that. They're talking about a future for the region. They're talking about a future for Gaza. They're talking again about a two-state solution. But I have to tell you, some countries in recent years just have paid lip service to that term.
What is this, motherfucker?
Ballistic missiles were fired toward a U.S. Navy ship after it came to help a tanker in trouble. Our chief global affairs anchor Martha Radich joins us now with more. Good morning, Martha.
Good morning, Lindsay. This is an incident at sea involving a hijacked ship pirates and ballistic missiles launched toward a U.S. Navy warship. It began when a commercial cargo ship in the Gulf of Aden made a distress call saying they were under attack from armed men in a small boat. U.S. Central Command says the USS Mason, a Navy destroyer, gave chase as the 5 attackers tried to flee the cargo ship in a small boat, finally surrendering. Then hours after that initial attack, 2 ballistic missiles were fired in the direction of the USS Mason from Yemen, where Iranian-backed Houthis operate. The missiles fell far short of the Mason, about 10 miles away, but U.S. ships in the region have been in the line of fire since the war in Gaza began, although this morning it is still unclear whether this attack on the commercial vessel, which is owned by a company led by an Israeli-born shipping magnate, is part of these larger threats coming from these Iranian-backed forces.
Hi, everyone.
Stop, Snuffleupagus. I don't want to hear you. He was on Pawn Stars once. They're selling a book.
Are still coming in to just show their solidarity, to not be alone, to speak to those family members here, and also to speak to the representatives of the communities that have been heavily affected by the October 7th massacre. I'm standing here in front of the tent of the
https://twitter.com/
kibbutzim from the massacre. As you can see here, that chart here showing you the 12 people, the 12 hostages from Be'eri that have already been released over the course of the past 3 days. Women, mothers, and children here, small children as well. Also Emily Hunt, for example, a hostage that was initially
Dude, they're
believed
broadcasting
to have died,
all these people's names to the world.
But still, Be'eri has at least 18 people still in captivity. Those are the photos that you can see behind all those 18 people.
What if, like, some crazy-ass Muslim that lives near one of these people is like, oh, I remember you.
Remain here, that they're going to continue to show that presence really until the last hostage is released. And also, as you can see here, there are letters of support that have been sent from abroad, specifically to the community of Be'eri, letters that show solidarity and support. And also,
it shouldn't really be that
there's
public,
something that the children of Be'eri created here. They painted stones that they brought from home, from their home kibbutz of Be'eri. They brought these stones and painted, for example, Israeli flags, and also houses that many of them lost. Some houses also have flames coming out of them. Their memories from the terrible Saturday of October 7th, the massacre. As you can see here, they're all painted colorfully, but these houses really resemble their experience and also of course, their hope to one day be able to return. Well, when that will be is very much not clear, but also houses that they connect, of course, to their loved ones that many of them, specifically from Be'eri, have lost. And also, as I mentioned, still there are 18 hostages that are still being held captive in Gaza, specifically from only one community, from the community of Be'eri. And not only representatives of Be'eri are regularly represented here at the hostage grab, but also from the other communities there that still are missing their loved ones in Gaza. And people can just come here, talk to them, and show their support. And this is what we're also seeing tonight. The atmosphere is very gloomy. Tel Aviv is experiencing the beginning of winter now, and that really much resembles this atmosphere of tension and of sorrow, Eli.
Yes, the weather outside befitting the weather inside, holding our breath once again tonight for the release of more hostages. And 24 News correspondent Pia Stekelbach at the hostage square in Tel Aviv. Thank you very much for this. Much more from Pia, of course, throughout our broadcast this evening. Back here in studio with Mr. Morten Himmel, with Owen Alterman. Well, we've moved
to the southern part to avoid getting bombed in the northern part. There is that sense of frustration, as well as there is cautious optimism, but right now there is a sense of concern and fear about whether the possibility of extending the ceasefire is doable or not. So far, we learn about from a source that there is a one-day possibility for the extension of the ceasefire that will involve the release of 20 Israelis and more Palestinians, 20 captives, and more Palestinian detainees from Israeli prisons. There are talks and heavily pushed by the Egyptian and the Qatari mediators for a 4-day ceasefire. Now, so far there aren't any certainty about where are these talks and negotiations are going to end, but the general mood right here at this hour, because we're only hours that separates us from the end of this fire, they want a clear and direct statement that the ceasefire is going to be extended so people can plan their next day, or at least they can sleep with peace tonight.
Yeah, I can see how needing a clear definition or understanding about what's going to happen in the next 24 hours would go a very long way there. Let's talk about aid, Hani, because I know aid is going through for now, but nowhere near the 700 to 800 trucks a day that went through before this conflict. Is the aid that is getting to Gaza reaching those that need it most?
Yes, well, the question of aid is really important and very, very connected to the talks about the ceasefire. Now, if we look into an extended ceasefire, it means there are more trucks of humanitarian aid that will be allowed into the Gaza Strip, and the cycle of delivering and the cycle of saving those who survive the Israeli bombardment will continue. But as of now, the concern is it's not about if the ceasefire doesn't, if it stops, about that, but it will involve other things, the barring of humanitarian aid as well as the going back to bombardment. But so far, people are looking into what have been allowed to enter the Gaza Strip is minimal compared to their daily needs. Think just for a moment, those people who evacuated from the north and Gaza City to the southern part, we're talking about 1.5 million. And think of the rest of the population, another 1 million in the southern part, all lived through regular, relatively stable life. They had all of their needs on daily basis, yet there was a need for more than 700 trucks to enter Gaza every day to satisfy their needs. Now, in this difficult period of war, the time of hardship and difficulty, only about 500 trucks have been allowed to enter the Gaza Strip. 100 of those trucks made it to the northern part, an area that needed the most. We're talking about medical supplies, food supplies, water supplies, and other survival items needed for people to sustain themselves, to continue surviving the great share of damage that caused by the Israeli bombardment and the wiped out neighborhoods and entire residential buildings. What's needed the most right now is medical supplies, water, and fuel. These are the three major lifelines. People call them the lifeline of Gaza Strip right now. Medical supplies to combat illness and the spread of diseases and combat all the disease resulting from the decomposed bodies under the rubble. They need to drink clean water as the vast majority of water is contaminated. But also fuel is a challenge, and to get the fuel, well, it means bakeries is going back to operate, cars going back to move, and also hospitals will try to get back gradually to offer some of the services needed. Don't forget, Gaza and the northern part will remain without health care for a long period of time after the war is over.
Hani, many thanks for the update. Hani Mahmoud in Khan Yunis. Now, the Israeli military has carried out more raids across the occupied West Bank. Soldiers stormed the Al-Bathan area east of Nablus, as well as the city of Jenin, in the early hours of Monday. Israel's released 117 Palestinians since the swap for prisoners and captives began on Friday, but it has arrested more than 3,000 Palestinians across the occupied West Bank since October the 7th. Yeah. Of that, 64 were detained in just the past 24 hours. Israeli forces have conducted raids across Jenin, Ramallah and Nablus, and 116 Palestinians were arrested in the past 3 days alone. Zain Basravi joins us now from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Zain, I don't think this is missed on our viewers. It is incredibly ironic that on the one hand, Israeli forces, the authorities are releasing Palestinian prisoners, but they're also continuing to conduct a huge number of arrests too.
That is correct, and we've spoken to people in the communities that have been raided, especially those in the last 24 hours, from here in Ramallah, around this area, to Nablus, to Jenin. There have been raids ongoing throughout the night and into the day. And one of the family members we spoke to, a father whose son was among one of the 26 people taken in Beni Naim, near Ramallah, detained now. He says that his son, who's 16, is just about to graduate. He's got one more year to go. And if he doesn't get out of prison in time, that the Palestinians that are treated like this, the Israelis are not just robbing them of their time now, they're robbing them of their potential, of what they could be in the future, missing out on key moments like graduating from high school, going on to higher studies. He also described feeling in these communities during these raids constantly terrorized, and they worry that what Israel is trying to do is turn the frequency of the raids now that have gone up since the October 7th incidents happened, since the war in Gaza began. They've gone up exponentially in the occupied West Bank. They were already at record levels earlier this year. The worry is that this is the new normal, that this is something the Israeli forces are trying to normalize. A new intense daily raids, daily detentions, and oftentimes daily killings. Now, when we were speaking to these communities and the communities that we keep speaking to, they don't just describe feeling afraid, they describe feeling constantly bullied and even in checkpoints, even at checkpoints that are ubiquitous all across the occupied territories. They dot the terrain wherever Palestinians go, just minding their own business, going about their day. These checkpoints often intersect in very disruptive ways. And to that end, we've been speaking to the Palestinian Prisoners Society, and they've updated that number of 116. If you count the number of checkpoint detentions, and along with the raids that have happened in the last 3 days since the ceasefire and swap deal, that number is now 260. More than twice as many people have been detained as Israel has released. And I think it's easy to forget that Israel, a country self-proclaimed as the only democracy in the Middle East, officials in the Israeli government often say that, runs a parallel government. It runs a parallel military rule in the occupied Palestinian territories, subjecting residents here to some of the harshest treatment in the region. And what we constantly see, and something that allows us to have a little bit of a perspective on the swap deal, for every family that is celebrating, that have been awaiting the return, the homecoming of a loved one from Israeli occupier detention, as they describe it, for every family that is doing that, there is one family or many more that are grieving the absence of a newly detained family member, and in many cases grieving the death, the loss of a loved one. Since the events of October 7th, 239 people have died in Israeli raids in the occupied West Bank, far from the war in Gaza, far from areas under Hamas control, in the occupied West Bank.
Zain Basravi in Ramallah, thank you. Still ahead on Al Jazeera, Palestinian friends have opened a soup kitchen to offer a brief respite to Gaza's hungry.
Be who you are, as you are at that moment. And as it says on the beautiful wall, it's allowed to cry, and it's necessary.
In Kentucky, single digits, but around the Gulf state.
Hey, America!
States, I should say double digits, a bit more in the way of cloud cover. And as
Make us
well,
loud,
there
boy.
rushes
Tell you
out
what.
of the U.S. It's going to spark some
real
storms
America.
along Mexico's Gulf Coast, the Bay of Campeche, and the Yucatan Peninsula. But let's go back to North America, because we've got this weather maker moving into
pussy
Canada's
maker right
maritime
there, boy.
provinces. Rain and wind, and for places like Halifax, I think easily the winds
Talk
will
about them.
exceed 80 kilometers per hour,
Do we,
so that
folks?
could cause some damage. Westbound we go. It's calm, maybe a bit breezy.
Up
across the
there,
Canadian
what you
prairies,
talking
sunshine
about up
western
there,
Canada,
boy?
Pacific
That was
Northwest.
just cold.
And there is a storm
You
system
got no
just off the
goddamn name but
Pacific.
cold
This will
up there,
move
boy.
into California.
Dry.
Give us some wet
Oh,
weather
they
in
got
San
dry and wet
Francisco
now.
over
They
the
got
next
dry
several days.
and they
So
got
check
wet.
back with us. We'll
Dry,
keep
wet,
tabs
dry,
on
wet,
that.
dry,
To the
wet.
top end of South
And
America
gay
we go.
people.
Still all of
Gay people
Ecuador
out there,
under
boy.
weather alerts for intense
We got
thunderstorms.
down there.
Central western Brazil, same day as here.
illegals.
And quite
That's where they
the
be coming
soaking
from.
in Paraguay's capital, Asunción.
Yes.
In fact, we could see about a month's worth of rain over the next 24
big
hours.
Brazil
and
is,
those
man. They too big for their
storms
britches.
shift into southeast Brazil today on Monday.
What's that?
It was the gruesome murder that shook Malaysia.
Shut up.
The extension of the ceasefire set to expire tonight, midnight.
This news is just so exciting. Oh, do you have your rocket launcher ready?
To be
I'm ready.
released. But is it going to be like that every single day, day in, day out? Hamas playing those vicious games with human lives?
Just in
well,
case.
we want to head straight to
Where's
the
my
field
pepper
before
spray
we
at?
unpack it all here in studio. I-24 News correspondent Zach Anders on the Israel-Gaza border there. Zach,
I'm ready.
we are talking about a potential extension, but leaving no room for doubt, the Israeli forces are on the ground, ready.
Her boobs and hair and everything go together,
The
you know.
ceasefire will be expired. Let it be in a few hours from now, in a day, in 2, in 3, and 4, to get back to action.
And Israeli sources with knowledge of the situation share their concern that if this ceasefire is to end without an extension in place, that it will be much harder to reach any future ceasefire agreement. They want to keep the momentum going with this current agreement and this current pause and ending of the stopping of the hostilities, of the fighting, because they do believe that this has moved the the ability to move the hostages out of their places inside Gaza and towards the border, that mechanism has been working and in some regards becoming more efficient, and that they want to keep that continuing. There's obviously still over 150 hostages inside Gaza. It's unclear how many of those are in Hamas's hands, potentially in the hands of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. That part has been unclear, but these sources indicate that there is movement with this agreement of an extension, that is possible and could end up being very similar to what we've already seen, with more releases of Palestinian prisoners in exchange for just a handful every day of Israeli hostages. We're talking about tens of hostages each day, rather than a large quantity to be released, much similar to what it has appeared to, or has looked like in the last several days.
Yes, and terrifyingly enough, Qatari sources are indicating that Hamas is not holding all those hostages. At least 40 of them are in the hands of some gangs or Islamic Jihad forces, God knows where, which will obviously only add complications to the already complex situation. I-24 News correspondent Zach Anders on the Israel-Gaza border. Thank you very much for this. Much more from Zach later on in the evening, of course. And we want now to share this big smile with you. First images of 4-year-old Abigail Dan, who became a symbol of this brutal situation in which over 240 Israelis were kidnapped into the Gaza Strip. 4-year-old Abigail lost both of her parents, were murdered on the October 7th massacre right in front of her eyes. She was kidnapped on her own to the Gaza Strip, and last night she came back home. This is the little girl who celebrated her 4th birthday in captivity only this past Friday, and now reunited with her aunt, with her grandmother, and with her 2 siblings, parentless but surrounded with love. Yes, and we want to turn now to the Schneider's Children's Hospital. Ariel Osseron, I-24 News Middle East correspondent, standing by there. Ariel cannot stay indifferent to those images of Abigail and many such moving images in the last few days. Hopefully, we will see much more of them. But for the time being, Ariel, what can we say on the physical, the mental status of those who have been released and are now being treated at the Schneider's Children's Hospital?
Right, Ellie. So yesterday when the 9 children and 2 women arrived here, the hospital said that they're all in fairly good physical and mental condition. Obviously, they continue to undergo medical and psychological evaluations. Obviously, the goal initially was to make sure that they're okay, they can reunite with their families, but this process is longer for some as opposed to others. People did come in different conditions, but the majority are in fairly good condition. This is important to remember. Now, as you mentioned, you talked about the different videos and images that we're seeing over the past 3 days of real emotional reunification of families, because you have to remember on that fateful October 7th day, many children were kidnapped without their parents, families torn apart, others parents taken from their children. And this latest video coming out is of 8-year-old Ella and 15-year-old Dafna Eliakim, who reunited last night with their mother Maayan Zin. Now, Ella and Dafna were kidnapped on October 7th from their father's home in Nachal Oz. Her father Noam, as well as his partner Dikla, were killed, along with Dikla's son Tomer, and their murder was shared on Facebook Live as it was taking place. It's one of the most, it stood out as one of the horrific stories of that fateful day. Since then, Ella and Dafna have not seen their mother. Yesterday, after 50 days in Hamas captivity, they finally reunited. Let's take a look of the heart-filling images.
Yes, Ariel, we're watching those images. Incomprehensible, really, and of course very carefully, but there are some initial questioning by security forces of those who were released, and a bit to get a better understanding of what captivity looked like.
Right, Ellie. The moment they were released, the hostages all underwent some form of debrief by Shin Bet officers. Obviously, children, those who questioned children were trained to do so in a sensitive and delicate way. Obviously, it's still the initial days, and for some of these released hostages, it's very difficult to kind of relive a lot of these experiences. But we're already hearing from medical staff in hospitals, for instance, of their diet, that it was very limited. Many of the adults came back malnourished in that condition. So while we're saying that they're in fairly good physical condition, many of them, they're far from perfect condition. However, the latest update in the last few minutes coming from Sheba Hospital that has treated 13 of the released hostages, saying that many of them are in good physical health, and indeed some of them could even potentially be released today. This is obviously at the discretion of the families themselves. Let's listen to Itai Pesach, the director of Sheba's Children's Medical Center, with more information.
At the Admiral Children's Hospital, we treated 13 captives that were released in the last 48 hours. They are all treated by the top experts in their fields. and cared for in a very sensitive manner, taking care of all their needs, physical and mostly mental, because of the very complex situation they were in. During the time that they spent here, they underwent extensive both physical and mental evaluation. Some of them required the medical treatment, and all of them are supported by our psychologists and social teams. I'm happy to say that in many of them we have completed that process, and they are now ready to be physically or medically discharged from the hospital. Some of them chose really to complete the treatment here and go back to their communities, but a lot of them chose to stay here in the hospital for further time, just to adjust a little bit more.
Yes, and to an extent now the real battle begins. This is the mental journey, and it will take a while. Ariel Osteron at the Schneider's Children's Hospital, hopefully awaiting more hostages to be released as early as tonight. Thank you very much for this. And joining us now here in studio, Mr. Morten Himmel, political and international security analyst, and our very own I-24 News senior diplomatic correspondent Owen Alterman. Gentlemen, reports that some of the families are finally receiving this call that their loved ones might be released today, because from what we understand, there is progress in this crisis that has been underway in the past few hours, including, and this is perhaps the most important and the most interesting element here, a change in the list, the composition of the list of who's going to be released.
Right, a change in the list, reportedly, Ellie, at Israel's request, right, or Israel's demand, not request, Israel's demand. And you're right, it is interesting to see Hamas, in a sense, if this is the full picture of what transpired, to see Hamas essentially cave, and not Israel, because, of course, the concern on our end in this country is that the Israeli government, given the emotional momentum of everything we've just seen over the course of the last 15 minutes, that it was the Israeli side that was going to tolerate Hamas violations and a kind of creeping level of violation, right, that would start with small violations and then escalate or expand, if you will, into more meaningful violations. But it seems not to have happened. To be fair to the Israeli government, it seems not to have happened 2 days ago, when it was the Egyptian, when the Egyptian and Qatari mediators were putting pressure not on Israel but on Hamas to live up to its side of what they saw as the bargain. So again, we have an incomplete picture of what happened, both an incomplete picture of what the disagreement was about and what the points of dispute were, and an incomplete understanding of how they are being resolved, because they have not yet been resolved, but how they are being resolved. And maybe interesting, maybe just as interesting, how they tie into that next step, right? The statement from the Egyptian government that the parties are close to getting to an agreement on a 2-day extension of the ceasefire, again, provided for in the additional agreement, right? Where in each of the 2 days, if this is in accord with the original agreement, Hamas would release an additional 10 Israeli, or at least an additional 10 Israeli hostages in exchange for that 3-to-1 ratio of release of Palestinian prisoners, and by meeting that quota of 10, earn for itself another day of humanitarian pause or ceasefire.
Albeit, when you mentioned that today, similarly to 2 days ago, it was Hamas who caved in. Today, 13-year-old Hila is celebrating her birthday out of captivity without her mother Raya, who, according to her, spent most of the time in captivity together, and 2 days before her release, they were separated, seemingly in a deliberate move by Hamas to violate exactly this clause.
And a very apparent violation, you're right, that the Israeli government has tolerated.
Yeah, and this time will not tolerate, again, according to what we understand, that is currently happening behind the scenes. Mr. Himmel, the fact that the list is changing indicates that Hamas still has A, the ability, and B, the audacity to play games.
Well, it's playing a very big game, because what Hamas really wants from all this is not the war to resume, to keep the war, keep to a truce. Its bigger end game is to survive. And the only way it can survive is if this truce continues. And every day the truce continues is another day where there's more political movement around the world to try to make the truce more permanent, which is not in Israeli interest right now. The Saudi Arabian foreign minister came out and said today that hopefully the truce will become more permanent. Even President Biden, while he's very sympathetic and loves the fact that some of these hostages are coming out, including Abigail the American, he also wants the truce to be more embellished to a great degree. So it's a thin line here, and Hamas's goal is to survive right now because they know when the war comes back, the saber is going to be on its neck, and that's the thing that they're trying to avoid more than anything else.
Yeah, but the reality is, for the most part, this is the diplomatic dog that hasn't barked, right? We were told or warned, okay, or we're warning ourselves that over the course of the ceasefire, this would be this huge escalation in international pressure on Israel. By and large, hasn't happened. There was one press conference at the Rafah crossing with the Spanish and Belgian prime ministers, the phone call with President Biden, statements from Arab foreign ministries, but not much else, right? If anything, this is actually going to give Israel maybe more legitimacy to resume the war because of the aid that's come into the Gaza Strip. Again, we don't know what the next 2 days are going to bring, and maybe the big escalation happens only in the closing hours of the truce, of the ceasefire. But to date, this is the diplomatic dog that is largely not barked, or at least has barked at a much lower volume than expected.
Well, that's the Israeli gamble. The Israeli gamble is that they can they could crank up the war again and no one's going to stop them. But the Hamas is obviously doing its best to try to prevent that.
And there is a summit today in Barcelona, European powers, Middle Eastern Arab powers, Israel, of course, not in attendance, discussing the future of Israel without it being there. And we'll get back to that in a second, but we do want to cross now live to the hostage square in Tel Aviv, no matter how many times I will say it. My mind cannot grasp it. Pia Stekelbach, I-24 News correspondent, standing by there. Pia, from what we understand, finally, after much delay, first phone calls to the families of those hostages that are set, hopefully, to be released tonight.
Right, Ellie, we are hearing that those families whose loved ones are expected to be released tonight were notified now. But of course, what we know from those families is that they are still very careful. Many people, and also over the course of the last days, have been telling us that they are cautious, that they will not rejoice until they will actually be able to hug their loved ones. And this is the moment where they are able to realize that this is real, that their loved ones returned. Now, here to the hostage squares, people are still coming in to just show their solidarity, to not be alone, to speak to those family members here, and also to speak to the representatives of the communities that have been heavily affected by the October 7th massacre. I'm standing here in front of the tent of the kibbutz of Be'eri. Be'eri, one of the really most heavily affected kibbutzim from the massacre. As you can see here, that chart here showing you the 12 people, the 12 hostages from Be'eri that have already been released over the course of the past 3 days. Women, mothers, and children here, small children as well. Also Emily Hunt, for example, a hostage that was initially believed to have died, but she returned to her father yesterday. But still, Be'eri has at least 18 people still in captivity. Those are the photos that you can see behind all those 18 people, both mothers, women, and also, of course, men that still have not been released. And these people here are saying that they're going to remain here, that they're going to continue to show their presence really until the last hostage is released. And also, as you can see here, there are letters of support that have been sent from abroad, specifically to the community of Be'eri, letters that show solidarity and support. And also, there is something that the children of Be'eri created here. They painted stones that they brought from home, from their home kibbutz of Be'eri. They brought these stones and painted, for example, Israeli flags, and also houses that many of them lost. Some houses also have flames coming out of them. Their memories from the terrible Saturday of October 7th, the massacre. As you can see here, they're all painted colorfully, but these houses really resemble their experience and also of course, their hope to one day be able to return. Well, when that will be is very much not clear, but also houses that they connect, of course, to their loved ones that many of them, specifically from Be'eri, have lost. And also, as I mentioned, still there are 18 hostages that are still being held captive in Gaza, specifically from only one community, from the community of Be'eri. And not only representatives of Be'eri are regularly represented here at the hostage grab, but also from the other communities there that still are missing their loved ones in Gaza. And people can just come here, talk to them, and show their support. And this is what we're also also seeing tonight the atmosphere is very gloomy. Tel Aviv is experiencing the beginning of winter now that really much resembles this atmosphere of tension and of sorrow, Eli.
Yes, the weather outside befitting the weather inside.
I don't see Biden talking anywhere.
Holding our breath once again tonight for the release of more hostages. And 24 News correspondent Pia Stekelbach at the hostage square in Tel Aviv. Thank you very much for this. Much more from Pia, of course, throughout our broadcast this evening. Back here in studio with Mr. Morten Himmel, with Owen Alterman. Well, we've mentioned it earlier in the broadcast, gentlemen, this conference of European and Middle Eastern countries today in Barcelona. Let's take a quick listen to what the EU top diplomat Joseph Borrell had to say on the day after here in the Middle East.
The pause should be extended to make it sustainable and long-lasting while working for a political solution. A political solution that should allow us to break the cycle of violence once and for all. The longer we allow the extremists to set the agenda, the more extremism will spread, not only in the region, but also affecting us in Europe as well.
Well, Mr. Morten Himmel, political solution, end to extremism, extending the ceasefire. What is this solution they're talking about? Not naming Hamas, not naming who will be in charge in Gaza, if and when?
Well, just speculating wildly, and I admit it's speculation. It could be something. Let's look back at '82, the war in Lebanon. I remember Yasser Arafat leaving by boat and taking some Palestinian fighters with him. Maybe in some way there'll be some sort of effort when Hamas feels it's in a corner that the leadership will be granted exit with some fighters with them to places like Iran or Lebanon. It is speculation, but there are ideas that could happen. But it is important what the European Union says. It does have some power, but the key obviously rests in Washington, Qatar, Egypt, etc. Israel's got some key allies here when it comes to Hamas. The Emirates don't like Hamas. Saudi Arabia doesn't like Hamas. Egypt can't stand Hamas. If they had it their way without all the loss of Palestinians, they would want Hamas to disappear. So there's a lot of pressure to make sure that Hamas will not stay. In any inconceivable or conceivable political solution, Hamas leadership can't stay there.
Yeah, but more to the point, at least that part of the speech could have been written on October 6th, right? There is simply nothing new there. There are no new ideas. There are no new nuances. There's no new language.
It says from 11:26 on the title.
There's simply nothing new. There's simply nothing new. And part of the reason, of course, is that Joseph Borrell is in an impossible position. He's speaking for a 27-member state European Union, where the 27 member states have very different opinions about this war, right? And about this conflict and about the day after. So he's in the very, very difficult position of having to generate something that won't generate pushback from the member states and that stays within his mandate. And maybe the easiest way in the path of least resistance is to go back to the old formulas on which there was, and let's be honest, still is, broad consensus in Europe, right? So he can get up to the podium and say that. But certainly what Martin is saying is right. The Europeans have been and will continue to be very important here as funders, as supporters, and at the end of the day, in the big picture, of course, with some exceptions, as friends of Israel. Don't forget the European Commission building being lit up in the blue and white, right, in those first seemingly long ago days of the war. Yes. At the end of the day, the European Union, for all of the tension with Israel and for all of the problems and for all the ups and downs, and I'm sure there will be fights and arguments still to come. At the end of the day, is an important force and potentially a force for good in the region. Although Israel will certainly want them to hold the Palestinian, whoever emerges as a Palestinian governance authority after this war, to hold their feet to the fire in education. But as Martin said, very quick, just to round this out, of course, what the Saudis say and the Emiratis and the Egyptians and the Americans are also going to be very, very important. Actually, concretely laying out the day after and being maybe a bit more free and having a bit more leverage to lay out exactly the real bullet points of what that day after looks like.
And also, if we're going back to the essence of this battle between fundamentalism and extremism and the Western way of living, if you will, the European Union is fighting, or the members of the European Union fighting the very same battle.
They are in the same way, and they are fighting a similar battle in the sense of Islamic extremism, etc., in their own country, and they're afraid that whatever happens in Gaza and Israel can spill over to their capital. So they want quiet as fast as possible. But
police in Burlington, Vermont, say a suspect is now in custody, accused of shooting and wounding 3 young men of Palestinian descent. They were attacked as they walked down a street Saturday night. Errol Barnett has the latest from Burlington.
Authorities say 3 20-year-old men of Palestinian descent, 2 of whom were wearing traditional Arab keffiyeh scarves, were walking down this street Saturday night when they were approached allegedly by 48-year-old Jason Eaton, armed with a handgun. Police say without speaking, Eaton fired at least 4 rounds in their direction, injuring all 3 before fleeing the scene. While canvassing the area, ATF agents working with the Burlington Police Department detained Eaton in front of his apartment where the shooting took place. Officials say evidence found in a search of his home and preliminary investigations led them to believe Eaton is the gunman.
That's pretty disconcerting.
2 of the victims are U.S. citizens, the 3rd a legal resident. They've been identified as Tashin Ahmed, a student at Trinity College, Kinan Abdelhamid, who studies at Haverford College, and Hisham Awatani of Brown University. 2 of them are in stable condition, but one suffered more serious
what are they
injuries.
eating? It looks
I think their intention was to be just gone 5 minutes.
Rich Price, Mr. Awatini's uncle, says the students were staying with him for Thanksgiving when they were shot. The local police chief said investigators will look into whether this was a hate crime.
They went to school together in Ramallah. They're best friends from growing up. And it's just unfathomable that a happy few days would end that way.
And now those 3 friends are being treated at the UVM Medical Center, which you see behind me. The suspect, Jason Eaton, is scheduled to be arraigned today on, we understand, 3 aggravated assault charges. We'll learn more when the mayor and police chief address the press here soon. And just to give you a sense, Anne-Marie, on how much attention there is on this incident, the White House tells us that President Biden has been briefed on what took place here.
Very interesting, Errol. So I imagine at this point there's sort of limited information about the suspect, but did we get anything about, who the suspect is, how police were led to him maybe, or anything we know about the victims and their conditions?
Yeah, we kind of have some details on all 3, Anne-Marie. Jason Eaton lives just a few blocks away from the University of Vermont's campus in what appears to be more of a house that's been modified into an apartment building. He's 48 years old. He had this handgun. The police tell us that the incident happened Saturday night. No words were exchanged, according to their initial report, when these 3 young men, as part of a Thanksgiving trip to visit one of their grandmothers, were simply walking by his house. The police said that on Sunday they were able to use witness statements and other testimony from the victims to triangulate who the suspect was. They found his place of residence, which is right next to where the shooting took place. They detained him around mid-afternoon on Sunday, and by the evening they obtained a search warrant from a judge and were able to go into his residence and gather more information. And that's why this press conference later today will be key in kind of filling in all the blanks on what's so unusual. Anne-Marie, this is effectively a college town, a small, northeast city where it's common to see students running and young people around.
Right.
So it's very unusual that there would be any kind of random act of violence like a shooting, but specifically from someone who lives near campus appearing to target these young men.
Right, and I imagine it's common to have international students in the area. So we know there's some sort of conversation, debate about whether or not this could be considered a hate crime. That's something prosecutors will have to sort of consider. But just the fact that they were Palestinian and apparently is speaking Arabic and the suspect is not, doesn't make it a hate crime. So what are some of the things that they'll be kind of considering to determine whether or not it reaches that level?
Yeah, that's right. The mayor even said it's very difficult to look at this and not think that there is a hate crime component, but police haven't attached that descriptor just yet. What we know is that the young men were wearing the keffiyehs. These are the black and white kind of checkered headscarves, kind of a trademark of Arab dress in the Middle East and elsewhere. And yes, they were speaking both English and Arabic, but it's unclear if the suspect had a specific animus toward this group, and that's what is necessary in order for prosecutors to elevate it to a hate crime. So did he specifically target these young men? Is there something he said? Did the police find anything in his residence that speaks to a specific hate toward any specific group? I mean, just the fact that there is an ongoing conflict in the Middle East between the IDF and Hamas isn't really enough for officials so far. But we do expect to learn more later today. And if there is a hate crime component, of course, that increases potential charges as well.
All right, Errol, thank you very much.
Which also includes the release of 150 Palestinian prisoners. 39 women and children have been freed over the past 3 days. Hamas is still holding 18 children and 5 mothers hostage in Gaza. They've been there now for nearly 2 months. Well, Egypt claims that Israel and Hamas are close to extending that ceasefire deal by 2 additional days. 20 Israeli hostages and 60 Palestinian prisoners would be released. Well, over the last 3 nights, as soon as they are back in Israel, the former hostages are taken straight to hospital. And one of those hospitals is the Schneider Children's Center. And our Middle East correspondent, Ariel Osseran, is there for us now. Ariel, they're expecting over the next couple of hours the arrival of more children who have been held by terrorists in Gaza for almost 2 months now.
Right, Laura, and as the hospital continues to prepare to receive the children and their mothers, the Prime Minister's office just released a statement a short while ago saying that they have finished notifying the families of the hostages who are expected to be released today. This is part of this daily kind of chain of events that we've seen unraveling, and it's a key link in that chain, because without that, the process can't move forward. And so the next stage that we're expected to hear is the fact that they will actually be the hostages delivered to the hands of the Red Cross in the Gaza Strip. That is the next announcement that we're waiting for. But here in the hospital, not only are they awaiting the arrival of the additional hostages who are expected to be released, but they're already treating over 10 hostages who were released yesterday. We're talking about 11 hostages, 9 children, and 2 mothers. Now, earlier, a short while ago, the aunt of 8-year-old Ella and 15-year-old Daphna Eliakim, who were kidnapped from their father's home in Nachal Oz. They are here in hospital after being reunited with their mother. The aunt, Tagit, came down to deliver a statement to the press because she said it was important for her to give thanks to all the support, all the Israelis who have been with them in their thoughts and sent so many warm wishes throughout these days. She said that Ella and Daphna, they're the same, they look the same, they're the same to hug, they might be a little paler, a little thinner, but it's them, and they're very, very happy to be back. Let's take a listen to what she said a short while ago.
I'm happy to talk to the media and say that I saw the girls. I hugged the girls. Both are perfectly fine. I told them and gave them all the love and all the vast nation of Israel gave them while they were in captivity. They were very excited. I was happy to see that Daphna, like a typical 15-year-old, is very excited by the fact that boys are writing her letters and that they will be very happy for her to come back already and that they care about her. I'm glad to hear that. There was a huge hug for both of them. They feel exactly the same in the hug. They look the same. Maybe they are a little thinner, but it is not something that is extreme. They are a little pale, but not too pale.
The Goldilocks of pale.
Nice to see and nice to hear, Ariel. Thank you very much indeed, Ariel Osseran there. That was the aunts of Daphna and Ella, the 2 girls, sisters who were held in Gaza for nearly 2 months. They are back with their mother, Mayan Zin, who campaigned tirelessly for their release. Well, with me in the studio, Dan Perry. He is international affairs analyst and former journalist at Associated Press, Europe and Middle East editor. We're joined by Ben Yemeni, senior journalist at Yediot Ahronot Daily. Good to see you both. And here we are for the fourth night in a row. The whole country very much on tenterhooks. We're waiting to find out who those children are, who those mothers are that will be freed from Gaza tonight.
Yeah, it's a heartwarming spectacle to see families reunited and what looks like some good news for once. And obviously, we're still waiting to see if the babies are going to arrive and some of the mothers that are left behind and so forth. For the families, it's great. The bigger picture, I think, for Israel is very challenging. And while we celebrate the good, I think we need to take into account that there is almost 200 hostages, or about 200, that are still left behind, and a very complex strategic picture for Israel.
Pedro?
Actually, it was a show of power on behalf of the Hamas. I mean, they did it Saturday afternoon, and they did it today. And eventually what we saw, yes, they do have power. I mean, it's very interesting because they do have power because actually they control even the Gaza Strip, which means that even people that were captured by the jihad are going to be released, so they can even control the jihad.
Well, because Hamas are trying to claim that they don't hold all the hostages.
Yes, that's what they say. Yeah, but now, after they said that they don't have any control, they are willing to extend actually the ceasefire, the pause, and the meaning is that at least 20 more hostages are going to be released, and half of them or some of them are going to be released from the jihad, from the Islamic Jihad. So the meaning is also that Israel has a lot of work if Israel is really willing to uproot the Hamas. It's not going to be easy because they are still with total control on the Gaza Strip.
I mean, Hamas can choose to release the hostages at whatever rate they want, and they know that even if they offered one a day for 100 released prisoners, Israel would be hard-pressed to not accept them.
Okay, Dan, let's just take a pause for a second because I want to go to our correspondent, Zach Anders. He's down in Ophir Came in the south. And we've learned, Zach, this hour that one of the hostages who has become very well known here in Israel is not on the list tonight. Well, we've had the family saying that they don't expect to see their family members home tonight.
So we have 9 children and 2 adults, the 2 parents that are going to be released tonight. This is what we're hearing from Israeli sources, but absent on this release is 10-month-old Kafar Beavis. This 10-month-old baby is still going to remain in captivity. The initial thought, at least, was that this would be one of the very first to be released, and that the hope throughout each hostage release day was that the youngest amongst the hostages would be one of the first release. But now we are on day 4 of this ceasefire and the final day of this hostage release deal, and he is not on the list. And the family releasing a very short statement. They are heartbroken by this news. They had hope that he would be included and that they would get that phone call today, that they could make their way towards the hospital and anticipate his return. But it does not appear that that is likely, and that they'll have to hold their hopes for an extension of this hostage deal.
Yeah, really, really hard news for the family and for everyone in Israel as well, I think. And just talk us through what we're expecting, Zach, because last night the hostages did not come through the Rafah crossing into Egypt. They came through a different crossing straight into Israel last night. One of the reasons was because of the elderly hostage Alma Avraham, who is still recovering in hospital, but we don't know as yet the details of how it's going to turn out tonight, do we?
We don't, and it does appear that some of the Israeli sources in the know aren't entirely sure either, because this is somewhat out of their hands. It's dependent on how whoever it is, Hamas, PIJ, some different structure or organization that has captives, how they hand over these captives to the Red Cross, and then it's up to the Red Cross to drive these vehicles to one of the crossing where they can finally be turned over to Israeli hands. And right now we are behind schedule. We were supposed to see some movement. There was delays throughout the day with apparently agreements based on who would be included on the list. Qatar once again had to step in and mediate to make sure that the list was agreed to on both sides. And I should say that at the beginning of the hostage deal, we were told that these names were agreed to for every single day. So the fact that there's still some disagreement on who's going to be released on the day of is concerning.
All right, Zach, thanks very much. Zach Andrews there down in the south of Israel. Dan Perry, this is the kind of part of the agonizing wait, this dispute, these last-minute hold-ups. And as Zach said, it's very much out of Israel's hand, isn't it? We've got Qatar involved, we've got Egypt involved, but Israel doesn't have much say over what happens.
Well, as Ben-Dror was saying, Hamas has a lot of power here, assuming that they don't mind paying the price for the games that they play. It does appear as if Hamas is determined to carry this out as a sort of psychological warfare against Israel and make sure that the nerves are as jangled as they can conceivably be, for a lot of reasons. A, that may just be their mode. B, when the opposing side in any negotiation is rattled, that may enable you to get more out of them. And I have no doubt that certain parameters are going to change. For example, the level of criminality, level of terrorism, background of the prisoners that they're going to demand be released in upcoming rounds.
Qatar has just confirmed, a spokesman for the Foreign Ministry saying that that truce will be extended for 2 days. So we will see an additional 20 Israeli hostages and 60.
But they may change the equation. It could be 3 a day, it could be 12 a day, it could be 6 a day.
Yeah.
It's really up to Hamas.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, just Israel published a list of 300s, meaning that Israel is prepared for the release of 100 hostages, which probably will not happen, but we don't know. We don't know. I mean, if the Hamas needs this extension of 2 days, the meaning is that maybe they need more. So nothing is finished. Nothing is finished. Not yet.
Let's go down to central Tel Aviv. Our Pia Steckelbach is in Hostage Square, as it's been renamed, with the families of some of the hostages. Pia.
Right, Laura. Well, the square is a place that has been a symbol for just how the Israeli society sticks together these days. This is a place where people can come to just speak to family members and to just also experience some of the solidarity here. People, some of them are just coming here to be able to speak, and they can do that also with professionals in psychology. I'm here with one of them, Eli Bazaz. You're a volunteer. You're a second-year psychology student from Reichman University in Herzliya. Can you tell me, what do people come and want to talk to you about when they come here?
I guess most of the time they're trying to figure out a way to continue with their life now. In the beginning, it used to be more complicated because the situation was more stressful. We didn't knew anything about the war itself. It didn't actually begin until like 2 weeks after the kidnapping and everything begun. So people were afraid of, am I going to go to the army? And what's going to happen with my kid? He's in the army now, such things. But now it's more like, how are we going to continue our lives? How are we going to, in the end, after everything ends, what will be with Israel? How will it change its face? Are we going to change our ways in the area, like in our neighborhood, you could say? Are we going to prevail even? We don't know, because the ceasefire and everything is not reassuring, and yeah.
And where do you come in to help them? What do you tell them?
Most of the time we're listening, less talking or speaking, because here in primary psychological help, we're trying to really listen and understand, and like more to be more compassionate about the feelings of others, more than trying to give them advice or anything of this manner. So we're trying to be here and to be present and reassure that everything's gonna be okay eventually, I guess.
And you're basically doing this in your free time, right? Why did you decide to come here and volunteer?
Actually, one of my colleagues from school, from Reichman University, spoke to me when the war began, and she asked me if I wanted to join, and it sounded such a vital thing for Israeli society right now, because I think most people aren't aware of the impact of therapy right now, of raising awareness about psychological help in such, you could say, even crazy times. So for me, it was a very important thing first to come here and let everybody know in Israel that it's okay to come and have therapy and talk, even though we don't do here therapy, and to raise awareness, I think.
Thank you very much, Eli Bazaz, who's volunteering here just by listening to people who have the feeling that they need to speak somebody. And this is also what this hostage square is about, to have the feeling that one is not alone in these very, very tense times, Laura.
Pia, thank you very much. Pia Steckelbach there. Well, over the past 2 days, 39 women and children have been released as part of that ceasefire deal with Hamas. Some of them came from kibbutz Be'eri, where terrorists killed more than 120 residents, including children, and kidnapped many others. 9 of Shira Havron's family were among them, and Shira joins us now. Thank you so much for being with us, Shira. And thankfully, 8 of your family members are now safe and back in Israel. Is that right? First of all, can I ask, how are they doing?
That's right. Actually, 2 were the first 2 hostages that were released, Judith and Natalie, and now we have 6 more home, and it's really such a relief, and they seem, physically okay, and they're talking to us and laughing with us, and obviously it's complicated, but for now we're grateful, and they seem...
And little children as well. How are they?
Yeah, they seem good. They arrived and then started playing with everyone and talking to everyone and stayed up late with everyone until they fell asleep. And obviously we have a long journey ahead of us, and obviously their father is not here at the moment because he's still in Gaza, and our fight is not over until he's back alongside everyone, all the hostages. We're still in this situation, we're still fighting, but yeah, for now we have some air in our lungs to continue this fight. And yeah.
And have they told you anything about the conditions they were held in? Did they get enough to eat? Were they?
Unfortunately, they'll be probably, they'll talk to all the authorities, and then we can maybe know more. But for now, we're just happy that they're here and in good condition, relatively.
And. Unfortunately, 4 of your family members will never be coming back. They were murdered on the 7th of October.
Yeah, my 2 uncles and my aunt and my uncle's caregiver. My uncle Eviatar was a handicapped man, and he had a Filipino caregiver. His name was Paul. They were all murdered at the same house, the 3 of them, and then Avshalom, the husband of Shoshan, and the grandfather of the 2 kids you mentioned that came back, is unfortunately not with us, and it makes the situation very complicated for our family. The feelings are just a rage of feelings, at this moment.
I'm sure.
But now we're just, grateful to have them, and then we can deal with everything together once Tal is back and everyone else. But for us, it's important now to keep this fight. And even though, we see a lot of women and children coming back, it doesn't mean that there aren't innocent men, young men, women that are still there while we're speaking at the moment for 52 days. And it's too long, and they have to be back too. And this, deal, it has to lead to more deals, and it has to happen soon.
And just to remind people who don't, Tal is the father of Nave and Yahel. Yahel is the little girl with the blonde curls who we saw sitting on a bus, and Nave, her brother, he loves Lionel Messi, I understand.
Yeah. And Apol Beersheva, the Israeli local.
Yeah, and so they're back with their mom, but Dad dad, Tal, 38 years old, he's still being held by terrorists. There he is. There's Tal. He's still being held by terrorists in Gaza. That's absolutely heartbreaking, and we're gonna see a lot of fathers separated from their children. I mean, are you hopeful that the whole family will be reunited one day? You have to keep that hope alive in your heart?
Yeah. We hold this belief very strongly. We worked for it, and obviously seeing our family coming back, most of them, is very reassuring. That can be a deal, that this issue of the hostages is top priority and should remain top priority for the Israeli government, for the world, for everyone in the public. Keep coming to the demonstrations, keep spreading the stories, keep them in, the public eye and on the agenda, because it's not over until they're home and there is no victory, no security. We still have kids over there, babies, a 10-month-old baby that is still not with us, alongside all the others. So it's definitely not over. It's just the first part.
Horrendous. And your grandfather built Kibbutz Be'eri. I mean, he lived to a ripe old age, didn't he? I mean, is there a part of you that is thankful he wasn't around to see this, to see what happened to the beautiful community that he built?
Unfortunately, of course, we all said that we're very happy that it's good that they're not here to see this, their family being hurt this way, and the place they build their whole life. But we say our family is strong and we will deal with it, and we have to, and we're alive, so we have to keep going, and we'll save whoever we can save, and then we'll mourn the others and respect their memory and remind everyone who these people are.
Yahel and Nave, they need their dad, don't they? They need their Abba back. So
they need their dad. It's very, very simple.
Yeah, we all hope and pray that Tal will be back and your family will be completed. Shira, thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, just to update, both Qatar and now Hamas have confirmed that the truce with Israel will be extended for 2 additional days. So tomorrow and the day after, 20 hostages are supposed to be released as part of that.
For the 2 days after.
Yes, 2 days tomorrow, and because today is the
tomorrow it's anyway. Tomorrow it's anyway, because tomorrow is included in the release of today. So beginning yesterday
from the evening.
Right.
Okay, so we're going to have 2 additional days. Thank you.
Wednesday, Thursday.
Wednesday, Thursday, 20 additional hostages to be released, and Israel will have to release 60 Palestinian prisoners as well. No, it is going to be tomorrow and the day after, I'm being told. All right. Because today is day 4, it's the final day.
No, but
so it's being extended by 2 days.
The end of the release of today will be tomorrow evening, at midnight. So actually it's going to be, I think, it should be.
I'm hearing tomorrow night.
It's Wednesday. It's Wednesday and Thursday.
I'm hearing Tuesday night and Wednesday. But we'll confirm that. But let's talk a bit about Qatar now, because both Qatar and Hamas have confirmed that. And Qatar's Prime Minister has also been quoted as saying at least 40 of the hostages, all women and children, are being held in Gaza, but not by Hamas. Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani says that if Hamas manages to locate them, the truce would be extended. So I take it to understand that Hamas is saying they have now miraculously managed to find those 40 missing hostages. Well, to talk more about Qatar, we're joined by Hussein Abdul Hussein. He's a research fellow at the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies, the FDD. Thanks for joining us, Hussein. So how much direct influence does Qatar have over Hamas and the other terrorist groups in Gaza?
Well, I think it has a lot of influence, especially over Hamas, and this excuse that the other groups or 40 hostages are with the other groups does not really hold water. We know that Hamas is the government, is the ultimate power in Gaza, and Hamas enabled all of this to be happen. So even if Hamas doesn't control these 40 people, it is under Hamas responsibility. And since this is under Hamas. So this is directly connected to Qatar. Qatar is the main sponsor, almost the only sponsor, not only financially, but also diplomatically of Hamas. And I think Qatar has to be held responsible for all what's going on.
For the past 3 nights, Hussein, we've seen young children, elderly people released from Hamas captivity. What is this doing to the image of Hamas around the Arab world?
Well, unfortunately, on the Arab side, I don't see a lot of images coming from the Israeli side. So most of the images that you see are of released Palestinian prisoners. And there's some sort of collective delusion that we're trying not to see the humane aspect of these civilians who were kidnapped by Hamas, which is a war crime by any standard. But I think for the time being, most people are trying to look away. I don't think this is the way to handle it. I think there should be more pressure on Hamas, especially from the Arab side, to make Hamas understand that these people should not be up for barter or negotiation. These are innocent civilians. Like we're saying, 9-month-old, 2 years old, 3 years old, these people should be released with or without negotiations.
How would you say this has affected Doha's relations with Washington? We know that they are close allies at the moment. Do you think this has damaged ties at all moving forward?
Well, I think over the past few weeks, Doha has been on shaky grounds, especially here in Washington. There have been a lot of voices, especially from the Hill, just criticizing Doha for the role it's been playing. I mean, it doesn't make sense that we're talking to Qatar as if we're talking to Hamas, and then every now and then Qatar says, well, you know, there's nothing we can do. Hamas said they wouldn't release this or that person. And keep in mind that from a U.S. perspective, most of the dual nationals who hold the U.S. passport have not been released yet. We understand that Hamas is doing this as a tactic. Doha thinks that it's mediating, but what I think is happening is that Hamas is using Qatar as a tool, and Doha is happy to play the part of being the tool of Hamas.
Hussein Abdul Hussein, great to talk to you as always. Thank you very much. And so just before we go to break, just to update you, Hamas Qatar have confirmed that the ceasefire agreement has been extended by 2 days. So under that deal, 10 Israeli hostages should be released tomorrow, Tuesday. Another 10 hostages should be released on Wednesday. Israel must also free 60 Palestinian prisoners over the 2 days. So that is what has been agreed this hour. We're going to take a short break. Stay with us.
Media here and said that every single day they thought that she might be on that list, a 4-year-old who lost both parents in that October 7 attack. And of course, it was a huge sense of relief once they did see that she was on that list yesterday and once she crossed over into Israel. And for them, again, he said that while that was a big relief for them and they were feeling very lucky that she had returned, there are still the remaining of those that are held captive in Gaza, and the hope is for all of them to be released. If you look back before this ceasefire, there was a lot of pressure coming from the families and from their supporters and relatives on the Israeli government to make sure that this was their priority, not just eliminating Hamas. They had held rallies and protests, and this, of course, will be very much welcome to have this extension.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, of course, this means more Israeli captives returning to Israel. We gather a slightly different dynamic because there are obviously acting or servicemen, Israeli military, that are in the hands of Hamas at the moment. There are other individuals as well. Of course, there has been a huge amount of pressure on the Israeli government to keep this going, to essentially ensure that more and more Israeli captives are returned back to Israel.
Look, Eve, it's been really interesting to see two parallels from the government here. On one hand, you have them saying that as soon as this ceasefire ends, they'll resume the airstrikes, they'll resume the military ground offensive as soon as possible, as soon as that ceasefire was to end. On the other hand, there were also talks about them welcoming potentially any extension to this ceasefire. Hamas had already said a few days ago that they were looking to do this. They've made that very clear. When they were asked whether they would be looking to just release only women and children, or would that include men, they said it would include men. When asked would that include soldiers, those that are from the Israeli forces, the answer was that's another story. Here, of course, there isn't that distinction because they want all of them back here. But in terms of what you're getting from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, he's continuously maintained that the three goals are getting rid of Hamas, bringing back all the captives home, and then making sure that attacks like that would never happen again, and to ensure that Israel, in his words, would remain safe. When you look at, though, what's actually happening behind the scenes, there is talk that a Qatari delegation has been here in Israel for the last 2 days, and in fact, family members of those held captive have been through Israeli media saying that they want to meet with the Qatari delegation because they clearly want to ensure that all of their family members have come back. And especially when you see those returning in good condition, that has given a lot of people here hope that this is possible, not just for the numbers that have been released or however many will be released today, but for all of them to be able to be returned. And of course, the concern for them is if that fighting, if they did go back to that fighting, then potentially their own loved ones could be killed in those airstrikes, which of course is something no one wants to see here.
Indeed. Sara Harat in Tel Aviv, thank you. Still ahead, here on Al Jazeera, US authorities are investigating a possible hate crime as 3 Palestinian American university students are shot in Vermont.
The weather, brought to you by Visit Qatar.
Let's roll with your weather report right across Asia. As always, nice to have you along. Some disturbed weather around the Caspian Sea means that showers will drop down into Tehran on Tuesday with a high of 16 degrees. And along the border with Pakistan and northwest India, wow, there's been some pretty big hailstorms. So let me take you on the Indian side, Rajasthan state. I know this looks more like snow, but yeah, this was a hailstorm here. Now that disturbed weather moving further east into central parts of India around Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra state. And you know, for Nagpur and Maharashtra state, we could see 2 months worth of rain in just 24 hours. And with that much moisture injected into the atmosphere, I think we'll have some hazy days after that wet weather scoots out. We've also got quite a batch of wet weather moving from the Gulf of Thailand into the Andaman Sea. That's pouring into the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. And if I take you to China, lots of sunshine. That's allowing temperatures to once again climb in the usual spots. Guangxi province, Guilin at 26 degrees. And then we've got rain and wind slamming into that western side of Japan. This is a cold front. That cold air will eventually catch up to Tokyo on Wednesday with just a high of 15 degrees. You know, Kuala Lumpur, November is your wettest month of the year, and still some more downpours to come on Tuesday.
The weather, brought to you by Visit Qatar.
It is pure vigilantism. He threw popcorn at me. I was in fear. I shot him dead.
A controversial U.S. law, Stand Your Ground.
You're saying that these laws actually encourage more violence?
100%. Giving assailants the right to kill.
We're sending the message that you can just do this. This is okay.
And denying justice to victims' families. Fault Lines investigates License to Kill on Al Jazeera. Hearing the facts.
How are we defending Israel? By having more dead children.
Asking questions.
You wanted to have your voice heard. What is your message?
Understanding the reality.
This little part of the beach was transformed into a mini Gaza.
Reporting from the action.
Every now and then we can hear cluster bombs exploding.
Al Jazeera's teams on the ground bring you closer to the heart of the story.
watching Al Jazeera. Here's a reminder of our top stories this hour. Qatar's foreign ministry says the ceasefire between Hamas and Israel has been extended for 2 more days. There's been a steady push by several nations to extend the deal, which was meant to expire on Tuesday morning. The families of Israeli captives have been notified by authorities of their scheduled release on Monday. Israel and Hamas have conducted 3 exchanges of Israeli captives and Palestinian prisoners so far under that ceasefire deal. Now, the Israeli military has carried out more raids across the occupied West Bank. Soldiers stormed the Al-Bathan area east of Nablus, as well as the city of Jenin in the early hours of Monday. Israel has released 117 Palestinians since the swap for prisoners and captives began on Friday, but it has arrested more than 3,000 Palestinians across the occupied West Bank since October the 7th. Of that, 64 were detained in just the past 24 hours. Israeli forces have conducted raids across Jenin, Ramallah and Nablus. 116 Palestinians were arrested in the past 3 days. Nida Ibrahim is standing by in Ramallah. But first, let's speak to Hoda Abdelhamid. She's live in Khor Aqab in the occupied West Bank. Hoda, over to you.
Well, as you were mentioning, that while, yes, there are Palestinian prisoners who are being released thanks to this ceasefire deal, well, there are many more who are actually being detained more or less at the same time as these releases were happening. Just to give you an indication, the number we got is that 260 were detained over the past 3 days. Now, 25 of those were here in this village of Khor Aqab, not very far from Ramallah. Last night, the Israeli military carried out several raids around the village here, detaining 25 people and then releasing 9 of them. So 14 still remain held in Israeli jails. We still don't know what charges they have. Now, one of them is the son of Asma and Ataya. She is going to tell me now what happened actually overnight. البيت هنا شكله كله هادي بس أنت كنت بتحكي لي
إن you were telling me earlier that yesterday night the Israeli forces were here and everything was in chaos. Can you tell me more about what happened? What happened is that at 1 a.m. last night, we've heard someone knocking strongly on the door on my son's door, and we knew that it was the Israeli army. Everything was blocked and we were not able to open the door. They did not knock on our door, but on the door of my son. They were not knocking just to open the door. They were actually trying to take out the door and break it in a very violent way. And they tried to break it for a while. We tried to open the door, but they refused. They wanted to take it off. We were completely scared and we were looking at all this and watching. They started vandalizing. There was a lot of noise. They were trying to break things. There were children that were crying and screaming. It was horrific. Also, next to my son's door, there was another house. We've seen the same scenes also there and witnessed that. And there was another group that was also trying to search the other houses. I was not able to open the door or to see what was going on. And I was very horrified and I couldn't wait. I wanted to know what was happening outside. Honestly, I panicked and I was really stressed out because of my son. I was panicking because I was afraid for my son. It was not about the house, but I was just reading the Quran and praying that my son will be saved and spared from all this. It was like a total breakdown for me. They stayed for over 2 hours. And then things calmed down a little bit. And the next thing we know, some people were trying to climb the stairs. And I was listening to my son. It was Wajdi. I knew him. I thought that they were coming to us because I thought that my son was coming to tell us that the Israeli forces were coming, but we were completely lost and we couldn't listen to what was happening. We have another house upstairs And there was a sound and a noise coming from my son's house and from the neighboring houses, and I couldn't even focus on know where the noise was coming from. We were just listening to some people trying to break things and breaking actually things. It was very violent. All this because they were searching for your son? No, actually my son did open the door. Even after they broke the door, he tried to open it, and he was there with his wife and his children, and they started searching in a violent way. So when I was really panicking at that time. And Wajdi was still in the house. I was not sure if he was still there or if they took him. So I was not able to focus at that time. And after 2 hours, they were still searching. We could have heard that they were searching. After that, they went to the house of my second son. They knocked on his door also. And they were still searching the place. It was a really large group. So at the end, they took Wajdi. I didn't know at that time. My door was closed and I was not sure what was happening. I was just listening to people breaking things. So then they went to his brother's house and I was explaining to them. I was trying to understand what was happening, and then they knocked on my door. I opened the door. I was here with his father, or my spouse, and I was sitting here. They asked us if we are the owners of the house, and we responded yes. They did not explain to us what happened downstairs. They did not say anything. And then they started to search the house here. They were not searching, they were actually destroying everything. They took our IDs.
What do they have in that house?
And my husband was talking to my son, and then the Israeli forces started talking to my son, and they told him, we will take you with us and we will bring you back. I refused to let them take my son. I told them that if you have any questions, you ask them here. They told me, I tried to refuse to let them take him, but they told me, show me how you will stop us. So he was trying to wear his shoes, and then they showed him his feet, and then they accepted to leave him. I told them that my son does not do anything. He just goes to work and then comes back to the house. He told me that Wajdi works in a mobile phone store. Yes, they work together. They have a small store, and Wajdi has 4 kids and does not have time to do anything else. So now you're saying that Wajdi was taken. Do you know where he is? Do you know if you can visit him? As of yet, we don't know where he is. We have reached out to the Red Cross. Maybe the Red Cross, after 18 days, not before, they might know where he is. It's not even sure. And even when they will know, we will not be able to visit him immediately. We have to apply for a visit and ask the Israeli authorities. Maybe they will give us a permit to visit. Maybe they can decline our application or request. Maybe after months, I can see him.
This is what happens not only here in Kfar Aqa, but across the occupied West Bank. People get detained. They don't know why. They usually get held under administrative charges, which means that Israel doesn't need to give any reason to anyone, neither the family nor the lawyer, and that can be renewed every 6 months. For parents who sit at home and who watch their sons or daughters being taken away, these are very difficult times, especially as you heard from Asma. She doesn't know when she can see him next because it's a long process to be able to get a permit to visit your child.
Hoda, many thanks for that, and many thanks to your guests as well, Hoda Abdullah Hamid. Let's go to Nida Ibrahim now, who's in Ramallah, also in the occupied West Bank. And Nida, we have had now confirmation that this ceasefire will be extended for 2 days. I'm sure that will be welcomed warmly there, and also news that the final exchange of Palestinian prisoners is currently underway as well. Tell us more.
Yeah, the original deal included 4 batches. Now we're hearing that it's going to be extended and I'm sure you know that this is a source of relief for many families, not just those families of prisoners, but also Palestinians here in the occupied West Bank who are watching in horror the images that were coming out from a besieged Gaza Strip. And when we talk about that, we're not just referring to the killings, to the children who've lost their lives, but also to the people who have been displaced, to the wounded, to the situation that caused hunger and very difficult situation. So we are also talking about the families of prisoners. Now, so far, we do not have a list, and I keep checking my phone just to see if the list has came out. Apparently, according to a Hamas official, it will see the release of at least 3 Palestinian prisoners. We have 4 women prisoners who have been on the original list that was supposed to be part of those 4 batches. Now we have 3 left, and 1 who was supposed to be released. She was detained later on, and we're hearing now confirmations from Hamas officials that she's going to be out. Now we're looking at teenage boys. So we are talking about a situation where Palestinians are hoping that their loved ones are going to be released. Although, let me tell you that we are hearing from our sources that the Israeli intelligence officers are calling families, telling them that their sons are going to be included in the deal. So we don't have a list yet, but we are waiting to get one.
All right, Nida, many thanks for that. Nida Ibrahim in Ramallah. OK, well, look, let's reflect on the most recent news that the ceasefire has been extended for 2 days. Let's speak to Ghazi Hamid now. He's a member of the Hamas Political Bureau. A warm welcome to you. Firstly, let me start by asking you why Hamas has agreed to continue this ceasefire for a further 2 days. What was it about negotiations that led to this decision?
You know, this is not a new thing because this was written in the document or the agreement, and it said that if Hamas give more hostages and more captives, there will be more days of the ceasefire. And now I think along the 4 days we have communication with the Qatari, with the Egyptians, and I think many countries are interested now to extend the ceasefire, different countries, and we have seen different statements that they support the achieving of the ceasefire. And I think now, maybe before an hour, I think we have agreed to give more hostages and to extend the ceasefire for 2 days. I think this is good news for our people and especially for people in Gaza. They will breathe more, they will rest more in Gaza Strip. They can return gradually to the normal life. I hope we can extend until we reach to the end of this war and aggression in our people in Gaza.
So you're suggesting that this could be the start of a continued ceasefire, at least, or a decision to hold off fighting indefinitely. Is that what you're suggesting here?
Yeah, I think we are working in this issue with different paths. We want to stop the war and
Hamas
the aggression of our people.
Dude.
But as I said, now we are in the temporary ceasefire. We are trying to extend it from time to time until we reach to the end of the war. I think there is big support from the Qatari government and the Egyptian government and even Western government. They want the ceasefire to stop and to allow for political solution and to end the aggression and to end this catastrophe in people in Gaza. I hope that there will be a will from the international community to continue to exert more pressure on Israel to end the occupation and to end this catastrophe on the Palestinians.
Mr. Hamid, what more assurances have you been given to enable you to potentially extend the ceasefire beyond these 2 days, to keep going incrementally?
I think now the position of Qatar and Egypt and even different parts, I think they will give good guarantees for and I can say that in the previous 4 days, I think we succeeded to implement the agreement. Maybe we are not so satisfied 100%, but because there is some violation from the Israeli side regarding the prisoners, regarding the assistance, regarding even some military activities in Gaza Strip. But I think we succeeded to move easily and to achieve the agreement or to implement agreement on the ground. I think we will show the same mechanism in the same way that for the exchange of the prisoner and hostages, and also to abide to the ceasefire on the ground, to stop all the military activities. So I think it will move maybe like in the last 4 days.
Can you give us a sense of who the remaining captives are? Are there more women? Are there more children to keep this exchange, to keep this transfer of captives going?
I think we are working now in the preparing the lists of the hostages and the prisoners. We are working day and night on this. I think we have some good team who are working in this issue. I hope that maybe tonight we will finish everything.
Okay, Ghazi Hamid, a member of Hamas Political Bureau, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, well, in the studio is Marwan Bashar, Al Jazeera senior political analyst. A very optimistic tone there coming from Hamas that this could well be the first of several incremental extensions. But of course, it requires both sides to come to some sort of agreement that at least for the time being, when it comes to this 2-day extension, seems to have been reached.
Yes, but also requires more captives to be released, and I'm not sure how big is the reservoir of non-soldiers captives. At the end of the day, we're probably talking about a few dozens, not more, and hence we probably could expect at best case scenario for this to be doubled from 4 to 8. But beyond that, I doubt that we will go any further, especially that the Israelis insist, with American support, that once this is over, the few hostages left, that then probably the war will carry on. I personally won't categorize this as optimistic, although I agree with you that he was trying to put a positive spin on it in the sense of people going back to normalcy. I'm not sure people are going to go back to any sense of normalcy.
Yeah, it's interesting you talk about the arithmetic there, because if indeed more days are going to be essentially bought for the handing over of captives, given that we think there are roughly around 240 that are in Gaza at the moment, they're simply going to run out in roughly about two weeks' time. Although Ghazi Hamid there seemed to be quite optimistic that this extension can be incrementally negotiated until the end of the conflict. Maybe the end of the conflict could be brought sooner. What's the suggestion there, do you think?
Actually, just to be clear about the numbers, now, after today, there will be 170 left after today, because 50 have been released. So there will be 170 left. The majority of them are soldiers, and these will not be any part of this humanitarian pause deal. I think what we're talking about is, I'm not sure exactly the number, it could be 40 to 60 people who are held captives who are not soldiers. Hamas insists that when it comes to Israeli soldiers, they will not be part of this deal. They will have to be part of a bigger deal. And that bigger deal will involve, among others, the release of all prisoners from Israeli jails. Because if you remember, back in 2011, Hamas was able to get more than 1,000 Palestinian prisoners out in return for one Israeli soldier. So clearly this time around, especially after the heavy price being paid by Gaza, that in return for releasing the Israeli soldiers, they would want it to be part of a much bigger settlement.
Nevertheless, it does indicate the weight of mediation that has gone into this. Confirmation, of course, coming from Qatar that this agreement has been reached. An indication of what's been going on behind the scenes these past 4 days, as well as for several weeks before this as well.
Well, I mean, to be clear, just judging from the tone of voice on the part of the Qataris, as well as the tone of voice on the part of the Biden administration, it seems like they were rather adamant / sure that there will be an extension after the 4 days. And it is embedded in the deal itself, that this 4 initial days and then there will be extended by a number of other days depending on how many captives will be released. But, you and I just watched Huda Abdulhamid's report from the West Bank. So I think the idea that we continuously talk about, Israel releasing 3 times more people than Hamas does, while at the same time it's scooping up countless people. Now we're talking more than 3,000 Palestinians held by the Israelis in the West Bank, in addition to the 5,000 plus prisoners there. So definitely Israel is not acting in good faith here, not in terms of the spirit of the agreement, but clearly it's using whatever capacity it has to just round up people randomly in the West Bank. And that renders the deal a bit superfluous in its meaning, in the sense that you release a number of Palestinian hostages from Israeli prisons, but then Israel scoops up thousands more, which really defeats the purpose of the deal in the sense of a certain reciprocity of sort.
Right. I wonder what this means in terms of hopes for further aid, because we know on day 2 of this 4-day agreement there was a major delay, a major hurdle, because of concerns from Hamas that not enough aid was getting through. Even with this ceasefire, still not enough aid is getting through. What does it mean for the people in Gaza?
Well, clearly the collective punishment that we've seen over the past 50 days has had its cost for the Palestinians. And again, just to remind our viewers around the world, that kind of collective punishment, starving people, rendering them without drinking water, among others, is a war crime against the Palestinians. And certainly that had its pain and suffering on the population. That's why some aid to come in was welcomed. But as the Minister of International Cooperation, as the Qatari Minister of International Cooperation said, the aid is not at all sufficient.
All right, Marwan, many thanks for that. Right, well, returning to our coverage of the Gaza war, the UN says civilians in the besieged Strip face an immediate possibility of starvation as food supplies continue to run dangerously low. But despite the suffering, Palestinians are coming together to help each other. Imran Ullah Khan reports.
On the streets of Khan Yunis, a simmering pot of soup tells the story of compassion and strength in Gaza. These friends are cooking the few bags of lentils they have left for the Palestinians displaced by war. They know what it feels to be hungry, cold, and displaced.
The aim is to give something to the displaced people who came from the north. They have suffered a lot of pain and bitterness. Some of them haven't eaten for 4 or 5 days, so we wait for them and give them cups of lentils.
Alyan Abu Saida was displaced from his home, and so were his friends, all volunteering at this time of unprecedented needs. There's no fuel, so they use paper and a few blocks of wood as kindle. Supplies are low, even lentils and salt are hard to come by. But despite the hardships, there's hope and happiness, even in the smallest things.
I can't express how I feel when I see people taking cups of lentils and looking at me and wishing me all the best and asking God to bless me.
A car has no use when there's no fuel, so they use donkey carts to transport cauldrons of lentils all the way to Salah ad-Din Road.
Dude, they say God bless you like saying have a good day.
From the north of Gaza
Wait, really?
to the
It makes
south
you feel
through
that
Israeli
good,
checkpoints.
buddy? Awesome.
For many, it's their first meal of a terrifying day and a small comfort after weeks.
The situation is very difficult. It's tough and above any imagination. It's destruction. Nothing to eat and nothing to drink. No electricity and no flour. In Gaza and in the north, there's no life at all.
There's a warehouse fire in
Gaza
Houston.
is the dignity.
This is what it
Gaza
looks
is
like.
the history. Gaza is the civilization.
Gaza
if you want Gaza,
is
just stay firm for the sake of Gaza.
A message from Gaza that despite Israel's chilling war of starvation and siege, the warmth of its people will endure. Imran Ullah Khan, Al Jazeera.
Before we go, a reminder of our breaking news this hour. News that Hamas and Israel have agreed to extend the truce for 2 more days in exchange for 20 more Israeli.
What you're looking at.
give Simon Les's heart medicine. And I could start right now, give him a little bit less of it. Count his breath.
خلاص لا بدي لا تحكي معي ولا احكي معك في اي موضوع اخر لا ما فيش ابدا اعمل حالك روح اعمل حالك انا ماليش علاقه ماليش علاقه انا روح دبر حالك معي قال لي رقم هذا لا قلنا فقط خلاص ما تقول عبي له خلاص انا كيف عبي له ما رميتش حد هو طلب رقم هذا الشارع تعرف اللي بده بنزين والله ما انت عارف والله ما انت عارف قال لي بيجي لك عرفه صوت تعرف والله في حق الدكتوره ما هي ايش الحال
breaths per minute. Just to keep them on it.
لا ايش الجوال اصلا وين الجوال؟ عوض 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 كلهم حتى نور وسلم عليهم يلا بقى ولا كلهم حتى نور وسلم عليهم الو الو المكان خليك كمان شوي بس بدك تسمع عشان اسمع هيك منيح تمام بسم الله 1 2 3 4 5 شغلت المايك خبيناه الجو بارد جدا عندنا
Oh wow, he's making your paw so much for it. There we go. Now we're situated.
في إحصائية شحنات حتى الآن شيء؟ في إحصائية شحنات؟ لا ما في إحصائية كانت الصبح عن امبارح. وين بالدنيا؟ طلعت هيني ما فيش كل شيء تمام كل شيء تمام يا حبيبي. بعت زي ما هي
حبيبي.
ايه سامع سامعك يا عيني سامع. ايه بدر عندك؟
حبيبي
حبيبي يا بشار الله يسعدك. فكرت بدر عندك؟ حبيب قلبي سلم عليه وربنا يحفظك يا بشار ودعواتكم لنا يا حبيبي. ايش مش سامع؟ عرب لا ما في مجموعة مراسلين شغالين بيحكوا كل حد طالع لايف. الشارع الذي تسلط اسرائيل سيطرة عسكرية عليه وتمنع لا فيش مخشرات عودة فيما تسمع من قرب الشمال ومدينة غزة قبل قليل وافقت سيارات وانطلقت إلى المناطق
Everyone had a restful, lovely Thanksgiving holiday. It's good to see everybody. A couple things at the top before I turn it over. The President and the First Lady were horrified to learn about the 3 college students of Palestinian descent, 2 of whom are American citizens who were shot Saturday in Burlington, Vermont. The President continues to receive updates from his team about the ongoing investigation. These students we're taking part in a uniquely American tradition, gathering with family and loved ones to celebrate Thanksgiving. They should be back in school with their classmates, not in a hospital room. The President, First Lady, and everyone here at the White House join Americans across the country in praying for their full recovery, and we send our deepest condolences to their families and the broader Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim American communities. While we are waiting for more facts, we know this: there is absolutely no place for violence or hate in America. No person should worry about being targeted while going about their daily lives. And far too many Americans know a family member injured or killed as a result of gun violence. We cannot and we will not accept that. Our thanks go to the Burlington Police Department, the FBI, AFT, and other law enforcement partners for their swift work identifying and arresting a suspect last night. Now on to the news of the day and what you're going to hear from the President in a couple of hours. So I want to say a few words here about what the President has been doing to work in lowering cost. This holiday season, families are seeing lower prices on everyday items from gas to groceries. As holiday shopping starts, shelves are stocked and prices for toys, TVs, and used vehicles are all down from last year. And we just saw record Black Friday sales. In a couple of hours, President Biden will announce 30 new actions to strengthen supply chains and make sure families get the products they need when they need them. That includes creating the Council on Supply Chain Resilience, invoking the Defense Production Act to mitigate drug shortages, making new investments in clean energy and our food systems, and improving supply chain monitoring. These actions build on President Biden's previous work to improve supply chains, signing an executive order to get goods moving again, establishing the Supply Chain Disruption Task Force, and investing in our transportation and industries of the future through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, CHIPS Act, and Inflation Reduction Act. This work helped unsnarl supply chains and lower inflation. On Thanksgiving 2021, more than 100 container ships were waiting to dock at U.S. ports. This Thanksgiving, it was just 8. And supply chain pressures have declined from record highs to a record low. As the graph behind me shows, inflation has fallen as supply chain pressures have eased. Republicans in Congress want to undo that progress by cutting investments in infrastructure, manufacturing, and also workers. That will offshore jobs and make our supply chains more vulnerable. And they want to cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid while providing giveaways to the wealthy and big corporations. Now, the president won't let that happen. He's lowering costs for hardworking families, not for millionaires and billionaires. And finally, while we're talking about lowering costs for American people, I also want to highlight the president's work to bring down the cost of health care. Meanwhile, congressional Republicans are working to rescind health care coverage for millions of Americans, gut coverage for pre-existing conditions, restore insurance companies' ability to kick you off your coverage if you get sick, throw Americans up to age 26 off their parents' health care, charge women more than men, eliminate free mammograms and colon cancer screenings, slash Medicaid, and increase drug costs, all in the name of new tax welfare for wealthy special interests. This tax welfare could further hurt people by expanding the deficit and worsening inflation. This is unacceptable. We will not stand for this. We need to be asking the wealthy to pay their fair share so we can invest in lower costs for hardworking families, not selling hardworking families out with higher cost healthcare costs so the wealthy can gain a new tax windfall. And with that, I have John Kirby here. The Admiral is here to give an update on what's happening in the Middle East and take any other foreign policy questions you may have. All right.
Afternoon, everybody. So just right at the top, of course, we welcome the announcement just a little bit ago, I think the last hour or so, by Qatar, that the humanitarian pause in Gaza now in its 4th day will be extended for another 2 days through Thursday morning Israel time. This humanitarian pause has already brought a halt to the fighting together with a surge of humanitarian assistance. Now, in order to extend the pause, Hamas has committed to releasing another 20 women and children over the next 2 days. We would, of course, hope to see the pause extended further, and that will depend upon Hamas continuing to release hostages. The president has been deeply engaged on this process throughout the Thanksgiving weekend. He spoke with the Emir of Qatar at a very critical moment to help resolve an impasse on the 2nd day of the pause. And then yesterday, he spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu with a focus on working towards an extension of the pause, the extension that, quite frankly, we're seeing today. His team then worked on that overnight and through the morning. He was briefed this morning by the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, on the ongoing talks to extend the pause. He and his entire national security team will obviously stay engaged on this over the coming days as we work to implement this extension of the original agreement, as well as efforts to extend the pause even from there. Just a quick update on the figures. As of the morning of November 26, 200 trucks were dispatched to the Rafah crossing, and 137 trucks of supplies were offloaded by the United Nations reception point in Gaza, making it the biggest humanitarian convoy received since the 7th of October. And this brings the total number of trucks of aid and assistance, including fuel, to over 2,000 since the 21st of October. Our team has prioritized getting this much-needed relief into Gaza to alleviate the suffering of Palestinian civilians there. Of course, most of them have nothing to do with Hamas. And to date, we have assisted over 840 Americans and their families who have departed and sought the support of our team on the ground in Egypt. And with that, take some questions.
Thank you, Admiral. A few things here. The president called conditional aid for Israel a worthwhile thought. Is he actually considering conditioning aid or not?
What he also said, right after acknowledging that it was a worthwhile thought, was that the approach he has chosen to take so far has produced results and outcomes. Many of them I just walked you through in my opening statement. So the approach that we're taking with Israel, and quite frankly with our partners in the region, is working. It's getting aid into people that need it. It's getting a pause in the fighting. It's getting hostages out. It's getting Americans out. And quite frankly, we continue to urge and will continue to urge the Israelis as they conduct military operations to do so with the utmost care for innocent civilian life.
The Democrats in his party who say we need to start conditioning aid going forward, what would he say then?
I think he would say exactly what he said to y'all yesterday when he got asked this question. It's a worthwhile thought, but the approach that I'm taking now is working. The approach that we're taking now is working. It's getting results.
The increasing dangers to U.S. military personnel in the Gulf. I know you outlined in a series of appearances this morning what happened, but are we to continue seeing this sort of, well, let me put it this way, is that strategy of dealing with it as it happens going to continue to be the strategy? You've seen some say there should perhaps be a more robust response to these ongoing attacks, whether it's from Iranian-backed militias in Syria or Iraq, whether it's the Houthis. Is there any thought of changing up how that's done?
I don't think we're going to get in the business of telegraphing our punches, Ed. We've responded forcefully against the threats to our forces in Iraq and Syria, and now our forces in the Gulf region, the Gulf of Oman, Gulf of Aden, will continue to do that as appropriate.
Is striking in Yemen still an option?
Again, I'm not going to telegraph punches. We will take the steps appropriate to protect our troops and our forces in the Middle East region. I would add that the Mason is attached to the USS Eisenhower Carrier Strike Group, which the president dispatched to the region specifically to address the increase in the tensions.
Any possibility that Americans will be among the 20 that we release over the next few days?
Well, we certainly hope so. I mean, we're going to watch this very, very closely. We're certainly hoping that another batch of hostages gets released today as part of the 4th and final day of the original agreement. We're going to be watching closely to see if any Americans are in that group. As it has come out over the last 3 days, we don't really know until you get into the end game who's going to be actually on that list, and then even then you got to watch closely to seeing if who's on the list is the folks that actually come out. So we're watching and hoping.
And you spoke of the president's conversation at a critical moment to break that impasse. Can you talk a little more about what that impasse was and how that was broken in his conversation? conversations?
I mean, it came down to, you're talking about over the weekend, it was really more about the lists and who was on it, and I don't want to get into more detail than that. It's a similar issue to what we face today. The reason why there's been a little bit of a delay because there was a difference of a view, if you might, over the list, and the fact that mothers were not originally going to be allowed to come out with their children. Now that's been resolved. So it really had to do with the who.
And very, very quickly, the newly elected leader of Argentina says he's coming to the U.S., also to D.C. Any meetings scheduled with administration officials, with the president, with anybody else while he's here?
Yes, President-elect Milei will be coming to Washington, D.C., largely to meet with the IMF and the World Bank over their fiscal and economic issues. But while he's here in town, he'll have a chance to meet with some National Security Council folks, including Jake Sullivan.
No plans to meet with the president or anything like
No
that?
plans to meet with the president. The president will, as you think you know, be on travel in the middle of the week.
Thank you. On the remaining Americans who are being held, do you have any more clarity on whether they're being held by Hamas or with one of these other terrorist groups?
No.
And, all along you've been very clear about concerns that a broader ceasefire would only benefit Hamas. Sullivan was pretty clear yesterday in saying that, Hamas has been able to gain some benefit from this. How concerned are you that the longer this truce lasts, now 6 days, that Hamas will benefit? And how do you weigh that?
It's a real risk. You have to expect a group like Hamas, a terrorist group, which clearly doesn't abide by laws of war, will try to take advantage of any pause in the fighting for their own benefit. So we're watching that closely, as well as our Israeli counterparts. You can bet that they're watching that closely. And I don't want to speak for the Israelis, but I mean, this is a calculated risk that Prime Minister Netanyahu and his war cabinet are willing to take in order to get those hostages out. So it's a balance. And as you've also heard the Israelis say, that once the pauses are over, they intend to go right back at military operations.
And when you say that Hamas has been able to get some benefit so far, is that restocking, resupplying? What is that benefit?
I would just say that, without getting into intelligence issues, that any pause in the fighting could benefit your enemy in terms of time to refit, to rest your fighters, to rearm them, re-equip them. A pause in the fighting can be seen as a benefit. But I want to stress, and this was always part of the calculus, any discussion of pauses was always part of the calculus, that Hamas might try to benefit from it. But so too have the Israeli people benefited by the return of their loved ones and hostages. So too have the American people benefited now with little Abigail back with her family. So again, it's a balance. Again, I won't speak for the Israeli Defense Forces, but when these pauses are over, then they have made it very clear that they're going to continue to target Hamas leadership.
John, how many Americans are still being held hostage, and do you have proof of life?
We think the number is, it's less than 10, probably in the neighborhood of, about 8 to 9. But we don't necessarily have firm, solid information on each and every one of them.
And why haven't the 2 American women who are with Abigail, what happened with them? Why haven't they been released?
Well, we certainly hope that we'll see them in hopefully today. And if not today, certainly over the next couple of days. We want to see them back with their families where they belong as well. The lists are developed by Hamas, and then, of course, the Israelis develop their list of Palestinian prisoners that they're going to release. And we're not involved in the specific drafting of the lists and the determination on Hamas's side of who's going to come out on any given day. Obviously, we want to see those 2 American women released as soon as possible.
And the truce being extended 2 days, what happens now? Do you want to get like 3 days next, or a permanent truce? What's the thing?
It's like I said in my opening statement, Steve. We're grateful that we've got an extra 2 days to work with here. That'll result in the release of 20 more individuals, women and children. And as I said right at the top, we'd certainly like to see even that extension extended further until all the hostages are released. That's really the goal here: get all the hostages home with their families where they belong, and however long that could take. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Just to follow up on the question about Milei visiting Washington, you mentioned that most of his meetings would be with the IMF, but who will be he meeting at the White House, at the NSC, and what are the expectations of the White House for this meeting? more broadly, what are the expectations of the president for the relationship between the two nations?
I already answered that question. He'll have a chance to meet with Jake Sullivan and potentially other folks here at the NSC. We'll have to see how that shakes out. The president won't, unfortunately, be able to meet with him because of domestic travel. But obviously, we want to continue to look for ways to cooperate with Argentina. Argentina is a healthy and vibrant partner in this hemisphere on many, many issues. And so we're looking forward to obviously hearing what the president-elect's ideas are and where he wants to go on policy issues and making sure that we have a chance to keep that line of channel of communication open.
John, I want to go to Africa and the Congo, if you will. Updates after the visit from DNI head, National Security and State, and also maybe connecting this with the president's meeting with the president of Angola on trade that deals with the Congo and Zambia. Is that playing a part in also trying to stabilize the frictions there to try to quell all the violence there?
I don't really have an update for you on the Congo, April. The president is looking forward to meeting with the president of Angola later this week on Thursday. There's certainly a wide range of issues to discuss in terms of our bilateral relations and the situation on the continent. I won't get too far ahead of that meeting, but he's looking forward to that. And I will take your question back on specifically on the Congo. I just don't have an update for you.
Well, and specifically on the Congo, because there are a lot of people out here trying to find out what's going on, especially it's one of the worst humanitarian crises that has been reported in Africa and all over the world. People are looking for more information on that one as well, please.
Yeah, no, I understand. Let me take your question. Yeah.
Thank you. John, can you give us a little more details on this upcoming visit of President Lorenzo? Is President Biden excited to receive President Lorenzo, and what more can we expect from this meeting between Joe Biden and President Lorenzo?
Angola is a strategic partner and a growing global voice on issues of peace and security. The President's grateful to Angola for their principled voice in terms of the conflict in Ukraine and the role that President Lourenço is playing to advance solutions to conflicts there as well. Angola and the United States are expanding our economic cooperation at record speed, including pursuing additional investments through the President's flagship Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment to build quality, sustainable infrastructure that helps connect Angola to global markets. So there will be a lot of that on the agenda.
And will the President travel to Africa this year, as he promised during the...
I don't have any travel to speak to today.
Thanks, Al. Just going back to the extension of the truce, is there any chance, or is there any chance that it could be further extended, or do you think is it inevitable that hostilities are going to resume? Do you think?
Well, we certainly want to see it extended. As I said right at the opening, we're going to keep working for an extension to the pause again. Absolutely, that's what we want. We want to see all the hostages out, and this is the best way to get them out.
Do you think? Do you think there's any chance that Israel may decide not to? There's any chance that they may halt the offense, that they're offensive, or?
The Israelis have been pretty clear that once the pauses are complete and the hostage exchanges are over, that they intend to continue their military operations against Hamas.
John, what has the U.S. learned about how the now returned hostages were treated in captivity?
I don't know that we have a lot of specific information about all of them. Remember, Abigail's the only American citizen of the ones that have been released. I think they're all, the main priority is to get them the medical care that they need. We have to assume that they have medical needs, all of them in some form or fashion. And then getting a chance to get reunited with their families. And then I think at some point, Israeli officials will start to ask them about information about their captivity, but I would leave it to these individuals and the Israeli government to speak to what that looked like. I think it's a safe assumption. I mean, they were taken against their will and in violent circumstances, that this had to have been a harrowing experience for them. We also have to assume that the conditions in which they were being held were obviously less than ideal, given what Hamas has proven capable of doing. But I just don't have a whole lot of specific information on each and every one. I think it's important to also remember that Hamas likely doesn't hold each and every one, And so being held by Hamas, probably they had hostages in more than one location. And there's other groups that may be holding some of these hostages as well, and the conditions could be starkly different. We just don't know enough right now.
And how should we be thinking about the numbers? If the original agreement was for 50 women and children, and now we expect 2 more days, but on certain days they've been releasing more than 10 at a time, so we're up to something like 58.
Well, right. I mean, remember, you had 50 plus coming out was the original deal. It wasn't just, I think it was a little bit more than 50 was they agreed to. And if you got 4 days to do that, you're going to have to do more than 10 per day to do it. And so we're hoping for a list today that will have somewhere in the neighborhood of about 13 is what we're hoping for today. So that's just basic math, trying to do 50 in 4 days. The extension is for an additional 20 over 2 days. And so we'll see how that shakes out.
And then finally, what does the 2-day extension mean for getting more aid into Gaza, and what will the U.S. be able to help facilitate in terms of those 48 hours?
It's a great question. With every single day, and this is the part of this hostage deal that probably doesn't get as much attention as it deserves, it has allowed for a surge of humanitarian assistance into Gaza. I just gave you the numbers today, 200 trucks just today, and that brings, again, since the 21st, it gives a total over 2,000, including fuel, and that's not insignificant. That fuel is now getting in tens of thousands of gallons per day. So another 2 days, I mean, my goodness, that gives you the chance for dozens more trucks and tens of thousands of more gallons of fuel that can get into Gaza to people in need. So we're going to take advantage of every hour of every day that there's a pause to try to help the people of Gaza.
Thanks, John. Can you talk a little bit about how the president's involvement in all this has impacted other priorities? Thinking about COP28, reports that he's not going. Would he have gone had he not been needing to deal with this?
Well, I've seen some press reporting on that. I don't have anything to speak to with respect to travel to COP. Look, yes, the president has been very much focused on the conflict between Israel and Hamas over the last month or so, clearly. I mean, well, more than a month, obviously. And as I said in my opening statement, he was working the phones over the course of Thanksgiving weekend, and I suspect that he'll continue to work the phones in coming days, without question. But at the same time, he's also working across a range of issues. I mean, Karine just laid out for you what he's doing on the economic front here at home, and in the middle of meeting with President Xi in San Francisco, he was also calling the Emir of Qatar and Prime Minister Netanyahu, but didn't stop him from dealing with issues of Indo-Pacific security. He's the commander-in-chief, which means he has global responsibilities, and the president is more than capable of handling them on any given day.
May I also ask how the concerns here domestically, the calls for a ceasefire, the anger about violence, has impacted the president's discussions these last few days? And also, like, how does he hope, and how does the administration hope, the pause and the extra trucks that are coming in that you're talking about, does he hope that will quell some of the anger? Does the administration hope that will quell the anger, ease some of the pain that the country is feeling?
The president understands that there's strong feelings here on multiple sides. He understands that. He respects that. That there's strong feelings. He also believes, right down to his core, that the approach we've been taking has been getting results. It has helped enable Israel to deal with what is, quite frankly, a genocidal threat to their existence by Hamas, by giving them some additional security assistance and, quite frankly, sharing with them our perspectives and advice and counsel on the conduct of military operations, to do so in a way that is as careful and deliberate as possible, obviously with the acknowledgement that these are their operations to plan and execute and speak to. At the same time, he has literally personally led, an incredible surge of humanitarian assistance. No other nation but the United States, and no other leader but Joe Biden has done as much. Now, I say that with full acknowledgement that we couldn't have done this without the assistance of partners, the Emir of Qatar, Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Sisi of Egypt, and King Abdullah of Jordan. A lot of help on the ground. I don't mean to discount that, but the president has been in a personal leadership role here in terms of getting humanitarian assistance in. And we have been able to get now much more over the last few days than we were even in the last couple of weeks, as well as the removal of individuals out of Gaza and out of harm's way. 850 Americans, as well as hundreds of others from other countries, and of course all these hostages that we're now seeing. All of that is the result of a lot of personal leadership and involvement and engagement by President Biden. No question about that. I mean, even the Prime Minister's office said as recently as today how critical President Biden's leadership has been. So as long as our approach is getting results, I think you can expect that the president's going to continue to follow that approach.
In his conversations with his counterparts, has the president received any reassurances that the 2 American women will be released today, and if not today, in the next 2 days?
We hope that they will be released today, but we won't know until we see the list and we see who actually comes across. We want to get them released right away.
When do you expect to see the list, and are there any holdups that you are still working through now?
I'm not aware of any other additional holdups now that the one sticking point was whether 2 mothers could come out with their children. It looks like that has been resolved, and they will be. I mean, my goodness, I mean, we're talking about letting little kids go without their moms. So that got resolved, and that's a good thing. But again, we'll have to see. We won't really know who comes out, regardless of the list itself, until you actually get them on the other side, on the receiving end, and can identify them and know, in fact, that who you have is who you thought you would have.
Do you have any information on the conditions of the other American hostages?
No, I think Steve asked that question. I don't have any more information.
And lastly, have negotiations started about the next phase of the release, and that would include men?
Well, right now, we're focused on this extension here for 20 more hostages over the course of 2 days. And as I said in my opening statement, that extension applies only to women and children. So we're going to focus this a piece at a time. We're glad that we got to day 4 here. We won't breathe a sigh of relief until we know we've got today's hostages out. And the team is already working, our team working with our partners in the region, already working on this 2-day extension for 20 more. And as I said at the top, if we could extend that, we'll want to see it keep extending until we can get all the hostages out.
Admiral, we're seeing that Saudi Arabia is pressuring other OPEC Plus members to reinstate those oil supply cuts. Wondering what your level of concern is and what you see as the impact on inflation in the U.S.
Well, I think I'll let OPEC leaders talk to their plans. As far as I know, there's been no announcements here of any production cuts, so we'll let them speak to that. The president's going to keep focusing, as he has been, on a healthy global market that's properly balanced, and that can continue to bring the price of gasoline down here in the United States.
Thank you so much, John. CENTCOM is reporting that the carrier strike group Eisenhower has entered the Arabian Gulf. What message is Washington trying to send to Tehran with this? Does this mean that they're not heeding the call to not widen the conflict?
The great thing about aircraft carriers is they can move around pretty easily, and we move them around as needed to demonstrate our commitment to our national security interest in the region. Look, the message of the Ike and the message of the Ford, the message of the additional aircraft squadrons that we send into the region and the air and missile defense assets, all of that is one to any actor in the region, be it a nation state or otherwise, that this is not a time to try to take advantage of the conflict between Israel and Hamas and escalate or deepen this conflict, make it worse. That's the message that we're sending.
Is this targeted at Iran?
It's targeted at any actor in the region, nation state or otherwise, that might have considerations of widening this conflict.
Thanks a lot, Kareem. John, in your statement at the top, you thanked the government of Qatar for this 2-day pause that has been reached. What level of involvement was the U.S. government in securing this agreement?
Very much so. I also mentioned in my opening statement, President Biden has been personally involved in getting the original deal in place and loosening up a snag that happened over the weekend, as well as working with partners, Qatar and Israel specifically, in the last 24 to 48 hours to get this extension announced.
Congress comes back tomorrow. What's the priority level for securing those aid packages for both Israel and Ukraine?
Very, very high, John. I mean, we desperately need the supplemental funding that the president asked for. And I would remind members of Congress as they come back to work that the figures in that supplemental request are well informed by our Ukrainian partners and our Israeli partners. We didn't just pull those figures out of thin air. It was very much in keeping with what our partners have told us they need for the coming months. And in both cases, the runway keeps getting shorter and shorter. You've seen that in the case of Ukraine, the drawdown packages that we've been providing are now at smaller increments in terms of how much money is being allocated, because we just don't have the flexibility that we once had in terms of the amount of aid that can be given in each and every package. And look, we're in a critical time here. Winter months are upon us. They're upon the Ukrainian army particularly, and it's going to be tougher and tougher for them to conduct operations when the weather gets less conducive to do so. So we hope that when Congress comes back to work, that they'll act with the same sense of alacrity that we've been trying to act in terms of getting that supplemental through.
Thank you. There was reports saying that the president said that he's sorry and he's disappointed in himself after meeting with the Muslim leaders. Do you think that the president could have done more to show sympathy towards Palestinian civilians or being seen as even-handed?
I'm not going to discuss reports of private meetings. As I said earlier, the president understands there's strong feelings here on all sides. And as he's also said publicly, he doesn't want to see any more innocent civilians killed or wounded as a result of the fighting in Gaza. Not one. I mean, the right number of civilian casualties is 0. We understand there have been many, many thousands of them. And we understand that with each and every one of those data points is a grieving family. The president understands that. And that's why we're going to continue to urge our Israeli counterparts as they go back, they plan to go back to military operations, that they do it in the most discreet, deliberate, careful, cautious way possible.
The aim of this war by the Israelis is to destroy Hamas and to kill its leaders. One of its leaders is Yahya Sinwar. He's the guy who signs on the hostage deal.
Yeah, I know he is.
Can you explain this complexity of, on one hand, Israel wanted him dead, but at the same time, he's the one who decides how many hostages are going to be released. I mean, just help us to understand how complex is that. And is this a way to, is this like a strategy to keep, from Hamas, to keep on releasing less hostages on the hope that he won't be targeted or will be...
You're asking me to kind of get into the psychology of Hamas, and I'm just not going to do that. What I can tell you is that the Israelis have a right and a responsibility to go after this threat posed by Hamas, and certainly as a part of doing that, to go after their leadership, which they have done. And they have talked about the leadership that they have been able to take off the battlefield of Hamas. It's a strategy that we executed ourselves against ISIS and against Al-Qaeda. You know, there's a logic to going after the leadership of a network. But in the meantime, there are Hamas political leaders that Qatar has connections with and communications with that they are working with to secure the release of these hostages.
Thanks, Corinne. Just to follow up on the worthwhile thought remark that the president made, I understand he also said he's standing by his approach, but was he saying that he's open to conditioning aid in the future as well, given that this is something he described in that way?
I'm not going to get ahead of the president on this. I think he was very clear. Yes, it's a worthwhile thought. He acknowledged that. But he also said, in the same breath, that the approach that we've been taking thus far has produced outcomes and results that have not only benefited the Israeli people in terms of their security, but the people of Gaza in terms of humanitarian assistance and the release of so many Americans now just to walk out through the Rafah crossing. So we're going to keep working on those approaches, on results-based approaches.
Thank you, Admiral. Thank you, sir.
Question.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Admiral. Sorry, guys, we're running out of time. Okay. Chris, do you want to?
Yeah, just want to see if you have any update on the supplemental funding conversations right now. How are the negotiations going? When do you expect a resolution?
So I certainly don't have an update. That is, conversations obviously are happening on the Hill on the supplemental funding. I think you just heard that it's a priority for us, both the domestic and also the national security. We've made very clear that those are emergency asks that we have, that we put in front of Congress, and so we're going to continue to make that very clear. Just don't have any updates for you at this time.
And you started the briefing by talking about the shooting of the 3 men in Vermont. The White House has started, efforts to fight anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and what more can you say about those efforts, given that we're continuing to see, allegations of hate crimes pop up?
No, it's a great question, and what we're seeing, these hate crimes popping up is very concerning, obviously, to us, and this is something that the president, from very early of his administration, has taken on. When you think about groups who are under attack, and the president has said it is unacceptable. It is unacceptable. People should be able to live their lives, as I said at the top, and so we've taken a number of actions, this administration, recently to address the alarming rise of reported anti-Semitism and also Islamophobia, and we've talked about it over the past couple of weeks, but in recent months, DOJ published an updated threat response guide from the FBI aimed at telling people what steps to take if they receive a threat. The Department of Education released new resources aimed at addressing anti-Semitism and Islamophobia on college campuses, and that is also for not just college campuses, but from P through 12 schools as well. We also established the first ever national strategy to counter Islamophobia, and earlier this year, we released the National Strategy to Counter Anti-Semitism. So this remains a top priority for this president, and we will do everything that we can so that Americans who feel safe in their communities and are not under attack. I'm just going to continue to go around. Go ahead.
Is the White House open to attaching any border policy changes to a supplemental to get it passed?
So I'm not going to negotiate from here. We've made very clear that our supplemental request as it relates to national security, how important it is and why we think it's important. And we've laid that out, had conversations with members of Congress. Obviously, there was a H.R. 2 that was introduced by the House, and we said we did not agree with that. And Senate Republicans put forth a similar, I think exactly the same proposal. We did not agree with that. As it relates to negotiations that are currently happening in Senate with senators, right, both Republicans and Democrats, we're just not going to negotiate from
But
here.
is it a non-starter with the White House not even entertain a border policy change?
I'm just not going to get into negotiating from the podium.
On the climate summit, the president attended COP in 2021, in 2022. Why not attend this year? And if he's not attending, will he be participating in some other form, like attending virtually?
So don't have anything more to add to what the Admiral said at the podium as it relates to COP28. What I will say is that we're going to have a robust representation, obviously, and we expect to have a productive, it'll be productive. So we'll have Special Envoy John Kerry, National Climate Advisor Ali Zaidi, and Senior Advisor John Podesta, among others. We'll continue to build on the administration's historic actions to tackle the climate crisis. President Biden, as you all know, you've heard us say this over and over again, we believe led and has delivered the most ambitious climate agenda in history, both at home and obviously abroad, and we've been doing this since day one. So he's secured the largest climate investment ever, putting the U.S. on path to cut climate pollution in half by 2030, which is something we believe that we are on track on doing, protecting more than 21 million acres of public lands and waters. And so he's going to continue to rally not just world leaders, but obviously rally here as well and make sure that we put his climate ambition actions in the forefront. I just don't have any travel updates to announce at this time. Go ahead, Steve.
Details of the Carter event tomorrow. Will the president make remarks? Will he see Jimmy Carter?
So I do have a couple things to say about that. As you know, the president and the first lady and the vice president and the second gentleman are going to be attending tomorrow. The event tomorrow. So as it relates to what the president's going to be doing, so certainly we're going to refer you to the Carter Center and the Carter family for specific details on the tribute service they have planned for the former First Lady, Rosalynn Carter. The president and the First Lady obviously will not be delivering remarks, but as to anybody else speaking, we would refer you to certainly to the Carter Center. And as if the former president's going to be in attendance, again, we refer you to the Carter Center. But the president and the first lady certainly look forward to being there and to offering their condolences and participating in the event by attending. Okay, Karen.
Thanks, Corinne. The president spoke yesterday with members of Abigail and Don's family. Can you tell us what that conversation was like for him?
So look, you heard from my NSC colleague, the Admiral, about, and you heard from the president. You heard from the president yesterday speak to the importance of getting Abigail home. As you know, she celebrated her 4th birthday while she was in captivity, and how important he believed it was to get her home, but also the American hostages who are being held, and also American hostages who are being held more broadly globally. And you've seen the president's commitment to that since day one. I'm not going to get into private conversations from here. I think the family, her family have done interviews, and there's been some pretty emotional quotes from the family. Just not going to get into that, but it is the president's priority. It is incredibly important for the president to get these Americans home.
And what is the communication like right now between the White House or the administration and the families of the other Americans who are being held hostage? We know the president had that conversation weeks ago. Has he had another follow-up to that conversation? Is it daily between senior officials? What's that like?
I don't have a rhythm to call out of the amount of times that my colleagues at NSC or the State Department have had conversations with the families of the hostages. Obviously, we've I think the last time Jake Sullivan was here, he spoke to it. Obviously, you heard the president. We've read out the president's calls. I just don't have anything to share at this time on any additional conversations. But again, it is the president's priority to get home the hostages, especially obviously the American hostages, which is why these pauses have been so important to get humanitarian aid in, obviously, to the people of Gaza, but also making sure that these hostages go back to their families and friends who love them dearly and are missing them. Okay.
Corinne, the supply chain announcements today are rooted in all the issues that came up back in 2020, 2021, when a lot of it was rooted in shipping and holiday shopping and whatnot. I'm curious, does the president or first lady do any online shopping? Have they had any, no, seriously, have they had any personal experience with the frustrations that American consumers across the country felt in recent years?
So, agreed. There's been some frustrations that obviously that the American consumers have felt recently, which is why we took those actions. You just listed them out, and they've been beneficial. I've talked about the containers where we were 2 years ago, where 100 containers were declined, and now we're at 8. Right? I talked about October 2021, as you just mentioned, to October 23, and how supply chain pressures, how much they hurt the economy, which is why the president continues to make these announcements. This is what you're going to hear from the president at 2 o'clock. Look, I can't speak to the president or the first lady's shopping strategy, how they go about it, but they understand what Americans are feeling. That's why we keep talking about lowering costs. That's why we're talking about something that's so important, like supply chain, as it affects the economy. But look, what we believe is the president's action, what he's taken, the actions that he's taken has worked. And we see that with the holiday season, right, with families and how we've seen lower prices coming down.
So no word if he's shopping.
Well, I could say this.
For Commander.
Well, I could say this. You saw the president on Saturday, right, on Friday, small business, but how important it is, right? Shopping for making sure that, small businesses are an important part of the economy. And you saw the president, the first lady, and his family making sure that they were visiting small business on going into the holidays.
And I suspect if we polled the room, many of us will probably ask some version of the following question. Okay. Given the president's sagging poll numbers and the fact that he is currently placing behind any Republican opponent, has there been any talk in this White House about a change in strategy or staffing going forward in reflection of those numbers to continue to show him underwater?
No.
And there was also a call out in recent weeks to staff, to senior officials, that if you want to go by the end of the year, go. Otherwise, you're here for the duration of the rest of the term. Should we be anticipating any departures of either cabinet officials or other senior officials?
Look, I can't speak to people's personal decisions. We don't have anything to announce at this time. And we're going to continue to do the work that the president set out to do. And we just talked about supply chains. We just talked about the economy. We've been talking about the president's leadership globally, especially in the Middle East. That's what we're here to do and focus on. That's what I'm here to do to focus on. I just can't speak to people's decisions. Okay.
Corrine, I had an in-depth conversation with Stevie Wonder last night, who is...
I love Stevie Wonder.
Again, for the serious question, I had an in-depth conversation with Stevie Wonder last night, who is requesting a meeting with the president. He's very concerned about the Black agenda falling along the wayside and issues like laws of 50 years ago that are now being abolished or gutted, to include issues like the Voting Rights Act, what happened in Arkansas last week, affirmative action, Supreme Court, we've seen it, ban on books, and he's also even brought up issues of the Congo and the lack of information from the White House. Is the White House amenable to sitting down with Stevie Wonder, who has met with presidents throughout history, to include Ronald Reagan? He was one of the major impetus for getting the holiday for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and also he was one of those who worked with President Obama in his efforts to become president. Is this president amenable to meeting with Stevie Wonder, who has these concerns?
And you're right, April. What you just laid out in your question is incredibly important. And so we take that very, very seriously here. Can I just say a couple things about Stevie Wonder? He is indeed an icon who's made tremendous contributions to the civil rights movement and also voting rights. And as you just listed out, he was one of the main voices in getting Dr. Martin Luther King Day. And we appreciate that. We appreciate his brilliance, and we appreciate what he's been able to do on behalf of the community. So I can't, as far as a meeting with the president, certainly I'm not aware of any meetings with Mr. Wonder or any scheduled meetings, and I don't have anything to announce, obviously, at this time. But I also want to say that on the president's first day in this administration, he has taken this very seriously as it relates to what we're seeing, as it relates to racial inequality. He called it one of the 4 major crises that we have to deal with as a country when he stepped into office. And one of the things that and I know you've covered this very closely, he signed an executive order to initiate a whole of government approach to implementing his equity agenda. And a couple of things that he did. He worked to protect the right to vote through executive actions and continued to calls for legislation. Took executive actions on police reform when congressional Republicans would not sign the George Floyd Justice Policing Act. And so he's taken actions to make sure that we are protecting the right to vote. He spoke to the affirmative action, what we saw SCOTUS do, and he spoke to that, and he said, and I'll quote, "We should never allow the country to walk away from the dream upon which it was founded. The opportunity is for everyone, not just a few." And he stands by those words.
I'll follow up on that.
Yeah, sure.
But Stevie Wonder is not alone in this thought.
Obviously, yeah.
He's not alone in this thought. He's very upset, and he's even looking at this issue of courting Black males. I mean, he just wants to have a conversation with is the president amenable, as he is a leader, as he has met with other presidents on major issues of rights, humanitarian rights, as well as civil rights.
And look, you're right. It's not just an issue that Mr. Stevie Wonder has, right? As you know, we've met with civil rights leaders multiple times, the president himself, the vice president as well, and have sat in rooms listening to them and listening to their concerns, and also taking in their feedback. So we've taken this very seriously, very seriously. That's why we've taken the actions that we've had throughout the past almost 3 years in this administration. That's why we're going to continue to be vocal about the importance of making sure that we keep a door of opportunity for communities. That's why when you think about his economy, what he's put forth on his agenda and policy, when you think about all the policies that he's put forth, there's always been equity at the center of that. So this is something he takes seriously. Again, I don't have anything to share about a meeting with Mr. Stevie Wonder, but obviously this is something that both the president, the vice president, and also the first lady takes incredibly seriously. And you see that. You see that in the actions that we have taken, whether it's policy actions, whether it's speaking out and speaking up about what we're seeing from Republicans, extreme Republicans on the other side of Pennsylvania Avenue and what they are trying to do in taking away voting rights, or what we've seen from the Supreme Court justice in taking away certainly affirmative action, which we think is incredibly important. And we're going to continue to speak to that. Seriously.
Thanks, Corinne. On lowering prices, you said earlier that the actions the president has taken have worked. So is it your sense that when people were home for Thanksgiving, catching up with their family members, they were saying to each other, can you believe how much more affordable things have gotten?
So honestly, I wouldn't, I hear the question, but I want to make sure this is very clear. We take that very seriously. We take what families, the decisions that they make at their kitchen table, whether it's during Thanksgiving or whether it is every month as they're trying to make hard decisions about how they move forward with taking care of their family. We take that very seriously. It's not a joke to us. It is important to us. This is the president who talks about it in a very personal way when he talks about what families have to go through, working families, middle-class families, and that's why he's taking actions that he has. And so, look, the fact is, the data shows that the economy is improving. The data shows that households remain in a strong financial position. Household wealth is at a record high, with lower income households seeing the largest gain since the pandemic. Those are indeed what we're seeing. But we don't take lightly. We do not take lightly what Americans and families continue to feel. That's why the president at 2 o'clock is going to talk about what the actions that he's taking to continue to lower costs.
But why do you think it is that when you say the economy is improving and President Biden says the economy is improving, that a majority of Americans outside of this building are not buying it?
So here's the thing. When we walked into this administration, the economy was on a tailspin. That is the fact. Because of the last administration, because of the Trump administration, because of how they dealt with COVID and the pandemic, because they didn't have a comprehensive plan. The president came in, he passed the American Rescue Plan, which was able to get the economy back on its feet, which was able to open up small businesses were able to open up, schools were able to open up, and we understand what Americans have been feeling over the last 2-3 years. It's going to take some time. We get that. It's going to take some time, but it does not take away how we have seen the economy getting back on its feet. We actually had to fix the problem that we saw that the last administration left us.
But almost 3 years in office, inflation is up over 17% since President Biden came here. And you're saying that's still Trump's fault?
Inflation is moderating because of the actions that this president has taken.
Doesn't that mean that prices are going up slower? They're still high.
It's going down. The prices are going down. If you look at where, for a perfect example, I mean, I just talked about last week how turkey prices, the cost for turkeys is going down. The cost for eggs is going down because of the actions that were taken. I just talked about supply chain and how that affects the economy. And that's because of the president's action that he's taken. And if you think about gas prices, it's down by $1.70 since its peak because of the actions that this president has taken. So we understand that people are still not feeling it. We get that. But doesn't mean that we're not going to continue to talk about it. Doesn't mean that the president at 2 o'clock is not going to talk about how he's lowering cost, right? And let's not forget what Republicans are doing on the other side of again, Pennsylvania Avenue. They're trying to increase health care costs. They want to get rid of Medicare. They want to get rid of Social Security. That is something that we saw them try to do at the State of the Union, right? They do that over and over and over again. They want to make sure the millionaires and billionaires are actually getting the benefits, right? And so that's not our way. Our way is to build the middle class from the bottom up, middle out, and the president believes in that. He talks about it. You're going to hear him talk about it in about an hour, and that's going to be our focus. I get to take one more. Go ahead, Brian.
Thanks a lot, Karine. Has the president personally been involved today in these negotiations over the release of the hostages, this sticking point over having mothers released with their children? Has the president been personally involved today?
So As you heard from the Admiral, the President certainly has been kept aware. He's put in a very much a personal focus on this, on these, on the pause that we're seeing. The pause that obviously the first kind of deal of the pause is ending today. Now that we're going to see another 2 days, as you heard from my colleague, and this is very personal for this President. He's been very much engaged. You've seen us read out conversations that he's had, right, with leaders in the region, whether it's Egypt, Jordan, and others, obviously including the Prime Minister of Israel. And so the President has been incredibly involved in this. He was certainly briefed by his National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, this morning, as the Admiral stated. And so, look, we've always been very clear. When it comes to American hostages being held, wrongfully detained, we take that very seriously. We want to make sure folks are going home to their families. That is important to this President. Families who are suffering, families who are wondering when their loved ones are coming home. And let's not forget getting that all-important humanitarian aid into Gaza for the people of Gaza who need that. So that is going to be continue to be the focus of this President. All right, thanks everybody. Hopefully I'll see you on the road.
Thanks, Corinne.
Bye.
Well, standing by in occupied East Jerusalem is Imran Khan. And Imran, of course, some important breakthrough in the past hour and a half or so. What's the reaction there to this ceasefire extension?
Well, the ceasefire extension has been welcomed by the captives' families and also the group that represents them, the Bring Them Back campaign. That's the umbrella organization. It also has been reported widely on television, and the media are talking about it, but it hasn't been officially confirmed yet by the Israeli government. The words are coming out from Qatar and the US. The ceasefire agreement has been extended. The only person we've really heard from is a special advisor to the government who says that as long as the current agreement is stuck to, that the ceasefire will be extended. But again, he's not speaking in any kind of official capacity. It's interesting that they haven't officially confirmed it. This goes to show that this is simply just one part of the war that's going on, and the Israelis, in stark contrast to what the Hamas spokesman that we just heard from earlier, Ghazi Hamad, said, this is about getting as many people out, their captive out as possible, but once that happens, then it's back to the war on Gaza. This has been reiterated by the Israeli military spokesman and by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. They have a stated aim here, and that's the destruction of Hamas, both politically and militarily. It's interesting that Hamas are hoping that this gets extended, but that's not the language we're hearing here in Israel.
All right, Imran, many thanks for that. Imran Khan in occupied East Jerusalem. Let's cross now to Sarah Hayat, who's in Tel Aviv, where families have been gathering day after day for push for the release of captives. Sarah, Tel Aviv very much the epicenter of demands put upon Benjamin Netanyahu to secure the release of these captives. Let's start with what we know so far about this latest batch of captives that are going to be released on this, the fourth day of the first agreement.
Well, we're just seeing reports now. It seems that they've been handed already now to the Red Cross. It's still unconfirmed, but they're certainly reporting here that the International Committee of the Red Cross confirms 11 Israeli captives have been released into our care. So we'll just have to check on that, but that's the latest we have at the moment. Now, those 11 are, 2 of those are mothers, the rest are children, and that was the sticking point that has delayed the release today, because they said that was in breach of the ceasefire agreement, where mothers and children shouldn't be separated. It seems initially on the list it wasn't including the mothers, it was just children, and now we are hearing that 2 of those that are being released are mothers. There's been a few developments, actually. It's all coming in the last few minutes. We've also seen that, let me just bring it up for you here, because there's so much happening right now. Right now we're seeing that the one of the spokespeople for the military, Avichai Adri, he's saying that some of those that are held captive are in Khan Yunis, which is in the south of Gaza. He's also saying that one of the youngest, well, it is actually the youngest captive, who's a 10-month-old baby. They've been quite surprised to see that that 10-month-old baby with his mother and sibling are not on that list today, and it seems that they're concerned about that because it's a 10-month-old baby. And he's saying in Hamas prison, infants under 1-year-old who have not seen the daylight for more than 50 days are detained, and he said that this is obviously a real cause concern. Just to give you an idea about this infant and his mother and sibling, when the attack first happened, the video of her holding her 2 kids, they became known as the Reds because they've both got red hair. That became a really big story. They became, the poster of this situation. So now we're getting this saying that this baby hasn't been released, and that is a cause for concern. Going back to what you were saying, we're also hearing from Yoav Gallant, who's the defense minister that's been speaking. A video statement was just released in the last 30 minutes or so, saying that once this ceasefire is over, once again they'll go back to that fighting. In fact, his words were that the enemy will first meet the bombs, then they will meet the tanks and artillery, and then the tracks of the bulldozer. We've been seeing those videos of the bulldozers going through, not just in Gaza, but we've also seen that happening in places like occupied West Bank. And then finally, the shooting on the infantry. We will fight all over the Strip. Now, the fact that they're now also saying that some of those captives are being held in Khan Yunis is potentially being seen as a reason to move maybe towards the south, because obviously we've been seeing the military in the north and towards central Gaza. But in terms of how people are reacting here, there's already been videos showing some of those families gathered in a hotel lobby in a place called near Oz, and that's where the captives on day 1 were released from, which means that seems that the most of those that are being released today are from that location.
All right, the coming hours will be crucial in our understanding of the full choreography of this exchange. Sarah Hayat in Tel Aviv, thank you. Well, I'm joined in the studio now by James Bays, our diplomatic editor. James, how important has it been for these past 4 days to have gone as smoothly as possible to now, as we know, secure this extension to this agreement?
They went reasonably smoothly. There was that hiccup on Saturday evening where there was a delay and pretty frantic diplomacy to try and get things back on track. But the fact that each day, each side has done what they said they would do. The aid was allowed in. The captives in Gaza were released by Hamas, even if Hamas wasn't in all cases perhaps holding them all of the time before that. And on the Israeli side, from the Offa prison, we've seen the Israeli prisoners, the Palestinians, women and children have been released as well. That, I think, has created a situation where they are now able to go on for another 2 days. Our understanding is that the end of this at the moment, the new end of this, it was going to be Tuesday morning, 7 a.m. Gaza time. It now will be Thursday morning, 0700 Gaza time. That's 0500 GMT. Of course, all involved are saying that they are hoping that this can go further and more hostages and more prisoners and more captives can be released. But, and the big but, you heard it there from Sarah, was that normally when there's a temporary ceasefire in conflicts around the world, the idea is to build trust and get a permanent cessation. But the Israeli side here are saying, no, at some point we're going back to war. We haven't reached our aims. We haven't destroyed Hamas as like we said we would. And there is this spectre on the horizon. We don't know when this is all going to end, when this aid that's been this vital lifeline for this population that's suffered so much in Gaza, a population that, according to the UN, are on the brink of starvation and mass outbreaks of disease. They really benefited from this aid, but this is all going to come to an end if you listen to the Israeli leadership.
So in terms of the mechanism of how this extension will continue, we understand that the similar ratio of 3-to-1 Palestinians for Israeli captives will continue. That is our understanding. We're still waiting for 100% clarification there. But it does raise the question of, well, there is clearly a limited number of of Israeli captives in Gaza to keep this arrangement going. Clearly, Hamas are interested in buying as much time as possible.
We don't ourselves know the exact number of captives that there are in Gaza. We know that they are not all held by Hamas. We know some of them are held by other groups, and that's one of the complicating factors. Hamas is the one that is communicating with Qatar, the intermediary, who then is communicating with Israel, but Hamas is having probably to do its own negotiations on the ground in Gaza with other groups and other individuals who may be held in captives. We don't know the exact number. An Israeli government spokesman put the number recently at 184 remaining captives. Now, that includes, I believe, the 11 that are going to be released, or may now, according to Sarah's latest reporting, to have been released. If you work that out, and we have another 2 days of maybe 10 a day, then that only is going to leave you about 150 going forward. And we move from the stage of having women and children, because they are running out, most of those will have been released, to then having men and then having soldiers. Well, Hamas, I think, will ask for a bigger price for Israeli soldiers. It's worth reminding you, back 2011, Gilad Shalit, you'll remember the name of that Israeli soldier, held for a long time by Hamas. And in the end, long negotiations, there were 2 rounds of releases of Palestinian prisoners. The total that were released in the end, 1,027 Palestinian prisoners. But it is also worth remembering, when you hear the hardline rhetoric from this right-wing Israeli government and the 3-man war cabinet, which is led by Prime Minister Netanyahu, that the Prime Minister back then in 2011, who in the end agreed to that deal, was the same Prime Minister, Netanyahu.
And big questions still remain about the Palestinian detainees, prisoners who will be released as part of this extension of the arrangement as well. Because one of the criticisms levelled at the Israeli authorities is that many of the people that have been released, or at least a number of them, were only days, weeks away from being released anyway. They argue that this isn't really as meaningful enough of a release as it could be.
No, and they are not making it very pleasant for those families. There certainly has been intimidation of the families. People have been trying to celebrate or trying to gather to see their loved one return to their home, and the Israelis have been there and broken up the gathering and sent people away. And there's also pretty grim figures on the number of people that have been arrested by Israel while they're releasing people. If you actually look at the latest figures of the arrests in the West Bank over the last 3.5 days, it's about the same number as they've released. So Israel still keeping the same number, or about the same number, in custody because of those fresh arrests at the same time as they're releasing people.
That's the underlying irony of this agreement so far. James, many thanks for that. James Bays, our diplomatic editor there. The US President Joe Biden has welcomed the extension of the ceasefire. For more on this, let's speak to our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett. And Kimberly, what more has the White House been saying about this ceasefire extension and indeed the American captives held in Gaza?
Yeah, that's right. As you point out, the White House is welcoming the extension of the ceasefire by 2 days. National Security spokesperson John Kirby was saying that the initial ceasefire or truce has allowed for the release of more than 50 captives, and the hope is that there can be at least 20 more that are currently being held by Hamas and Islamic Jihad. And so that is why the White House is welcoming this. But they're also welcoming the humanitarian aid that has also been able to get in through the Rafah crossing. According to the White House, it's now more than 2,000 trucks carrying much-needed fuel, medical aid, and assistance since October 21st. The hope is, again, that this can be extended further. But in the midst of all of this, there were a lot of questions at the White House press briefing just now about some of the comments the president made over the weekend, where he seemed to suggest that aid that is currently given to Israel every year by the United States, billions of dollars of military aid, should perhaps, because of the unpopularity of its military campaign against Palestinians, that it should, in fact, be conditional. And while the U.S. president initially expressed this as a potentially worthwhile idea, the White House is now walking back those suggestions, saying that it may have impeded the captives' release. Take a listen to what John Kirby had to say.
The approach that we're taking with Israel and quite frankly, with our partners in the region, is working. It's getting aid into people that need it. It's getting a pause in the fighting. It's getting hostages out. It's getting Americans out. And quite frankly, we continue to urge and will continue to urge the Israelis as they conduct military operations to do so with the utmost care for innocent civilian life.
Now, we should point out that the U.S. president has been very hands-on, we are told, in this process, that he has continued to work not only with his national security team that is being kept up to date by the hour, but he's also continuing to make those phone calls with leaders from Israel as well as Qatar and also Egypt in order to make this happen. But we should point out, even as the White House says this process is working and it's encouraged by the extension of the ceasefire, it also acknowledges that it supports Israel's plan to resume its military campaign at some point, calling Hamas a genocidal threat to Israel's existence.
Kimberly Halkett, rather, at the White House. Thank you. All right, well, let's speak to Tarek Abu Azoum in Gaza. Of course, that is where all of this progress matters the most. And Tarek, how is this news being received there, this two-day extension?
Yes, clearly it seems that Israel and Hamas had agreed to a 48-hour of extension for the original ceasefire that had extended for around 4 days, which clearly can bring a clear sign that it will give further chances for more exchanges of prisoners between Hamas and Israel, and will allow also for further humanitarian aid that will be expected to be flown into the territory. Clearly, Israel did not comment immediately on the announcement of the ceasefire extension, but clearly it had previously indicated that it could prolong the days of ceasefire as Hamas continues to free more Israeli captives who were captured throughout its attacks on the 7th of October across the border. Now, Palestinians received this news clearly with joy and happiness, as they're going to have more days of relief and calm without hearing any sound of the Israeli drones or even any kind of relentless strikes that took place previously throughout the days and the weeks of conflict on the ground. So clearly these these kinds of extensions that took place considered to be vital, as Qatar, the key broker, which played a very contributing role in terms of narrowing the gaps of understanding between both parts on the ground, considered to be very important also for Palestinians who are also looking for such long ceasefire agreement that might bring an end for days and long weeks of confrontations between Hamas and Israel on the ground.
And Tarek, of course, these past 4 days have been vitally important for making sure more aid gets to where it is needed most. But of course, it's nowhere near the 800 or so trucks a day that used to go through to the Gaza Strip before this conflict. What would this extension mean in terms of aid finally to getting where it is needed most?
Yes, the extension of the ceasefire means that there are going to be more aids that will enter the Gaza Strip to separate areas across the territory, including the north, the central, and even the southern parts of the Gaza Strip. Meanwhile, different humanitarian aid had been into the Gaza Strip that were loaded with food, water, medical supplies, and also the two important essential items for Palestinians, including gas and fuel, which were deprived and prevented to enter the Gaza Strip since the early beginning of this round of fighting. Clearly, the majority of areas had access to humanitarian aid, but in the north of the Gaza Strip received a very limited number of humanitarian trucks in comparison with the needs of thousands of people who are still trapped in the north part of the Gaza Strip, where the fighting were taking place in these areas, which considered to be also a battle zone between Israeli occupation forces and even the Palestinian fighters. So clearly, more extensions means more aid, which gives Palestinians more hope that they will be able to cope with the aftermath of the Israeli devastation and even destructions for residential buildings and destruction of all means of life inside the Gaza Strip.
So more time, more hope, more aid. Tarek Abu Azoum in Khan Yunis, thank you. OK, well, we're getting reports that Hamas has now released a total of 17 captives, and Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar has also spoken to the captives in Hebrew. Sarah Hayat is in Tel Aviv. Sarah, tell us more.
Well, that's it, exactly that. Israeli reports at the moment are saying that additional to those Israeli citizens that are captives that are being released, that you have an additional 6 Thai nationals. We haven't seen this for ourselves. It's not officially confirmed, but that's the reports at the moment. And that they're all in the hands of the Red Cross now, that they have been actually handed over by Hamas. It's still not sure whether that handover has happened at Rafah crossing, because yesterday we saw a very different picture when people were expecting rather that it would all be at the Rafah crossing. It ended up happening that some of those, the foreign nationals, i.e. the Thai nationals and a dual Russian-Israeli citizen, were handed through Rafah crossing, and the rest were handed through in central Gaza via a different crossing, and that's how they entered Israel. But we're also hearing reports, as per Israeli media, and that Yahya Sinwar, the leader of Hamas, who speaks very good Hebrew, has actually spoken to some of those held captive in the tunnels, telling them that they are safe at the moment. And one would assume with this possible ceasefire extension that's been confirmed by the US and Qatar, still no official confirmation from the Israeli side, but one can assume that with that extension, therefore they are potentially safer at the moment. But it's still not clear just yet whether they have managed now to be in the Red Cross's hands. However, all of this extension, finally hearing now that these captives are being released because of the delays that happened earlier, all of this is coming, of course, as a sigh of relief for many of the people here, the families that have been in this square, those that are watching. There are also those that are from a place, it's a southern town called Nir Oz, and it seems that's where the community there has gathered in a hotel nearby, watching and waiting to see those pictures, as are we, to see those pictures, and that's how they usually are able to identify, based on those videos, that first video that we often see of them being handed over to the Red Cross. That's often how a lot of the relatives, family and friends and communities are able to recognize by watching, and that's why they'll be watching that very, very closely.
And Sarah, before you go, remind us of the significance of this message coming from Yahya Sinwar, because he is, of course, one of Israel's most wanted men when it comes to Hamas leaders, but here he is, of course, issuing this message.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, it's been quite the battle from either side. Obviously, you have Hamas that is releasing them, saying that they've looked after these captives. We've also heard from the medical teams here this morning saying that they are in good condition, and in fact, it was mentioned that possibly that was intentional to ensure that they're in good condition to be able to hand them over, to have a swap or a deal, as what we're seeing now with this ceasefire. Yahya Sinwar is clearly, you know, he is the Hamas leader, and he is their #1 target for Israel. Israel has said that it will go after every one of those Hamas leaders, no matter where they are in the world. And we've also heard from the Minister of Defense, Yoav Gallant, that's just reiterated what they've been saying every single day. They're very clear in this message that once this ceasefire is over, they will go back to their war goals, which is to get rid of Hamas entirely, all its leaders, all its politicians, all of the Qassam brigade. And that's a very different message to what was being said initially at the beginning of the war, which was that they were just focusing on Qassam brigade. Then they said that they want to get rid of the whole of Hamas. Then now they said they don't want Hamas at all to rule. And they are now looking to take over the security of Gaza once this is all over. What's really interesting about all of this is you have statements like what we've just seen from the Minister of Defense, saying that that war will continue with full force, and this is the only way, they've said, to bring back the captives. But at the same time, you're seeing initially Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying there will be absolutely no negotiations with Hamas, and slowly, little by little, there have been negotiations, and there are even reports that there's a Qatari delegation here in Israel. So that is changing. So you're seeing two very different different messages here, but what is clear right now is that it will be a welcome, and it is being welcomed already, this 2-day extension, by an agreement across the board, including members of the public.
All right, a telling sign of possible diplomatic movement behind the scenes there. Sada Hadat in Tel Aviv, thank you. Still ahead here on Al Jazeera, the US authorities are investigating a possible hate crime as 3 Palestinian American university students are shot in Vermont.
This deal with Hamas, it's not going to last forever. I don't think that the cabinet will let Yahya Sinwar to play too much with the situation. Right now, I guess that Israel is focusing on bringing back civilians, children, women, and later on to deal with the soldiers that are inside. That will be a different story when Yahya Sinwar will get with Israel into this deal. So this is a limited time, and I think that Yahya Sinwar also understands it. He's trying, to use the best time, the longest time he can do in order to have a ceasefire, but in the end, in a few days, this will end.
I mean, just to round out what Gonan was saying, the cabinet decision time limited the truce to 10 days. Functionally, it's actually 9 days when you look at the finer details, although something they may do tonight might actually enable a 10th day. In any event, this was something that was demanded by Bezalel Smotrich and the Religious Zionism Party in exchange for them voting in favor of the deal. Going into the government meeting, Smotrich's position was to oppose the deal. During the course of the meeting, listened to the security forces, and then convened with his party members, and they all decided to change their minds. This is one of the things that helped them change their mind in addition to that testimony. One just parenthetical thing to say about the meeting. Say what you will about Bezalel Smotrich. I think it's great that a politician goes into a meeting like that, having already declared a position, listens to what the experts say over the course of hours, and then reconsiders and makes a decision. I would feel the same way, by the way, if somebody did the opposite, if someone came in supporting the deal and then left opposing it. But to get the sense, and the genuine sense, that somebody listened to the experts and made a decision, and he didn't do that because of politics, because he was getting a lot of support for his original position among his constituents in the hours leading up to that meeting, and he still listened to the experts and took a different course. I think we have to applaud it when our ministers sit there and listen to the testimony of the security forces and make decisions based on those.
And I would like to address a different angle. Gonan spoke about the military angle and Owen about the political angle. I would like to touch on the international angle, the diplomatic angle of that. It is not easy to resume an offensive on Gaza diplomatically.
Sure.
From the point of view of world public opinion, people get used very quickly to the fact that there is a pause. We call it a truce, some call it a ceasefire. It's a pause. Those 4 days or 7 days or 8 days of quiet, this is something which is difficult to shatter from the point of view of international politics.
And it's
but we haven't seen that yet.
We are going to unpack in a very short while. Gentlemen, stay with us right now, though. We welcome Eylon Levy, Israeli government spokesperson. He joins us from Tel Aviv. Eylon, thank you so much for your time. The nation holding its breath once again. Some families have been notified. This group of 11 hostages, we're hearing 9 children, 2 moms, to be freed in the coming hours. But already one child has been released without their mother. Hilla is in Israel. Her mom Raya is still in captivity. It's a clear violation of the deal. Today we've been discussing here last-minute changes to the list. What is your response? What is Israel going to do to make sure that families get to come back, mothers and children, together?
It's a clear violation, Benita, of every principle of humanity. We're doing everything we can to reunite families and bring them together, and Hamas is doing everything it can in order to separate them and tear them apart. Even the hostages who are coming back home, and we're so happy, and we've been crying with everyone to see the hostages returning home, are coming back to broken families. Yesterday, 6 of the 9 children had at least one parent murdered on October 7th. Little Abigail Idan lost 2 parents, many of them leaving behind male relatives in the Gaza Strip, and we're determined to continue bringing everyone back. You know, today marks the end of the original 4-day hostage release pause, but the plan calls for a second stage. And in that second stage, we've lined up enough Palestinian prisoners, enough violent criminals in our jails to release, to secure another 50 hostages over another 5-day humanitarian hostage release pause if Hamas chooses to release them. And if it doesn't, we're going to continue piling on the military pressure on Hamas until we bring it to its knees, begging for another breather so it will give us back all of the hostages. We're going to bring back the men and the women, the young and the old, the civilians and the soldiers. There will be no one left behind.
Elon, talking of the young and the old, baby Kfir Bibas, he's become a symbol for the nation. 9 months old when he was abducted, 10 months old now. His 4-year-old brother Ariel, his mom Shiri, still in captivity. And now we're hearing just a short while ago reports that Hamas handed baby Kfir over to another faction and that he is being kept in Khan Yunis. Difficult, obviously, to confirm information like that. Nonetheless, what can you share? What do you know?
Just horrific beyond measure. We've known that since the original massacre, Hamas didn't transport all of the hostages in buses into the Gaza Strip. Some of them were abducted by all sorts of other factions and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and they've been held in inhumane conditions with no communication with their families or the outside world and no access to the Red Cross, again, in violation of every code of humanity. And if that is true, the report that you are citing there, then I think it's only a reminder about the sheer evil of the terror organization we are dealing with and why this war has to end with the end of Hamas. As difficult as it is, as painful as it is, a terror organization that abducts a little baby, a 9-month-old baby, and doesn't immediately hand him back and say, oops, we shouldn't have done that, and holds him on as hostage, and according to the report you said, maybe even handed him over to another terrorist faction, that is not a terror regime that we can leave in power for a day longer, and that's why we're doing everything we can to bring all of the hostages home, and this war will end with the end of Hamas.
And just when you thought the trauma couldn't be any worse for these hostages, 7 weeks in captivity, having been abducted during that terror onslaught, we are now hearing reports that one of the released hostages has said that Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar actually came to visit them in Gaza, spoke to them. It's unimaginable to think. Apparently the message, and I say apparently the message, is that he said they would be safe, but can you imagine, this is the man speaking to these hostages after an unimaginable 7 weeks in captivity. Your thoughts?
Truly a jaw-dropping report that has not been officially confirmed, but truly horrifying. I really can't begin to imagine the horror that those hostages are facing and experiencing, and the reports have begun to come out about the conditions that they were held in. It's not only their families who've been held in the dark, they have been held in the dark. They know nothing about what happened after they were abducted, which family members were murdered, who else might have been abducted and being held in a neighboring tunnel. This is a twisted and evil regime that is acting without any semblance of humanity. And that's why, perhaps in contrast to other conflicts or rounds of fighting, everyone in Israel is so united around this goal of victory against Hamas, because we understand that we are fighting for humanity. We're not only fighting for the outside world, for the Western world, for humankind, we're fighting for the most basic right of a baby to sleep in its bed and not be abducted by armed terrorists with Kalashnikov rifles. We understand what we are fighting for, and I think that gives Israel a lot of strength, because we know we cannot abandon our friends and families in those tunnels, and we cannot return to a world in which our friends and families, each and every one of us in this country, is vulnerable to an army of terror that can decide at any moment to invade our borders and snatch us into its tunnels.
What kind of pressure, Elon, is Israel putting on the Red Cross? You spoke about it a little bit earlier in terms of getting access. We are understanding there could be 178 hostages still inside Gaza. Many need medication, many are elderly, not to mention the trauma that they have been through. What kind of pressure is Israel putting on the Red Cross to do its job?
Unfortunately, the Red Cross can't go in all guns a-blazing to see the hostages. Not that I think it would, even if it could. It is ultimately Hamas that has to give them access to see the hostages. Until then, until it sees them, it is essentially a glorified taxi service. Now, I think there are many things the Red Cross could be doing if it wanted to put pressure on Hamas. Because if you've been following their social media and the statements by their officials, they have leaned in quite strongly into parroting the Palestinian line in this story and maligning Israel and supporting that propaganda war. So we think it's very important that the Red Cross more clearly state Israel's rights, not just its obligations, also its rights in this conflict, and be very clear that this is absolutely unacceptable, that it will not continue taking those steps in support of the Palestinian narrative, and they must be granted access, and they must give medication and medical treatment to those people. You know, we're beginning to see now the effects of the Red Cross being denied access. That poor elderly woman, 84 years old, who her family told media was taken out of the Gaza Strip with a body temperature that had dropped into the 20s in Celsius, barely conscious. That poor woman who was taken out with bullets in her legs. These are the consequences of Hamas not giving access. And just today, one of the mothers of one of the victims showed Elon Musk a video of her son, Hirsch, whose arm was blown off being loaded into a pickup truck. They must be given access to the Red Cross. They must be given access immediately.
It's a level of evil that is difficult to comprehend. Very briefly, you mentioned it completely. Elon Musk is here. He and the Prime Minister having a conversation on X. He met the President, Benny Gantz, too. Talk us through briefly the significance of this meeting right now, day 51 of the war.
Mr. Musk is not only the wealthiest man in the world, he is also the owner of one of the most influential social media platforms, certainly when it comes to journalists and other academics, a platform on which we've seen a lot of incitement and hate speech and downright hateful lies and propaganda against the state of Israel. And we welcome, of course, the visit by any world leader or influential voice who wants to come and bear witness to the atrocities of October 7th, repeat what they saw, tell all of their followers, the people who hang on to their every word, who look up to them for inspiration, what they saw, and help to understand why Israel is fighting this wretched war that we didn't want, we didn't start, we didn't expect, but Hamas dragged us into with those atrocities, the atrocities that world leaders are going back and telling their people about.
And President Isaac Herzog telling Elon Musk that X is full of anti-Semitism and he could play a huge role in fighting that problem. We need to leave it there.
The president hasn't even seen my DMs talking about how much anti-Semitism exists on that platform.
I can only imagine on your DMs. Thank you so much. Elon Levy, Israeli government spokesperson in Tel Aviv. Thank you for your time on I24 News. And still in studio, Gonen Ben Yitzchak, former Shin Bet agent, Avi Pazner, former Israeli ambassador to France and Italy, and our senior correspondent, Owen Alterman. Your thoughts?
2 points there. Number one, your first question, right? What about the violations of the agreement, right? You essentially asked, Elon, what is the Israeli government going to do about this? What are the consequences for Hamas about violating the agreement? We heard Hamas needs to follow the agreement, and it's awful that Hamas is not following it. So essentially, the Israeli government's not going to do anything about it. Maybe making other demands on the other end. I guess understanding the reality that it's not going to be implemented to 100% degree, that there are going to be violations that Israel's simply going to have to tolerate. Or, and this comes to the other point about the Red Cross, there, as I said before, we haven't seen a published version of this agreement. Maybe there isn't a single text that both sides have agreed to, and even if there is, maybe the text isn't entirely clear. And even if it isn't entirely clear, or it is, there may be understandings even beyond it that were softer, that again were left to be negotiated. Because about the Red Cross, you asked about what should be done about the Red Cross. Elon did not say it's part of the agreement. Did not do what Benjamin Netanyahu did from the podium at that press conference. He read from the text that this is what the agreement said. You would think that that's what the government spokesperson would do. The fact that he didn't do it is very, very interesting, and instead came back to the fact that the Red Cross needs to be given access, which of course it does. It is required under international law that the Red Cross be visiting these hostages. Of course, it's a war crime to take the hostages in the first place, but once you've taken them, the Red Cross must have access to them. Elon eloquently laid out the consequences of what happens when the Red Cross doesn't have have access to them, but he didn't say it's part of the agreement. Again, coming back to my point that I wonder how much of a meeting of their minds there really was on all of the terms.
Your thoughts on exactly that, Avi, the Red Cross and the role it should be playing right now?
I must say, Benita, that I'm a little biased against the Red Cross. Maybe you have heard already my theory, which I will repeat here.
Please do.
That during World War II, the Red Cross did absolutely nothing in order to save Jews or to see what the situation was. The German had arranged a special camp for the Red Cross, Theresienstadt. And they were bringing the Red Cross over and over again to Theresienstadt. And I saw a report of the Red Cross dated 1944 that they visited Theresienstadt and they saw no evidence of all the rumors about extermination of the Jews. This is a written report of the Red Cross. So this is my historical view of the Red Cross. And I can see today that the Red Cross is not taking enough care of the Israeli hostages. Is dealing more with the situation in Gaza and taking less care of what's going on with our hostages. And I believe the government, when it says that we had an agreement and Hamas agreed to it, that the Red Cross would be able to visit the Israeli hostages, and I think that they did not push enough to do that.
But that would be, this is a material clause of the agreement, assuming it exists, and Hamas would be a material breach of the agreement. This isn't someone being on a list and someone not being on a list. This is a very important part of this agreement that Israel would have negotiated for, that 160 hostages still being held in Gaza would get visits by the Red Cross. Imagine what that means. I can only imagine what it means as a hostage to have someone from the Red Cross visiting you, caring about you. And if the Israeli government is agreed to that, and Hamas agreed to it and negotiated for it and is letting that slide, it's something we as a public need to know about.
Well, it's not only about the support, it's also physically the need of the Red Cross, and we've been reporting since Sunday that one of the hostages, 84-year-old Elma Avraham, was immediately airlifted to Soroka Hospital. When she came through, she hasn't had medicine for more than 7 weeks in captivity. 7 weeks in captivity, no medicine. Her daughter, Tal Amana, slamming the Red Cross during a press conference earlier on in the day. Let's take a listen in her own words.
My mother did not deserve to come back like this. She was severely medically neglected. This was neglect during the entire period of her stay there. She didn't get her meds, life-saving meds. For those who don't understand medically, my mother was on the brink of death when she came to us. The doctors cannot report this, but I can report on behalf of my mother. She arrived with a pulse of 40, with a body temperature of 28 degrees, unconscious, all wounded. She was kept there in unfair conditions. She was abandoned twice. She was abandoned once on October 7th and abandoned a second time by all the organizations that should have saved her and prevented her situation.
Inexcusable. Now, let's go live to IDF spokesperson Daniel Hagari and his daily briefing.
In these hours of wait and uncertainty, stands in front of our eyes, our hearts are with you. We have the duty to return all the missing hostages, whether by the outline or by the next stages of the war. We send a speedy recovery to Elma, who returned to us from Hamas captivity in serious condition. An 84-year-old woman, a grandmother, that was abducted by armed terrorists over a motorbike and was held in difficult conditions without access to life-saving medication. Even at these moments, the medical staff is fighting for her life. We see well-directed videos of Hamas. The responsibility for the hostages, including the Bibas family, is an exclusive responsibility of Hamas. All of the international community and international organizations have the duty to put all the weight and demand access to the hostages in Gaza. At this time, efforts continue the outline together with Egypt and Qatar in order to continue and return hostages. IDF forces in Gaza are set on the fighting pause lines and ready for the next stages of the war. Some get some rest outside of the strip in order to prepare their readiness for the remaining stages of the war. In addition, they prepare with more ammunition and readying the tools for the next stage. We tend to deepen our achievements with two goals in our eyes: returning the hostages and eliminating Hamas.
Last night, Elma Avraham was released from Hamas captivity. She was rushed to a hospital in critical condition. Elma is 84 years old. She's a mother, a grandmother, a great-grandmother. During the Hamas massacre of October 7th, Elma was taken hostage by savage terrorists. She was dragged into Gaza on the back of a motorbike. Elma was in Hamas captivity for 51 days and nights. She was kept in a harsh condition. She was denied life-saving medication. She was not visited by the Red Cross. When she was released from captivity, she was in a critical condition. Elma is a reminder of her critical mission. Now she's home. She's being taken care of. But who's taking care of other hostages in Gaza? Over 150 of our hostages, men, women, children, babies, who's taking care of them? Who is holding a 10-month-old baby, Kfir Bivas? I'll tell you, ruthless terrorists are holding him hostage in Gaza. We call on the international organization, especially the Red Cross, to use every tool at their disposal to gain access to our hostages, to make sure they're receiving the medical care they need. Our hostages are not lost. We won't sit around and hope they're found. We will rescue our hostages at all costs. It is our duty, it is our moral responsibility of the Israeli Defense Forces. It's why we fight and why we must keep on fighting until all our hostages are home. שאלות.
יואב בורוביץ' מכאן 11. אחרי שהשתחררו 40 חטופים,
After 40 hostages are released, what do we know about the cruelty under which Hamas possesses them? And as for the news that Sinwar met the hostages in the tunnels, we collect the operational and intelligence information by questioning the hostages who returned home. This information is being examined and serves us both for intelligence and for operational opportunities. And therefore I will not address certain information, especially that was not validated. As for
IDF spokesperson Daniel Hagari there after his daily briefing, and Owen, it was as if he was hearing our discussion earlier. He said very clearly the Red Cross needs to get access to hostages who are still being held captive.
Right, again, that demand being made by Israeli spokesperson. I didn't hear him say it was part of the agreement. Again, I'm sorry to be a bit of a nudnik on this, but it's an important detail because, again, if the Israeli government negotiated for a material provision, right, such as visits of hostages by the Red Cross, it would be a very significant part of the bargain with Hamas. And if Hamas is not carrying out its side of the bargain, is essentially material breach of the agreement, the question is, shouldn't there be consequences for it, right? Beyond just exhortations from the podium to talk about how evil Hamas is, and of course they are, and how important it is for the Red Cross to do more, which of course they should be, but to actually really hold Hamas's feet to the fire for a material clause of this agreement that, according to at least previous statements of the Israeli government, and by which they should add current statements of the Biden Biden administration, Jake Sullivan, the national advisor, going on television, I believe yesterday, on the Sunday shows, saying that Hamas agreed to this. Well, if Hamas agreed to a provision like this, which you would have to say is a central part of the agreement, and is violating it, what are the consequences? What are the consequences? Will someone from the Israeli government tell us?
I want to, again, to echo what Hagari said about the Vivas family. I'm extremely concerned about this situation, playing with hostages, transferring them from one organization to the other.
A 10-month-old baby.
You know that he became a symbol in the whole world. You know, in the whole world, you cannot open a television without seeing this poor 10-month-old baby. And I would like also here to attract attention to the fact that he's also an Argentinian citizen. All this family, the Vivas family, are all Argentinian. And now there is a new president in Argentina.
Right.
Not yet inaugurated, but
inaugurated. There's hope.
But very pro-Israel. And maybe we should also enlist this country to help us in that. I know that the Argentinian influence on the Hamas is very limited. But in South America, for example, it's a powerful voice. And we should do more, I think, specifically for this family who is in my view, in the greatest of danger.
It is beyond imaginable, Gonen, to think that this baby and family are in some kind of hands of another faction. Before we get to exactly that, I want to bring attention to what we're looking at. We are hearing reports that at the Rafah crossing there are developments and that the Red Cross has been spotted at the Rafah crossing. We cannot confirm this independently, but it would appear that that means that the Israeli hostages are at the Rafah crossing, and that means they are hopefully heading home very soon. Gonen.
Hopefully. Wow. There is a way to negotiate in the Middle East, and there is an Arab saying that once you want to see if someone is talented, you know it by the way he negotiates. And I'm afraid that Israel, and this goes back to what On said, Israel is not negotiating the way you should negotiate in the Middle East. Right now there is one big winner from this situation, and the winner is Qatar. Qatar that put billions of dollars into Gaza, and yeah, we should talk about how Qatar is playing a double game in this situation, and they can bring back the BOWs if they want, but we are not negotiating as we need.
We hope that there is a lot of pressure on Qatar and others to make that all happen. Gonen Ben Yitzchak and Avi Pasner, thank you so much for being with us on I-24 News. Owen, you're going to stay with us, and before we get to the break, we're going to take a look at a new retreat for the survivors and families of the Nova massacre that has now been opened near the city of Rehovot. Our Uri Shapira and our Erica Jackson have more in this report.
This small hub close to the city of Rehovot, south of Tel Aviv, is called Adama Tova, or Good Earth in Hebrew. It's become a gathering and treatment center for the survivors of the Nova Music Festival massacre of October 7th.
All the people who volunteer have a background of treating people who use psychedelic drugs. One of the biggest problems in this case is that many people use psychedelic drugs. Another thing is that the event happened during sunrise, one of the most significant times in the party, a magical time, which became so dark. My partner, Yiftach, and I decided to open the center because we know this community, and we know that this community was one of the first ones to be pushed to the side.
The center is also open to families of the people who were murdered and abducted. One of them is Yossi Habani, whose daughter, 22-year-old Shaked, was murdered by Hamas in the massacre.
We came here 2-3 times a week. We get energy and air for a few more hours. It is very hard. You lose control of many things. I can cry every second or laugh every second. I lost my ability to control my hunger. My whole body is in stress. I'm very confused. I miss my daughter. The hardest thing is the night, because then I'm alone. Also, waking up is hard. My wife and I are crying all the time. I wake up and ask her, where is Shaked?
We also meet Aviv, a survivor of the festival. Aviv worked at the party and survived. He speaks about his difficulties and obstacles, but also about his hopes and dreams.
It's a very challenging period in my life. I tried to see the good in life, the fact that I survived, and also saved another couple there. In order to recover, I need to find good thoughts and to continue to spread love and light. With all of what they did to us, we won't stop loving, dancing, going out and going crazy. And next time we'll go out and we'll be more childish and we'll have more fun than we used to. We all expect to party again.
The retreat is open 3 times a week and also has some music concerts. Participants and the crew see it as more than a treatment center, but as a community, one of many which has evolved after October 7th.
Would have been home a long time ago.
In the meantime, she can only endure a painful wait for any news. Rob McBride, Al Jazeera, Kyiv.
Okay, you're up to date. That's it for me, Niamh Barker, for this news hour. But Cyril Vanier will be here in just a moment with more of the day's news. Thanks for watching.
בטוח, לא כנראה. רגע, הם באים אז במיניבוסים של השבת, זה מה שאני שואל. כן. לא, הם באים מפה. באים במיניבוסים והוא מעלה אותם מרוחק. לא, הוא נכנס לתוך החדר, ומתוך החדר הוא מוציא אותם דרך הבסיס. מה זה מרק?
עידו, השיירה צריכה להגיע? שכבר מתחילים. עוד לא
רוצים לוודא שזה קורה. לא מוציאים אותם עד שזה לא... עד שהם לא עוברים...
איפה זה עומד עכשיו מול...
עכשיו אחי, הם לא יצאו בזמן הקרוב, בכלל לא. לא יצאו משם, תבין, עכשיו רק מכניסים את האוטובוסים, הם יהיו בכלא, יכולים להיות כמה שעות. לא, החטופים לא מגיעים לפה. לא, לא נראה לי אפילו, לא. יכול להיות ל-12 בלילה. כן, בטח, הוא לידי. כן. אנחנו עומדים מתחת לאוטובוס. אתה עומד פה בצד, בסדר?
number of girls and women attacked and tortured on the 7th of October, not to mention those abducted, still in captivity more than 7 weeks later. What is happening? What are people there saying?
That's right. The massacre took place on October 7th, Benita, and it wasn't until this weekend until UN Women mentioned anything about it whatsoever. And at that, just putting out a tweet with a very vague recollection of gender-based violence on October 7th, not naming the perpetrators, Hamas, and not naming the victims, Israeli women. Israeli women in particular taking offense to the lack of respect and the lack of effort by UN Women to investigate anything that took place on October 7th, a lack of sympathy, a lack of empathy. They protested in front of the UN Women's offices this morning. Many of the some 100 women out there today painted their groin areas in red to indicate the sexual assaults that took place on October 7th that have gone unrecognized and unattributed by UN agencies thus far. They say they're hurt, they're angry, they're fearful of the lack of reaction by UN agencies and specifically UN Women in particular. We talked to several of the protesters out there today. Let's give it a listen.
This last Saturday was the International Day Against Violence Towards Women, and they did not speak up. They had all these conferences and roundtables and events, but not one word against these horrible acts that have been just recently on Israel's land, and it's a real shame to them. Painful for us. We stood with the UN women at every fight they had for the Iranian women, for BLM, for abortion rights. We've always stood together as women for women's rights, and now we stand alone. And this is a heartbreaking moment for us.
We don't see this as part of the conflict. This has to be a separate issue. And these international organizations can be crying out for both sides who are hurt in this, but we don't see that. I think it's the minimal, they're doing the very minimal they can do in the midst of speaking about all the other things that are going on, and it's just not enough.
Benita, those protesters chanting out there today, Me Too, unless you're a Jew, in reference to the Me Too movement, and also chanting rape is not resistance, as there were pro-Palestinian supporters, especially here in New York, claiming that the acts of Hamas during that massacre were simply acts of resistance. We reached out to the head of UN Women, Sima Bahos, happens to be a Jordanian, reached out directly to her personal email address. She did not respond to our request for comment on the situation.
Certainly many questions as to why it's taken so long for any kind of response. It really is unfathomable. Mike, there was startling footage from New York, from the public library where you are. It was vandalized by Palestinian supporters over the weekend. What is the latest there? What can you share?
That's right. There have been several acts, not only of violence, but of graffiti and other vandalism by Palestinian supporters since this war broke out. You look behind me here. This is the main branch of the New York Public Library. And you see those tarps up there are covering up graffiti, part of the vandalism that took place here over the weekend. It's no coincidence. This is the Stephen Schwartzman building, a major donor to the New York Public Library, happens to be Jewish, has offices in Tel Aviv, also donated a substantial amount of money to aid Israeli victims of the October 7th massacre. A pro-Palestinian organization noted all that in an Instagram post and tying it to the vandalism out here this weekend. By the way, Palestinian supporters have said they are also going to protest the Christmas tree lighting out here this week in New York City. Not really sure how many fans they expect to win over with that, but we've seen a number of these protests here escalating over the last few weeks in New York and in the surrounding areas here in the metropolitan metropolitan area, Benita.
Senior U.S. correspondent Mike Wagenheim, live from New York. Thank you so much for that update. Thank you, Mike. And back in studio, Owen, I want to break down something we spoke about at the start of this hour, and that is the two families who have confirmed that their relatives are amongst the hostages released, said to be in the hands of the Red Cross, so to speak, close to the Rafah crossing and heading back to Israeli hospitals, hopefully shortly. Karina Engelbart is 51, Mika Engel, 18, Yuval Engel, 11, and then Sharon Aloni Cuneo, 34, Yuli Cuneo and Emma Cuneo are 3-year-old twins, and their families are confirming that they are amongst the group that
so
are
many young children, isn't it just amazing?
And so important because they're coming home with their mothers, which wouldn't have been the case earlier on in the day, according to the reports we were hearing.
Right. But again, Israel seems to selectively be enforcing this agreement. On one hand, insisting that the mothers accompany the children today, right, and that be part of the list. But on the other hand, by at least some accounts, tolerating what I think is a very serious violation of this agreement by Hamas in not allowing the Red Cross to visit those hostages who are not yet being released. There are two possibilities. Either A, this is not part of the agreement, that the Red Cross gets to have these visits, and we had two Israeli government spokespeople on our air tonight who have not repeated that claim that it's part of the agreement, okay, even though we've had previous statements that it is, and the Biden administration state is. So either it's not part of the agreement, in which case we simply need to ask the Red Cross, or it actually is part of the agreement and the Israeli government is not enforcing it. It's a serious issue. It's not getting public attention here. It needs to. But Israel needs at least to police serious violations of this agreement and make sure that there are consequences. So I think it's welcome that the government enforced this clause of the agreement, though, as I've said before, I hope it didn't leave behind, God forbid, Benita, someone who is elderly and really could use treatment in an Israeli hospital, the kind that the cruel choices of this. But the other material clause of this agreement need to be enforced.
And there are two more names, families of the Calderon family, also confirming that 16-year-old Sachar and 12-year-old Erez, also part of the hostages set to come back home. You can see the picture on your screen right now. 16-year-old Sachar Calderon and 12-year-old Erez Calderon. Grisha, these are children, young children. One cannot imagine what the last 7 weeks have been like, over and above the brutality of the abduction, the trauma of what they would have seen during the terror onslaught on the 7th of October, the fear and the unknown in captivity.
Well, this is an asymmetric war. We need to understand that, and I want to be clear about it. They are selling or working or playing with lives of innocent civilians. And on the other hand, they are demanding to release prisoners that were judged, caught, some of them with blood on their hands, planned to kill, killed, and they are trying to compare them to innocent children that were kidnapped from their beds. We need to understand that this is not an exchange between prisoners to prisoners, and this is the asymmetry that we need to be aware. But from what I understand, all over the world, nobody cares about it, and we need to be very clear about it. It's like those people, those kids are innocent kids, innocent families that we will have to treat them, okay, for probably for the rest of their lives, and they will live in trauma. They are not soldiers. They are not fighters that fought a war. And this is something that this asymmetric war is creating, unfortunately, in our society. This is not something new, but this is our reality. We are facing a terror organization, a terror entity that are worse than ISIS, and they showed us what is the meaning to be subhuman.
And when children are released and their fathers stay in captivity, or as we saw earlier on in this hostage release process, when a child comes home but their mother stays in captivity, one cannot even imagine the additional trauma. Grisha and Owen, stay with us. We've got much more to unpack. Unbelievable situation unfolding as we speak. Let's check in with our correspondent Zach Anders. He joins us again from Ofakim in southern Israel. Zach, what is the latest? Where are the latest group of hostages? How far are they from getting home?
It does appear that they are in the Red Cross's hands, but this is moving slowly to the crossing. We're still waiting for those images of them being transferred into the IDF, their additional vehicles that they've supplied on the Egyptian side once that true handover can take place. We're also seeing reports that rather than take the vehicles directly to Hatzerim Air Base, and that being a journey by vehicle, that there are helicopters staged at the Israeli crossing that may take them directly to either Tel Aviv or Hatzerim Air Base, where they're also staging with resources, doctors, and additional psychological staff. It's unclear right now exactly what comes next. This is a somewhat new method. The last 3 days of the hostage exchanges has taken place by vehicle. They've been driven to Hatzerim. At least some of the hostages have been driven to Hatzerim Air Base. One of them, that 84-year-old woman with serious condition, was taken directly by helicopter to a hospital. So we're waiting to see what exactly happens there. We have seen more reports that in addition to the 11 Israeli hostages, that there will be more foreign hostages released tonight as well. But like the rest of the world, we're keeping our eyes on the crossing and waiting for that exact moment when we can get our eyes on them and see that they've actually been transferred, and then we can truly confirm that the 11 that are listed have actually been handed over to the Red Cross, and that is the exact number of people, as we were told, and the right people to be transferred today.
Certainly that verification and confirmation so important when there have been so many delays and, quite frankly, tricks being played by Hamas in this process on this day. The truce is said to be extended by 2 days, according to Qatar and according to Hamas, and an Israeli official was reported to say as much, but we are seeing reports that it's not finalized yet. What can you share on that front, Zach?
We're seeing that as well, that the Qatari spokesperson said there was an agreement for 48 more hours. This is going to be contentious because the original deal had very specific names for each day on the hostage release, and we've heard from Israeli sources that that has not been honored. The deal itself, the principle of the deal, did not fall apart. There were still hostages released, but it was a more contentious element here because there were supposed to be specific people. We're hearing that, well, I should back up a little bit. We've got the 10-month-old Kafar Bibas and his brother that are still they're still hostages. We can't confirm, but we had heard from several sources that these were two that were at the tip of the spear for some of these negotiations. It was a focal point to try and have that victory of getting the youngest hostage home, and to be on day 4 and have that hostage not on the list. You would have to imagine that moves the next 2 days if this ceasefire does hold and that the deal is struck for additional days, that they will be a point of the negotiations, that they want to get those two brothers home. There are conflicting reports that suggest potentially those two young hostages are not in Hamas's hands, that they could be with another faction in southern Gaza, and that there might be some complications in even locating them. So we're really unsure exactly what the situation is there. We're waiting to see if this does develop and they can come home.
Certainly the whole nation been waiting to hear for word on all the children and all the hostages. Thank you so much for now. Correspondent Zach Anders, live from Ofakim in southern Israel. And Grisha, your take on exactly what we're talking about right now with Zach, and the fact that Kfir Bibas has become a symbol of what is unfolding right now, and the thought that A, he is not on the list right now to come home, and B, at 10 months old, that he has reportedly been moved, handed over to another faction, apparently in return for some kind of reward. It's not clear. These are all reports. But in Khan Yunis, what does that mean? Give us an understanding of what it looks like for the future of this young baby, his brother and his mother.
I will start from the end. Hamas made sure that the lives of the people of the northern part of Gaza will be upgraded this winter. So they made sure that they will be moved to the south because of what they brought on themselves, and they've upgraded their houses so they will live in tents. And it was all done by Hamas. Okay, it's their fault. This is the reality, that a 10-month-old baby is in the southern part of Gaza with another 1.7 or 6 million people around him, a Jew among Muslims that hate him, probably underground or hidden to one of the houses in the middle of I don't know, civilians who surround him, so there will be protection. So they, so the IDF will not be able to, I don't know, to attack or to lead a certain operation. But this is the reality that he's at. Now let's not forget, this baby, a 10-month-old baby, is one of 161 Israelis, civilians, that were kidnapped by a terror organization. Let's remember the number, 161 that are left there. If you ask me, honestly, we already started the process. 161, it means 16 days. Okay, let's extend the pause up to 16 days. They should release all of them in any condition. And after that, we will have to do one thing. There's no other way. Because if we will not do it, if we will not eliminate Hamas, it will reach to the west.
We're looking at pictures on our screen right now. Shiri Bibas, 32, Ariel Bibas, 4, and Kfir Bibas, 10 months old. To reiterate and make it clear, they are not on the list of hostages being released on this day. This is what we're discussing right now in studio. This family and little Kfir Bibas, who has become a symbol of this unfolding situation, a 9-month-old baby at the time of the abduction, they are not on the list, and according to reports, have been handed by Hamas to another terror faction inside Gaza, and it's not clear exactly what exactly that means for the family, but we can confirm they are not on the list for today. Owen.
Yeah, 2 points about what Grisha was saying. Number one, in terms of the extension of the truce, according to the decision by the Israeli government, which must okay the release of, under Israeli law, must okay the release of Palestinian prisoners, they have okayed a truce that can go on, to make a long story short, for 9 days, meaning the 4 days of the initial period and an extension of up to 5 days, maybe an extension of a 6th day, depending on a decision they might make tonight, but no more than that. And then it has to come back to the government for another decision. Now, again, maybe they then extend it further in Grisha's hypothetical, but it does take another vote where there might be more opposition. Second, it certainly seems to me that extending the truce by another 2 days doesn't add much marginal risk for Israel, right? If we're already in a world where we're in a truce, what is the material difference between 4 days and 6 days in terms of prosecuting the war? It seems to me not very much. And in exchange, Israel gets the 20 hostages, albeit has to free 60 more Palestinian prisoners. But at the end of the day, it seems a worthy trade-off and something that's going to be broadly popular among the Israeli public. But once you start to get into a hypothetical of a truce that actually goes on, to take Grisha's hypothetical to the end, for another 2.5 weeks, one wonders how the government, how the politicians, how the military, and how the public would see it.
We're going to unpack exactly that in a short while. Owen, Grisha, stay with us. Right now, we're taking a very short break. When we get back, our rolling coverage continues on this breaking news edition. Stay tuned.
לא. יומיים. בסדר, כאילו... קשה, גם אין עברית, לא אנגלית. כן. בסדר, זה מי יש לנו עוד? שמי, קיבלנו עוד אחד מה-15, קובי... קוראים לו... הוא מדהים מבוגר. לא, יש ב-13 שתי קובי. קובי כהן זה הירושלמי? עכשיו הייתי איתו אצל זה, חדה, שחור כדרני. עכשיו יש שם סיגרת ביחד, לפני שבאתי לפני. במרפסת של בנק ישראל.
למה מה? היה שם בגללו נגיד?
זה הצהרה של הנגיד.
זה נהיה מזל שזה הגיע רק כספים. עכשיו זה כל הסכסוך, רק הסכסוך.
כן. איך אתה עם המסיעות לא ששלום לך כל השלושה ימים?
قاعد عندك غطا زي هذا؟ عندي والله كبير. ملك.
يعني هذا مش 2000 واط هذا؟
لا 1000.
ها؟
1000.
يا علي علي
انا ما بقصدش حاجه.
علي اخبار البنات اجل البنات وين الصبايا؟
شميم صاروا مكمس أنا كمان هاي بتفوز CCB
The toxicity of our city,
قوم لا خليك دعوة خليك أنا أنت شو خليك أنا وكالة رويتر وكالة الإيبي عشان المبالغ يعني جاهزين مش صور انا على عوفر موجود ايوه قاعد بصور قاعد فيه. الو سمعان شو القصة؟ هذا واحد من الخليل صار علي تلفون وإني رن علي قادة المخابرات عشان اللي تيجي من باب الغرفة سيارته رقم سيارته يكتب هنا ومتجسروا الليلة هذول همام همام بطارية 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 وين الشمسية؟ خدها معاك. تعالوا تعالوا في شمسية تعالوا. هذا السؤال لا لا روح اقعد. مش راح تشكي صح؟ عشان هيك قاعد هون. ليش انا مشوب؟ رايح مجاكد منه. قول له مبلغ النار. خليه محط عجال.
الغيوم بده يسحبها وهو رايح طلع طيار عظيم.
ايش صار؟ وينه؟ هذا جيش ولا شباب؟ شباب فكرت نلوح يا جد هذا طالع على الجدار فوق هذا وين همام؟ سيارة ويا يروح مع البنت وين؟ على البيت الفوقاني اسمح لهم مش على هذا على الثاني يروح على الحمام خدها خديها يجيب السيارة يلا بس مش على هدول صح؟ لا لا
وين سيارتكم؟
هيا سكودا عرفان؟ ولا هبلة؟ لا لا شاطرة ما شاء الله عنها ما شاء الله عنك معلم ولا شيء
To stop the war and the aggression on our people. But as I said, now we are in the temporary ceasefire. We are trying to extend it from time to time until we reach to the end of the war. I think there is big support from the Qatari government and the Egyptian government and even Western government. They want the ceasefire to stop and to allow for political solution and to end the aggression and to end this catastrophe in people in Gaza. I hope that there will be a will from the international community to continue to exert more pressure on Israel to end the occupation and to end this catastrophe on the Palestinians.
So Nida Ibrahim is in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank for us. So Nida, we're now right in the middle of this. We have the confirmation from the ICRC and from the Israeli side that the captives have been released from Gaza, are now on their way to Israel, which at some point pretty soon should trigger the release of the Palestinian prisoners on your side. What do you know?
We know that the families, as soon as they received the list of the names of the 33 Palestinians who are expected to be released, they've came here to this area. It's been cold and rainy, so they've chosen a place that is going to be suitable for the welcoming and the reception of those Palestinians. And people here know that it's a waiting game. They've been in the past 3 days waiting and waiting until Israel releases them. For example, the first day, there was a 4-hour gap between the time the Israeli captives were released from Gaza and the time when the Palestinian prisoners have made their way. In other days, we've seen delays that were related to the deal itself. And now families are waiting, expected to be meeting with their loved ones. Now, amongst the names, there are 3 Palestinian women prisoners, and if and when they get released, that would mean the end of the Palestinian prisoners, the end of the women prisoners as part of the list that Israel has released as part of the eligible Palestinians. There are more women in Israeli jails. Some are from and have Israeli passports, and the rest have been detained after the 7th of October. Now, I'm joined here by the brother of one Palestinian prisoner who is expected to be released today, the brother of Yasmin Sha'ban Abdurrahman. And I want to talk to you a little bit about Yasmin and the conditions that she has gone through while she's in prison. She's a mother of 4. And tell me what happened to the family after she's been detained.
First of all, we would like to thank Al Jazeera, and we would like to also thank you for the coverage, and may all the martyrs rest in peace. We lived in very critical conditions after my sister went to prison. She was sentenced for 5 years before that. It was a very critical situation because we have lost our dad who passed away, and he was very attached to her. And he was not the father of Yasmin only, he was the father of all the female prisoners, actually. thank God for everything. She also lived in very difficult and tough situations in the prison. They broke her leg in prison. You mean after she was in isolation? Can you tell us more about this? Was she isolated? Yes, for a period of time. And she was tortured, and she was beaten, and they broke her leg. She used to come to the court, and it was clear that her leg was broken, but till now we don't know what is her health condition. When was the last time you spoke with her? I spoke with her through the radio, and sometimes she calls us when she's allowed to do so, and sometimes she's punished and they take her phone away. Over the last 2 years, I was not able to visit her. I was able to visit her, but now I haven't been authorized to visit her. What about her children? It's very challenging to take the children to the prison, and they have some health issues also. It's very challenging. After all, her children are aged between 20 and 14 years old, so it's very tough on them that they are just with their father as the only provider and trying to take care of them. You said that she was sentenced for 5 years and now for 7 years. So let us focus on her current, on the difficulties. Well, the difficulties and the challenges are not only it's not only my sister who is being challenged, but all the Palestinians. And all people are unable to help us, actually, even for our people in Gaza. Even when they come here, they don't consider us as human beings, and they do not give us all the humanitarian and or human values that we deserve. Yasmin was in the list of the prisoners who will be released. It's been 4 days. How was it? Well, I've been here since the first day. I came from Jenin, and I'm here in Ramallah. Why do you come? How do you go and come? Well, first it's very difficult to go and come every day. For example, my parents wanted to come since 2 p.m. and they did not make it yet. There are several security checkpoints, and they make it very tough and difficult to get here. Also, the refugee camp of Jenin is also always targeted. So it's very tough and challenging. How were the 4 days that you spent here? It was supposed to be released on the second day. That's what I've been told based on the statements of those who were with her, the prisoners who were with her, and the young teenagers who were released. She was with them, actually. So after she arrived to Aufar prison, she was stopped, and they took her out of the bus, and this is just to have a psychological game on us and not to see us celebrate or see us happy. So how do you feel now that you have just a few moments before seeing your sister? Well, it's a mixed feeling, actually. There is happiness and joy, but also bitterness, because it's very tough that she will be released, but my father wouldn't be here to welcome her. So also the price for the release of those prisoners was very high and expensive given the situation in Gaza. And of course, many people should be held responsible for this situation, including the Arab nation and Muslim nation, but also all the governments around the world and the United States. The White House should intervene and try to stop what is happening in Gaza. As they have children and they want them to live, it's the same for us. We have children and we want them to live. We hope that the situation will be solved soon. of course, all this, but we know that Israel will not last forever. Thank you, Abdurrahman.
The family of Yasmin has been trying to reach Ramallah since hours, but the Israeli checkpoints, the raid that is now ongoing in Jenin is making that more and more complex. As you've heard there, Abdurrahman has been here for the past 4 days now, waiting and anticipating the moment he meets his sister.
Nida Ibrahim reporting live there. Thank you very much. As we're still waiting for confirmation of the release of Palestinians, that should happen soon, but hasn't happened yet. Now I can go to Hoda Abdelhamid. Hoda, you're in Kafr Naama in the occupied West Bank. You're among the teams, speaking to relatives of the detainees, some of whom will be released this evening. What can you tell us?
Well, actually, here in Kafr Naama, no one is expecting someone to be released. Maybe one detainee could be on that list. At least that's some of the people we spoke to told us in this village. But really, the bigger problem at the moment here is that there have been several raids by Israeli army, the last one being last night. 25 people were detained, and after that, 9 of them were released, so 14 were taken in custody, bringing the total number of men that have been detained from this village alone to around between 40 and 50, depending on who you talk to. So this is really a big contrast to what Nida was talking about just a few minutes ago, speaking to the relatives of someone who is being released. Well, people here, the ones we spoke to, told us that their loved ones have been taken away. They don't know where at this stage. I don't know if they're taken to Ofer prison, which is inside the occupied West Bank, or to other jails that are inside Israel, and that is an information they will not get for at least 2 weeks, and after that there's a very long process before they can actually go and see their loved ones. Now we are actually in the garage of the Ataya family. The Israeli forces were here last night. They did do a lot of mess up there that has been put to the people have arranged that, but you can still see what happened in this garage, just this car being completely destroyed. And perhaps also what gives you really an indication that the Israeli forces were here is that they have sprayed on this wall 2 stars of David and then a gun with a young man holding it, that being the symbol of how the Israelis see Palestinian youth. Now the family has actually sprayed over it to take away those signs. I'm joined here, they are, the mother and the father, Asma and Marwan Ataya. We were speaking to them earlier, but then after they told me even more. Asma, you were telling me that it's not only your son, Wajdi, who was taken last night, but you have another son who's also in jail since the beginning of the year. كنت بتقولي لي إن مش بس ابنك امبارح اعتقل، بس عندك ابن تاني كمان في السجن، واللي ما عندكيش أي اتصالات معاه.
You don't have any communication with your son who's in prison. Have you tried to reach out to communicate with him? I've tried, but there are no way to communicate with him. We reached out to the Red Cross, to the lawyer. We were unable to reach out to him. We have no news as of yet. What about Wajdi yesterday, your other son, when he was arrested? Did they tell you why he was arrested? Did they tell you where they will take him? No, I don't have any information. I did not even know that they took him. They were searching the house. I was in my place and I heard that they were ruining the place and messing up the house, and after they ruined the place completely, the forces left, so I went just to check what they've done to the house, and I asked his wife, where's Wajdi, and they told me that the army took him. So they took him. I did not see him. I did not know anything about him when he was taken away. his children were crying. They were scared of the army and the Israeli forces, and they don't care. As if they don't have any responsibility. They did not take into consideration that the fact that there were children there and there was a spouse. They did not even care enough to let us bid farewell to him. They did not even the door. They did not tell us anything. So now you have a son that you did not hear or get any news from since a month or over a month, and now your second son is being taken away. So you need a permit, right? Can you tell me how does it work? So usually the first step is to reach out to the Red Cross. The Red Cross will then try. It can take up to a month or 2 months, depending on when Israeli forces will give us the permit. Sometimes the permit will be declined. So when my request is declined, it means that I cannot see my son. Can you explain how is it declined? So Israel does not always approve all the permit requests. So sometimes they just decide that your request is declined and there's no discussion. You just apply for a permit. If it is cleared and approved, the Red Cross will call you and inform you about the permit. And if it is declined, the Red Cross will just inform me accordingly and will not give me any other information. I cannot even appeal or try to get more information. In that case, I'm just not able to see my son. I've been walking around and talked to people. See, there are a lot of people and young people who are arrested in this village, and people are afraid to talk these days. What is happening exactly? Maybe they are being threatened by the Israeli forces. There are some young people who have been released, and we know that their parents were contacted and they have been told that you should not celebrate, you should not wave a flag. So people were afraid, especially parents were afraid for their children in case they would be put in jail again. So there is a panic situation and people are stressed and concerned, aren't they? Yes, they are. I've heard also that whenever you're even more concerned and afraid when it gets dark because you are threatened. Can you explain more what is happening? Do you have attacks from both sides? Yes. We have the colonizers or the settlers and the Israeli forces attacking us. This year, for example, during the season of olive trees, we were not able to go and do what we usually do because they were afraid of the settlers. So do you think that those threats increased since the start of the war? Indeed. And the army is even more violent since the start of the war. Yes, especially the settlers. They are very violent and aggressive and benefiting from the protection of the Israeli army. So you mean that you are permanently under stress and concerned? Yes. So because we are now standing with you, and at any moment the Israeli forces can come, so you are scared and you think that anything can happen now. Yes, at any moment they can come. Because you can see here it's the settlement and here it's the Israeli forces, so they can just come walking. We do not even hear any cars. They come walking on their feet, and the road also does not help us to notice when they are on their way to us.
But we hear over and over across the occupied West Bank similar stories, and especially since this war started, the pressure on Palestinians has become, like many people told me, unbearable, because at this point they don't know if their children are going to be detained, as Asma said, where they're going to go, but they don't know also what kind of other threats that they could receive. So certainly a very difficult situation. Asma and Marwan told me that they were happy to see the prison prisoners released as part of the ceasefire deal, but they're also very worried that the tensions will continue, and they say that their experience last night is a clear message by the Israeli forces that regardless of who's being released, the tensions will continue.
Hoda, that's very useful testimony from that family, and it helps us complete the picture of what's happening in the occupied West Bank, because at the same time you have families, and Nida was meeting with them and reporting on them, that are waiting for their relatives, often minors, to be released, and that could happen imminently. And at the same time, you have even more families who have just seen their relatives be arrested and be detained. Thank you very much, Hoda Abdelhamid there. Now we can try and complete that picture with Mohammed Jamjoom. You're in occupied East Jerusalem. Mohammed, bring us up to speed on what you've been reporting on and what you're finding.
So, Cyril, when I last spoke with you, we had been told that police earlier in the evening had raided the house of the family of Nufud Hamad. She's a 16-year-old Palestinian prisoner. She's been in prison for 2 years. She was convicted for attempted stabbing of an Israeli settler. The family and Nufud Hamad had always denied those charges. Now, we are about 200 meters away. That direction, that's where the home of Nufud Hamad is. There's some police that are over there. They've cordoned off the areas. There are many checkpoints. Earlier this evening, the media that was assembled there to see when Nufud Hamad was able to reunite with her family, because she is expected to be released this evening, those media, they were kicked out by the police force that raided the home. Also, members of the extended family were kicked out of the house. Then the police left. Now, in the last 10 minutes or so, we've spoken to members of the family, and they've said that the police have returned, and that the police have told the family that while other Palestinian prisoners will be released soon, that it will still be at least another few hours before Nufud Hamad is released. We're unclear as to why that is, but that's the latest we've heard from the family. Now, what we've seen here the last few nights, this is starting to become a pattern when it comes to journalists going to the homes of Palestinian prisoners who are to be released, prisoners who they reside and their families reside in occupied East Jerusalem. The police do not want the media covering those reunions. They do not want the press at the houses. Now, there's two reasons for that. One of the reasons is the fact that the far right-wing National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir has repeatedly warned Palestinians under his jurisdiction in occupied East Jerusalem that they will not allow any celebrations for returning prisoners. The other reason for that is because they do not want them speaking to the media. Now, just a couple of nights ago, we were at another area in occupied East Jerusalem covering the release of another female Palestinian prisoner. And while we were there, the police showed up. First, they told the media they had to go. Then they started pushing, shoving us, forcing us out, got very aggressive, and it turned quite ugly, and we had to leave. And that's what's been playing out in occupied East Jerusalem over the course of the last few nights. And from all the Palestinians, the family members of those prisoners who've been released, as well as some of the prisoners that we've spoken with who have now been freed, they say that they've been warned repeatedly by the police that they are not to speak to the media, that they are not to post anything on social media, and that they are not to engage in any kind of political activity. Cyril?
Mohammed Jamjoom reporting from occupied East Jerusalem. Thank you very much. Sarah Khairat is in Tel Aviv, where families have been gathering day after day to push for the release of captives. So, Sarah, the captives are now on their way to Israel. We got the confirmation. Roughly what time do you think you might be expecting them? And also, what's going to happen when they land in Israel?
Sarah, I'd like to give you an idea on timing, but it's very unpredictable, and that's because the last 3 days of this ceasefire has been exactly that, and the timings that one would often expect seem to change quite quickly. What we do know is that they are confirmed as on their way to Israel. Where along that journey, it's still not clear. It's not clear whether they're still in Egypt. It's not clear whether they've crossed that border into Israel. It's not clear whether they're on the way to the hospital, which is seems to be in central Tel Aviv. So just not clear at the moment. But there are some other details that have become a little bit clearer in terms of who those are that have been released. We do know now that 11 of them are Israeli citizens. We've seen the video there. Some of them are children and their mothers, 2 mothers, it seems. We're also having confirmation from the Qatari Foreign Ministry saying that 3 of them are French nationals, 2 of them are German, and 6 are Argentinian. If my maths is correct, that's 11 of them. That means that all of them are dual citizens, which would make it the largest number released of dual citizens in as one group out of all of these 4 days of this ceasefire. Also, it seems, and this is being reported by Israeli media at the moment, again, not quite confirmed, but one of those is an 11-year-old in a wheelchair. It's not clear how or why she's in a wheelchair, but we know that she's 11 years old, called Yuval Angel. Still, the details are emerging right now, Cyril.
Sarah Khairat reporting from Tel Aviv. Thank you very much for all of that. We'll speak again a little later. It's 10:30 where you are, Sarah. Thank you very much. Now, Mashed Al-Ansari is the official spokesperson for Qatar's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and he was with us live now here in Doha. Sir, what should we expect over the next 48 hours now that the 4-day ceasefire has been extended and that there are 2 extra days? What are we going to see during those 2 days?
As the provision in the original agreement suggests, 10 hostages will be released every day, and that will translate into an extra day of pause. So we have from Hamas a confirmation now that 20 extra hostages will be released in the next 2 days, and on the Palestinian side, that would mean that from Israeli jails you'll have threefold of that number, so 60 Palestinians will be released from Israeli prisons, and the same parameters of the agreement that apply, and these 4 days will continue when it comes to humanitarian aid and the pause in the fighting. It is a very hopeful moment for us that we can build on that momentum to increase the number of hostages being released, but also to prepare the ground for more sustainable truce through the negotiations that are taking place.
So that means that the mediators, Qatar is central in this mediation effort, now have 48 hours to achieve what? In 48 hours, we could be having this conversation again. What do you hope will have happened?
We are hoping, first of all, that we would increase, of course, the number of hostages coming out, that the women and children and those at risk within the hostages will be back with their families as soon as possible. And every day that we can buy of calm, of course, is very precious for the people of Gaza, especially when it comes to bringing in humanitarian aid to both South and North Gaza, which is something that is very dear at the moment. Any aid that goes into Gaza right now is welcomed, but certainly nothing that comes into Gaza could alleviate the hardship that we are seeing right now, with the level of devastation and destruction in the sector and the sheer humanitarian disaster that is unfolding in the sector. And therefore, it is very important for us to maintain and utilize every day that we get for the sake of humanitarian aid coming in, but also allowing people to move about in Gaza in relative safety, and to collect their dead, and to help get those who are in need of medical treatment, get them the medical treatment that they need. And obviously, within the next 48 hours, further discussions will be had to, again, extend the humanitarian tools. And we are hoping that this momentum that will build through these additional days would help us in opening the door for negotiations for a more lasting and sustainable truce.
So you've used this word momentum before multiple times. How much momentum would you say is really being built towards a lasting ceasefire?
As we have seen, we began this mediation process here in Doha right after the 7th of October, and we have made a lot of accomplishments starting from then. We've moved from a point where there was absolutely no chance for mediation, where there was a refusal for mediation, to both parties now every day agreeing on the lists and having hostages being released daily. And we have reached a stop of fighting that is going to extend into almost a week now. And I think we have to build on that to make sure that we can move forward. Obviously, we are working with what we have. The conditions of the negotiations are not positive conditions, although the commitments we have received over this agreement are very positive, and the implementation, as we have seen, although very difficult, and at times it was a bit delicate, but we were able to look through the agreement, the 4 days, and extend it now for these 2 days. The team working here from Doha in the operations room has been working day and night, non-stop, relentlessly, to make sure that we have this momentum and we build upon it, and I'm quite sure that the team will have more work to do now as we go on to these 2 extra days.
You explained before the beginning of the 4-day ceasefire that one thing Hamas had to do during those 4 days was actually locate all the captives, and you had explained all the captives that are held in Gaza are not all held by Hamas. Has that happened? Does Hamas now have all the captives, or does Hamas at least know where they are and who's holding them?
Obviously, we don't have that information ready at hand. We are getting the lists as per the agreement daily. So every day we get the list both from Hamas and the Israeli side of those who are going to be released. Now we have confirmation of 20 extra hostages, which would make the total 70 hostages to be released, especially from the women and children. However, the fact that we were able to identify these through Hamas, these extra 20 hostages, means that there is hope to find more hostages, to locate more hostages, and to get them to safety. And the next couple of days are going to tell us how that is going to work.
Okay, sir, as I parse your words, does that mean, to be clear, that you're doing this bit by bit, but beyond the next 20 hostages that Hamas should be releasing over the next 48 hours, beyond that, you cannot guarantee as a central mediator in this process that Hamas actually has control or even knowledge of where the other captives are, the remaining captives?
We have not received specific information about that part. We only received the information that they are now able to free 20 hostages in the next 2 days, and this is what we are going to work with. However, within the next 2 days, we will be working with them to see if they can guarantee an additional number of hostages that we can transfer also to the Israeli side and get an agreement for an extra day or 2, or however long that might be. But right now, this is the information that we have from them.
Since Qatar is the central mediator here, I do want to ask you, have you found both sides that you are mediating with, or that you are in between Hamas and Israel in this negotiation? Have you found both sides to be reliable?
We have been working on mediations between Hamas and Israel since 2006. We have great experience in these mediations. A lot of what is happening right now falls within the patterns of previous mediations, and we have the open channels of communication. We have the political office here in Doha. We have a direct line with the Israelis. Our teams are now both here in Doha, but we also have a team in Tel Aviv doing the direct negotiation. We have a team in Rafah that just entered Gaza yesterday to oversee the humanitarian aid going in, and the 3 teams are communicating to make sure that we are relaying information in real time, and that the operations room here in Doha that is handling the mediation is doing so in the most efficient way, and that has helped us a lot, along with our experience, but also the rapport we have built with both sides, with the Israelis during the aid process and getting the aid through them and mediating countless times. We have we understand how to deal with their concerns, and it's the same for Hamas also. We're working with them towards aid and various mediations. You know, the last mediation we did before this one was on the 28th of September, so just a week before, also before the attacks of 7th of October. We are hopeful,
sir, if I could jump in,
through the rapport we have built, we will be able to go forward with that.
Sir, right now, one could argue that you are doing the easy part, because it is releasing women and children on both sides. And then when we start talking about potentially releasing Israeli soldiers who are being held in captive, now that would be a completely different conversation. Is that conversation, has that already begun? And what are the biggest obstacles?
Well, I find it the understatement of the century to say that the process we have undertaken to this point was easy. It was a very difficult road to get to this point. It certainly was not easy by any means to get both sides to agree on this humanitarian pause, and we have reached so close to getting the agreement, and we have went through so many setbacks in the past 6 weeks whenever an escalation happened on the ground. So this process was very difficult. It was very it needed a lot of effort on all sides, and we are very happy that we reached this point.
But you understand my question, don't you? That the next part is even harder. It's far harder, in fact.
The discussions right now are about the civilians, and all the negotiations and the agreement that took place are regarding the civilians. The priority we had was getting those who are most at risk out before discussing the more long-term issues. And obviously, as soon as we are finished with, first of all, the women and children, and then the civilian men, we will start negotiating over the military personnel who are being held hostage by Hamas. But the important thing right now is that we have established the momentum, we have the pause in place, and we have this extension in place, so we can build upon that. Certainly, it's not going to be easy for the second part of this negotiation, but we remain determined, regardless of the challenges that come through, that our teams will work and see the most reliable ways of getting to both sides and getting an agreement to be lasting for a pause that would help us in getting the negotiations, the hard negotiations over the military personnel done before a long time passes.
Majed Al-Ansari, spokesperson for Qatar's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, thank you for joining us on the program this hour. And we can speak to Hamda Salhout now. You're joining us live from occupied East Jerusalem. Hamda, I'm wondering how the Israeli government, if they have addressed this officially, how they're characterizing the extension of the ceasefire, what they're saying about it.
Well, the Israeli government and the Israeli army alike have actually not confirmed the extension of the ceasefire. Speaking tonight, the Israeli military spokesperson Daniel Hagari said that it actually wasn't confirmed on the Israeli side, and he went on to say that nothing is final until it happens. This is a sentiment he has been echoing since the start of the ceasefire, and even beforehand, before it even started, he said that he was cautious, he was using the necessary reservations because nothing will be final until the deal itself is over. So the Israelis could potentially be waiting until the end of today when those captives are brought back into Israeli territory to perhaps make a formal announcement about the ceasefire extension. Now, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu also speaking tonight ahead of a wartime budget meeting, but did not address the extension whatsoever. He simply said, quote, regarding the hostages, we are going to continue to work to bring them back into Israel, in addition to reaching the overarching goals that Israel has for the war. Now, when it comes to after this ceasefire period, after Israel confirms its extension, the Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant was speaking today to troops, saying that after these days of pause are over, the Israeli army is going to attack. The attacks are going to be bigger, they're going to be on a wider scale, and they're going to be throughout Gaza. He was essentially warning troops that after this rest period, they are going to encounter something inside of Gaza that is equally as restive, referring to Hamas fighters who have also, according to him, been using this time to recuperate and rearm. So while the Israelis still haven't confirmed the extension of this ceasefire, they have been firm and have been talking about what they're going to do after the ceasefire is over. And they're saying the attacks are going to be big, they're going to be strong, the air raids are going to continue, and that the indiscriminate bombings of the Gaza Strip are going to be in full force.
Hamda Salhout, thank you very much, reporting there from occupied East Jerusalem. Now let's go to Tariq Abu Azoum. Tariq, you're in Khan Yunis, inside the Gaza Strip. Is it safe to assume that Palestinians are breathing a sigh of relief now that they have an extra 2 days of ceasefire?
Yes, absolutely. Palestinians are breathing right now as they have more extra days, an extension of the original ceasefire between Hamas and Israel, brokered by Qatar and alongside with the U.S. administration and Egyptian authorities. Meanwhile, Palestinians are concentrating on making the best in order to use those days in order to gain and even to gather the much-needed supplies, alongside also with having access to fuel and even gas in order to afford for them all kinds of living, as growing concerns among Palestinians as this 2 days of extension might end. The fighting will resume again if there is no any kind of international intervention took place, and even the kind of agreement had been reached between Hamas and Israel for reaching further kinds of long-term ceasefires to guarantee tranquility on the ground. So clearly these days are absolutely important, as more humanitarian aid are supposed to enter the Gaza Strip within the coming 2 days, which can probably help Palestinians to partially mitigate the aggravating humanitarian crisis, where the northern areas of Gaza Strip were deprived from all kinds of humanitarian aid since the early beginning of this round of fighting between Hamas and Israel. And now, with the flowing of this humanitarian aid to the northern sector, except fuel, till this very moment, Palestinians are trying to cope with the situation there, as they were completely in very desperate need since the early beginning of this fighting, in terms of food, in terms of water, and even they did not have enough medical supplies even for hospitals in the north of the territory. So clearly these 2 days of truce inside the Gaza Strip could consider to be a very good opportunity for Palestinians to relieve and even to be away from the Israeli relentless strikes that claimed the lives of more than 13,000 Palestinians till very moment.
And Tariq Abu Azoum reporting from Khan Yunis inside the Gaza Strip. Thank you very much for that, Tariq. I turn now to Noordin Meladi, Professor of Media and Communication at Qatar University. So we're sort of in the same position as we were 2 days ago, right? We were thinking, well, in 48 hours now, the ceasefire ends, and we don't know what happens next.
It is a very challenging situation, that's for sure. Challenging for the negotiators themselves, the Qatari government, the Egyptians, and also the American party who is part of this deal. I think the at least the Qatari and other negotiators are hoping for is listening to Majid al-Ansari, the foreign the foreign affairs spokesman of the Qatari government. This is a stepping stone towards a possible permanent ceasefire, whereby Palestinians will have some kind of stability, and also the Israelis, they cease the fire on the Palestinian side. I think, in my opinion, this is possible. This can be achieved.
You do see it happening?
I mean, I would hope so, because this is what the international community is hoping for. This is what the Palestinians are hoping for. This is, in my opinion, a major part of the Israeli public opinion is hoping for, those who've been demonstrating for the last couple of weeks in the streets of Tel Aviv and Israel in general. So this is a momentum which may lead to few more days, in a way, not only 2 days, but I suppose a few more days of a ceasefire. That allows more negotiating, that allows more trust to be built between the different parties.
Aren't we pretty quickly going to hit a snag, though? Because the initial 4-day ceasefire was built on the captives release. 50 captives released from Gaza in exchange for 150 Palestinians freed from Israeli jails. Now, the numbers have dwindled. 20 versus 60, right? 20 Israeli captives to be released from Gaza versus 60 Palestinian prisoners. So my point is that at some point then it becomes a lot harder to release the remaining captives for Gaza, because there are more high-value captives as we start to, as they release the women and children. Now you're talking about men, and after that you're talking about Israeli soldiers. And we just heard the Qatari foreign ministry spokesperson explain that's a completely different conversation.
I mean, I agree there. The first factor, obviously, is the high caliber remaining captives that Hamas still holds. But Hamas has got a strong card in this case, whereby she may look for another form of negotiations, for example, in the future. Maybe she will they will look for a permanent ceasefire, or maybe also they will look for something else, which is the release of the all for all,
yes,
which they announced at the beginning. I think the second factor, which is also very important, is the growing international pressure, not only on the Israelis, but also from within, from inside Israel, but also the international public opinion and the growing pressure on the Biden administration in the U.S. And let's keep in mind that Biden administration is facing elections next year, and we know now. I mean, various polls indicate now that his popularity is dwindling down, especially among the young voters within the Democrats themselves. So this is, in my opinion, this is not necessarily a decisive factor, but it will be also another interesting factor which may probably end to a permanent ceasefire. But also the other thing is the international public opinion are now realizing how brutal this war is and how incredible what has been going on. So if the end game, or if the final objective of the Israeli government or Netanyahu is to eliminate Hamas, everyone agrees now, even policymakers in the West, that this is impossible to achieve. It's unfeasible, not feasible. It's vague in a way, and it means the possible annihilation of a whole Palestinian people. So I think all of these factors, in my opinion, they will lead to proper negotiations that will put on the table, probably sometime soon, whereby somehow a negotiated will be, a final settlement will be taken into consideration. And I think, in my opinion, this lull will probably indicate that there will be a permanent, probably ceasefire. I don't think the world would like to see again the people of Gaza or another genocide. Now we have let the hundreds of trucks coming into Gaza, at least to provide the basic necessity of people in hospitals, in schools, everywhere, kind of shelter, medicine, and what have you. I don't think the world will stand witnessing live on air another genocide in the next few weeks. I don't think so, in my opinion.
Noordin Meladi, thank you very much. We won't have that long to wait, because 48 hours, then we'll see what happens to that extension of the ceasefire. Will the extension be extended, or do we move on to something else? Perhaps the resumption of war. We just don't know at this stage. Noordin, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The White House has welcomed the ceasefire extension in Gaza, saying that it's hopeful the pause will continue for longer.
The approach that we're taking with Israel, and quite frankly with our partners in the region, is working. It's getting aid into people that need it. It's getting a pause in the fighting. It's getting hostages out. It's getting Americans out. And quite frankly, we continue to urge, and will continue to urge, the Israelis, as they conduct military operations, to do so with the utmost care for innocent civilian life.
Our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett, tells us more.
Now, U.S. President Joe Biden, we are told, remains in close contact through his teams. He's being briefed by the National Security Advisor and is remaining personally engaged in this process in continuing to see that this ceasefire continues, as well as captives being released. Having said that, the White House is also acknowledging that the U.S. president supports Israel's ultimate resumption of its military campaign against Palestinians in Gaza. They feel that it is necessary in order to eliminate the leadership of Hamas, which the White House believes is a genocidal threat to Israel's existence. Kimberly Halkett, Al Jazeera, the White House.
The UN Secretary General has also welcomed the ceasefire extension and has spoken about wanting humanitarian aid delivered to Gaza through more than one point of entry.
It's a glimpse of hope and humanity in the middle of the darkness of war. And I strongly hope that this will enable us to increase even more the humanitarian aid to the people in Gaza that is suffering so much. I am sincerely hopeful that it will be possible to have other crossings, because they will facilitate the distribution, and that will also facilitate the control by the Israeli side. So I'm very hopeful that this will happen.
Police in the U.S. state of Vermont have arrested a suspect in the shooting of 3 Palestinian-American university students. 2 of them are in intensive care. Local police and the FBI are investigating to see if this was a hate crime. Shihab Ratansi reports.
The 3 Palestinian-American university students were in Burlington, Vermont for the Thanksgiving holidays, visiting the relatives of one of the 20-year-olds. This photo is reported to have been taken just before they went for a walk. 2 were wearing the keffiyeh, the traditional Palestinian headdress, as scarves. Police say they have no information as to a motive, and the gunman didn't say anything before shooting. But among the avenues of investigation, whether this was a hate crime.
The fact if the gunman did not even shout, then it makes matters even worse, because at that point, somebody just walking up to individuals wearing the keffiyeh and then shooting them for no apparent reason, it's even now more clear that it is a hate crime. They were not robbed, it wasn't a domestic violence situation, and it's not somebody that they know or somebody that could have targeted them for any other reason.
The 3 are graduates of a school in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. They're now studying at Harvard, Brown, and Trinity universities in the U.S.
We are a Quaker school in Palestine. We were established in 1869, and we have the International Baccalaureate program. Most of our students, let's say even as a number of like 40% of our students, they study abroad in the U.S. and in Europe.
The students' families issued this statement: "We call on law enforcement to conduct a thorough investigation, including treating this as a hate crime. We will not be comfortable until the shooter is brought to justice. We need to ensure that our children are protected and this heinous crime is not repeated." Since the war on Gaza, a rise in attacks on Arab Americans and those simply calling for a ceasefire has been reported around the U.S. Shia Bertansi, Al Jazeera.
Staying with this, we've got Patty Culhane reporting from Washington, D.C. Patty, what more can you tell us on the investigation?
Well, police did have a press conference today. We know they're working with the FBI, as Shihab mentioned, looking to see if this is potentially a hate crime. We heard a little bit more from the police today. They said that the 3 students were speaking in Arabic and English, and that the suspect just simply walked off his porch, shot them 4 times, and ran away. So they're saying it's too soon to say whether or not this was in fact a hate crime. We do know they took his computer, so they'll be able to look through previous searches, possibly get out a motive from that. But the students' uncles talked at the press conference as well, and they said they're willing to wait for the results of the investigation, but they really do think it's probably going to be a hate crime.
To have them come stay with me for Thanksgiving and have something like this happen speaks to the level of civic vitriol, speaks to the level of hatred that exists in some corners of this country.
Jason Eaton, the suspect, was arraigned in court today, pled not guilty through his lawyer to attempted murder charges. So how did police find him? Well, it's kind of interesting. They were back canvassing the neighborhood where the shooting happened. That's basically knocking on doors, asking people if they saw anything. There was an apartment door that nobody came to answer the day of the shooting. They went back on Sunday, knocked on the door, and according to police, Easton came out with his hands up and said, "I've been waiting for you. I want a lawyer." They found a gun matching the description and the ammunition matching the description. They've been able to tie it back to the crime scene. This is really getting national attention. President Biden has put out a statement saying that he is horrified by the shooting, waiting to find out, in fact, if they were targeted. But we do know one of the students, his mom, spoke to an American media outlet from the occupied West Bank. She said she's been told that it's possible that her son will be paralyzed after this and he'll never walk again.
Patty, thank you very much for your reporting on that story. Patty Culhane reporting from Washington, D.C. The UN says civilians in the besieged Strip face an immediate possibility of starvation as food supplies continue to run dangerously low. But despite the suffering, Palestinians are coming together to help each other. Imranullah Khan reports.
On the streets of Khan Yunis, a simmering pot of soup tells the story of compassion and strength in Gaza. These friends are cooking the few bags of lentils they have left for the Palestinians displaced by war. They know what it feels to be hungry, cold, and displaced.
The aim is to give something to the displaced people who came from the north. They have suffered a lot of pain and bitterness. Some of them haven't eaten for 4 or 5 days, so we wait for them and give them cups of lentils.
Alyan Abu Saida was displaced from his home, and so were his friends, all volunteering at this time of unprecedented needs. There's no fuel, so they use paper and a few blocks of wood as kindle. Supplies are low, even lentils and salt are hard to come by. But despite the hardships, there's hope and happiness, even in the smallest things.
I can't express how I feel when I see people taking cups of lentils and looking at me and wishing me all the best and asking God to bless me.
A car has no use when there's no fuel, so they use donkey carts to transport cauldrons of lentils all the way to Salah ad-Din Road, a road that tens of thousands of Palestinians have taken from the north of Gaza to the south through Israeli checkpoints. For many, it's their first meal of a terrifying day and a small comfort after weeks.
The situation is very difficult. It's tough and above any imagination. It's destruction. Nothing to eat and nothing to drink. No electricity and no flour. In Gaza and in the north, there's no life at all.
Gaza is the dignity. Gaza is the history. Gaza is the civilization. If you want Gaza, just stay firm for the sake of Gaza.
A message from Gaza that despite Israel's chilling war of starvation and siege, the warmth of its people will endure. Imran Al-Khan, Al Jazeera.
Let's briefly bring you some other world news now. Court hearings have begun in Beijing for a lawsuit brought on by families of passengers lost on Malaysia Airlines Flight 370. The relatives of 135 Chinese nationals on board are seeking compensation from the
TV. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a moment with live team coverage of the release of the 11 hostages right after this. just below that hospital is I-24 News correspondent Ariel Osran. He's joining us live from there. Ariel.
Right, Albert. So just a short while ago, IDF announcing that all 11 hostages that were released today, and 9 children and 2 mothers, are in Israeli territory. So a sigh of relief can be released at this moment. Now, according to the statement, they're being accompanied by IDF forces, and after they undergo an initial medical assessment, because we have to note, I mean, some of the hostages were released in suboptimal health conditions, to say the least. For instance, 11-year-old Yuval Engel, she was healthy on October 7th before she was kidnapped by Hamas terrorists, but she was wheeled out by members of the El Qassam Brigade, Hamas's military wing, as they handed her over to Red Cross officials. And so that's just one example of the different kinds of medical evaluations that the released hostages need to undergo to see if anyone is in life-threatening condition. Yesterday, we saw that exact situation with an 84-year-old released hostage who was taken directly to Soroka Hospital in Be'er Sheva. And so after this medical evaluation, they will be airlifted by helicopters to here, Ichilov Hospital in Tel Aviv, where they will be finally reunited with their families after 52 days in Hamas captivity. They will also undergo further medical assessment as well as psychological evaluations to see as they begin their reception inside Israel, and also the whole medical staff here geared up to treat them in any way they may need.
Great. Ariel Osran joining us live from Ichilov Hospital, just up the road here from the I-24 studios in Tel Aviv. Thanks so much for joining us again. I'm joining in studio here with Owen Alterman, senior correspondent. Owen, I wanted to talk to you about the walkthrough that Prime Minister Netanyahu had today with Elon Musk, the CEO of X. And normally, heads of state would come and do this walkthrough so they could see for their own eyes. The Foreign Minister David Cameron of England did this, but Elon Musk, the CEO of X, there's a reason why.
Right, he's got more than a state, I think, is kind of the reason why. By the way, we're seeing the pictures on the screen of Elon Musk and Faraz. By the way, the IDF soldier you see there with the backpack leads foreign dignitaries. I was on the visit of Boris Johnson and Scott Morrison to Faraz. He was there, so he'll have a lot of stories to tell, having hosted all of these dignitaries from the public diplomacy part of the IDF spokesperson's unit. Look, Elon Musk has more than a state. He has Twitter. And by the way, this was not only a Netanyahu initiative, right? Netanyahu spent a lot of time with Musk, right? Takes him to Kfar Aza, sits with him to watch the 44-minute movie of the atrocities, conducts a Twitter space with Elon Musk, right? X space.
I listened to it. I listened to it.
Space on Twitter, right? Exactly. So actually spent a lot of time with Elon Musk, right? And albeit during a ceasefire, but still in the middle of a war, right? So a priority for Netanyahu, but Netanyahu was not the only person to meet with Elon Musk. This can't be pinned only on Netanyahu, however people feel about it. Right. Elon Musk also met with the Israeli President Isaac Herzog, who did talk to him about the issue of anti-Semitism quite publicly, and also was seen in the Knesset with Benny Gantz, right? Affiliated with the anti-Netanyahu bloc in Israeli politics, of course, now part of the wartime government. Look, the argument in favor of the visit, right, for those who would support it and planned it and initiated it. Elon Musk is one of the most powerful influencers in the world, okay? Obviously the richest person in the world, owns maybe one of the most important social media platforms in the world, has 160 million followers. I checked just a short time ago. A very important influencer, at least a very distinctive slice, but a slice of international public opinion. If you can get his attention and his time for a day and get him to experience the story as you see it, and then get him to use his platform, bully pulpit, and frankly, his platform, and direct it to show the story the way you tell it, obviously that's to your significant advantage. And Elon Musk has, of course, very distinct political opinions, and he channels those opinions through his bully pulpit and his platform. So getting his to to agree with you and see the world your way and put that into the public domain is something that could be incredibly valuable, okay, for Israel in this incredibly important part of the war in the information arena.
So it's not just a political chip, it's a public relations chip.
It's about using Elon Musk as a kind of multiplier to get your story out, the same way Israel hosts all kinds of influencers and works with all kinds of influencers. This is an influencer on steroids, right? When you're talking about Elon Musk, and there's an order of magnitude that others aren't.
It's to counterbalance the Gigi Hadids of the world or the Bella Hadids of the world who have billions and millions of followers and then puts false narratives out on Twitter and Instagram, and millions of people are parroting what they say about kidnapped students by the Palestinian students by IDF soldiers.
Right, we're still on the explaining the argument in favor of the visit, right? We're going to get to the arguments against in a second, of course. Okay. But right, in this sense, it's invaluable in two ways, and you alluded to both of them, right? First of all, his own following and his own bully pulpit and his own large number of followers, and also you alluded to it, the kinds of speech that's there on Twitter. Elon Musk controls Twitter, or X, I should say. Right. So if you get him to see the story your way, maybe he will shape the rules of the platform, rightly or wrongly, but from your perspective, it's in your interest in a way that serves you. That's the argument for the visit. The arguments against, I think, are apparent to everyone who's watching and listening. First of all, to start with the most basic, American Jews. We have seen a just resurgence of the Israel diaspora relationship, particularly the relationship between Israel and American Jews, in the most phenomenal way over the past month and a half, including a large part of the political spectrum among American Jews, as people really have coalesced around the effort here in Israel. And hosting Elon Musk, given the things Elon Musk has said or endorsed, more specifically, is a finger in the eye to many, many millions, it's fair to say, of American Jews at a time when I think they will very much not appreciate it. After all that they're doing to help themselves and to help Israel, they feel threatened by anti-Semitism. They see Elon Musk as aiding and abetting it. And now Israel, the leaders of the Jewish state, in plural, because it wasn't only Netanyahu, it was also Isaac Herzog and others, now rolling out the red carpet for Elon Musk, right? Spending an entire day with him, taking him everywhere, and in that sense endorsing him. And more broadly, you have him here to tell the story your way and all of that. But Elon Musk may be independent-minded or independent enough, not untethered enough given his power, and volatile enough that you may get him to see his story your way on this Monday. But what about next Monday? What about a month from now? Meaning you don't have any control over what he's going to say down the line, or frankly much leverage. He has more power than most heads of state, let's be honest. And in that sense, if he says something that's against your interest, you have in a sense had him here, you've re-legitimized him, right?
You aided
time when he is, I'm sorry?
You aided him in his whatever.
Exactly. Now again, Benjamin Netanyahu, before going to the UN in September, flies to San Francisco, is there at Elon Musk's office, there on the stage with him, having a panel with him. So in that sense, legitimized him. It was, of course, very controversial when it happened. Right. And now, in the middle of this war, in a sense, re-legitimized him without, again, any control about what you're going to get down the road. I checked the Elon Musk X feed just a few minutes ago. There's really nothing on it about the war. There's the spaces he held with Benjamin Netanyahu's audio, and there's a one-sentence tweet. It's close to the correct quote. It sounds like a cliche, but I really do want world peace. That's the extent of his statement so far coming out of this visit, let alone what he's going to say down the road. Again, there may be more to it in terms of how he shapes the rules of X and so forth, but there's tremendous risk from Israel's perspective in hosting this visit. There's also direct cost in terms of the relationship with American Jews, and the upside we sketched earlier, right, in terms of the having him here and getting him to see things your way, but an incredibly high risk and controversial visit, and it seems to me not to have been a good idea.
Owen Alterman, I'm going to have you hold for 1 second. I'm now going to go to Joe Truzman. He's a research analyst for the FDD's Long War Journal. He's joining us live from Portland, Oregon. Thanks so much for joining us, Joe. Good morning to you. Joe, the 2-day truce extension. Let me ask you a very simple question. Good idea, bad idea?
Well, I guess it depends, right? Of course, for the families, it's a wonderful idea. They want to be reunited. However, if you're looking at this from the perspective of the Israeli military, it's possibly bad. I mean, this gives Hamas, Islamic Jihad, and a host of other Palestinian terrorist groups that operate in the Gaza Strip a respite, time to regroup essentially, and plan further attacks against Israeli troops in the Gaza Strip. So it just depends how you look at this, right? So right now we have this ceasefire, but it's helping both sides essentially.
But what about, let's go to the title of your journal, Long War. What's the long game in this?
Right. So essentially, what we're seeing now, it's obviously other than the 50 days or so war that we're seeing now, but this, as far as the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, we know how long it's been going on. It's been going on for decades. And then since Hamas's inception in the late 80s, now we've been seeing these conflicts growing, right? We've seen, especially in the last few decades, 2014 being an excellent example, 2021, and then we started seeing more, 2022, and then obviously now with the October 7th war. So this, it goes back to what Israel wants here. Israel wants to eliminate Hamas because it wants to stop these wars. These conflicts that we've been seeing between Palestinian armed groups, specifically Hamas, and the Israeli military. So this is what they're doing now, is destroying Hamas, at least in Gaza. So, but we need to see, but this is something that's going to take time, right? It doesn't take days, doesn't take weeks, it take many months. So, but we'll see what will happen. But right now, again, we're in the ceasefire that aids both sides.
Good, Joe, just 1 second here. What the viewers at home are now looking at, this is pictures just coming into I-24 News. These are the hostages coming on Israeli soil, coming onto Israeli soil from Gaza. They actually have crossed onto Israeli soil from here. There is the point right there. Those are the gates. These are the 11 hostages, 9 children, 2 women, coming across in the Red Cross vans. They're now on their way. They're making their way up to Ichilov. They'll make their way to an Air Force base in the south and then take helicopter rides up to Ichilov, where they'll be treated. As we mentioned, Yuval Engel is a child who is now in a wheelchair. Yuval was not in a wheelchair on October the 7th, so they'll have special treatment on her. Let me go back to Joe Chusman. When you see video like this, it makes you wonder whether the truce seems to be worth it, in the sense that in public opinion, that's what Israelis want to watch. They want to see these videos. They want to see the trucks coming through with the hostages in safe hands.
No, absolutely. This is wonderful news for not only the families, but the Israeli public. But again, we go back to, well, what's the best thing to do here, right? So what Israel is trying to do is eliminate Hamas. And unfortunately, there's another side to this ceasefire, which is allowing, not only allowing or releasing Israel releasing Palestinian terrorists for these prisoners, but again, it's giving Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups a respite to regroup, and maybe we don't know this for a fact, to move some of these hostages, right, or move the leaders or commanders that Israel is after, specifically those that are in the military infrastructure of Hamas and Islamic Jihad. So we'll see exactly what happens. But again, it is welcome news to see. It's welcome news to see these videos rather of these hostages being released.
Great, Joe Chusman. I'm going to have you hold on for 1 second. Let me go back here in studio now with Fadi Ismail. Fadi, let's talk a little bit about the other countries that took part in the back and forth negotiations between Qatar and Egypt and Israel and the U.S. John Kirby today, speaking with the White House today, basically said that they are 100% behind Israel no matter what happens, even past the ceasefire. I want to actually just take a listen to what he had to say, and I'll come back to you when.
A real risk. You have to expect a group like Hamas, a terrorist group, which clearly doesn't abide by laws of war, will try to take advantage of any pause in the fighting for their own benefit. So we're watching that closely, as well as our Israeli counterparts. You can bet that they're watching that closely. And I don't want to speak for the Israelis, but I mean, this is a calculated risk that Prime Minister Netanyahu and his war cabinet are willing to take in order to get those hostages out. So it's a balance. And as you've also heard the Israelis say, that the pauses are over, they intend to go right back at military operations.
So it sounds as though the U.S. is still going to be behind Israel no matter 100%. The question I have for you is, how does the U.S. play all of this as a leader, as opposed to where Israel is right now?
Look, President Biden is doing what he can do. Again, once you get in trouble because of a policy, I'm not just talking about Mr. Biden, but because of policies that took you to a place where you are in, now we just see the explosion of the situation, you do what you can. And all the choices, I say it's like Sophie's choice. It's between horrible to extremely catastrophic. There are no good choices here, but the point is not to get to those choices. And this is, again, maybe it will make people feel better. The kind of correction we have to do, a course correction we need to do, the kind of positive change we need to do, this is something that will take years, and a change of mindset, a change of leadership, many things. Right now, let's get those boys and girls back home as fast as we can. We will not fix the problem of Hamas. Is just the symptom of the problem, not the problem. What do I mean by that? So we kill all of them, so what?
You still have the mindset, the education.
We killed Saddam Hussein, so what?
Right.
We got Iran. We went into South Lebanon at the time and pushed back the PLO into Tunisia, and we got Hezbollah. So if we don't have an image, a vision of what it is that we want to do positively, not just, okay, let's kill some. I'm all with that, don't get me wrong. But there has to be some deep thinking on what will happen 5 years from now, 10 years from now. We can do that. It is not that impossible. We just have to think in different ways. And this is why I'm saying, to make sure everybody, they will regroup. They try to regroup. I mean, how much regrouping can they possibly do when they have satellites on them and you have, we're watching every movement they're doing there. If they start, what can they do? Can they move like tanks? They can't move tanks. Okay, we know they have rifles. We know that they have, they'll move some ammunition from one place to the next. We'll get some good night sleeps, a bowl of soup, fine. We can do this the same way. So I'm not that worried about all this. Of course, in war, you have regrouping. That's what happens. Now we have to start thinking in terms of years ahead. A change of strategy, because something built Hamas to this, and it did not happen on October 7th in the morning. That's what I keep on telling everybody. So now let's focus at the mission at hand. Okay, let me say it in a different way. Now the angry part of me comes out.
Okay, please.
What the heck happened there? We're talking about these Israeli citizens who have every right to be protected by their own government were left alone for 7-8 hours. I'm trying, well, we're on air, but I think the whole audience can hear what I'm trying to think now. I just look calm. And a lot of this discussion is kind of
dancing around the street, being polite.
We are going to find out, and the message has to be to all people in charge, you are not making us forget this. We are going to find out what the heck has happened there. And again, I'm being very gentle. The war will be over. We will go everywhere. We'll go to the Knesset. We'll go to the Prime Minister's office. We'll go to everywhere, to the IDF command, everywhere, and we'll demand answers. These Israelis were betrayed. Philosophically, emotionally, ethically, but who knows, maybe more than that. We're going to find every step that happened. So now it's not time to abandon them, like adding insult to injury. They are there because the system has failed them. And on top of all of that, like we said, even the International Red Cross would not help. Like these people left all of a sudden from a living civil life, quiet life, they're thrown into the jungle because all institutions, national and international, just abandoned them. Am I supposed to abandon them again? Why? So no, we're going to bring them down, but back to the last one of them, whatever, I mean, we keep our eyes open, and now we start a process of very serious self-reflection And honestly, we have to mend every fence, fix every problem, and think years down the line in a way that is positive. I would love to see those Sinwar and those guys. You know what I would love to see them in what situation, but that's not enough. The question is, what do we do next? And so everybody should, in my opinion, should feel very well with the fact that we're bringing them back. So it'll take another week, 2 weeks. Then they will have a good night's sleep. Who cares? Right. We can handle them. But the thing is, can we handle our own mistakes? We can if we look them up, study them, learn them, and not repeat them.
Fadi, I'm going to have you hold on 1 second. Fadi Ismail, thanks again. Let me go now back to Zach Anders, I-24 News correspondent in the south of Israel. Zach, the 11 hostages that we are talking about all night, they're in very close to where you are right now, headed their way up. Zach, go ahead.
We're seeing that they have been transferred into Israeli hands. This is the fourth day of the ceasefire, the fourth hostage exchange, and it appears 11 more hostages are on their way home. The thing that is unclear at this hour is whether they're going to be driven by vehicle, like in previous days, to Hatstream Air Base, or, as has been reported elsewhere, flown by a helicopter to the air base and then to potentially directly to Tel Aviv, where they'll have that final opportunity, or that first opportunity, rather, to meet with their loved ones and their family. We're still seeing the images come out of the Rafah crossing. These are transfers that are happening under immense stress because of the crowds that are on both sides, inside Gaza and on the Egyptian side as well. So this is a delicate transfer from the Red Cross, first from Hamas to the Red Cross, and then to Egyptian authorities and the IDF. This is a delicate dance. It's a highly coordinated affair that they want to make sure they get right. We should mention that this is highly delayed as well. This was something that was supposed to happen much earlier in the afternoon, but delay after delay. We're not privy to all of these conversations and high-level negotiations that are taking place, but it does appear that things did in the end work out, and they are here coming on their way home to Israel.
Great. Zach Anders joining us live from the southern part of Israel. Thanks again for all the work tonight. Thank you, and we'll keep in touch with you. I want to go back to Joe Truzman, research analyst for the FTD's Long War Journal, joining us from Portland. Joe, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the next game, what happens. So let's presume we have another 2 days, maybe we have another week, maybe we have another 2 weeks, and then what?
Right. This is a very good question, and on the minds of many, especially of research analysts like me. So let's take the word of the Israeli military. Right, they're going to go back and resume fighting Hamas and essentially try to reach its goal in destroying Hamas. Okay, but what is that going to take them? A few more weeks, a few more months? We don't know. And the problem also here is it's not, even though the Israeli military is focused on Gaza right now, we have other fronts. We have Hezbollah in the north. We have the Houthis in the south, firing from the south. There's issues with the Iranian-backed groups in Iraq firing at Israel, and in from Syria too. So there are a lot of active fronts here that the Israeli military, the Israeli political echelon has to consider, right? If they're going to continue this war in Gaza, because what the Israeli military has been doing over the past, let's say 50 days now, is managing the other fronts. They've been on a defensive, essentially, in the north, in the south, even in the West Bank as well. So, although they've been doing some operations there. So, regardless, it's a pretty big question, though I do take the Israeli military's word that they will continue to fire their offensive in Gaza. That will be their focus in destroying Hamas. But we also have to take in consideration the other active fronts.
But Joe, you're going to have 25,000 fighters from Hamas, right? They're not wearing uniforms. They're civilian street clothes. The same people you saw in all the videos on October the 7th, the ones who caught the candy, ate the candy, and also beat the people who came in from Gaza, from the Otef Gaza, from the outside of Gaza. This this is not going to be an easy fight. So where do you then, as the Israeli government military now say, okay, you know what, we're going on the offensive and it's not going to be good?
Yeah, of course, but we actually have to understand that also Israel has been through something similar, not as large, of course, and not as, I wouldn't say as important, but as like this before. Of course, you know, we had 2014 and then 2021, and so they understand that Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups generally they don't run around the streets of Gaza with a Hamas headband on. So this is something that they understand and they know how to fight. The Israeli military knows how to fight these terrorists, but of course this is a dense urban population area rather. And it's difficult. We understand that. And that's why it's taking so long. It will take a long time, rather, to destroy Hamas, to defeat Hamas, if that's what the Israeli military's goal is. So what Israel needs more than anything right now, since the beginning, is time. And that's what they actually don't have, because it's going to take so long. Not only that, but support from its allies, chiefly the United States.
Great. Joe Truzman, research analyst for the FTD's Long War, joining us from Portland, Oregon. Thanks again for joining us. We are going to go, just to let everyone know, I'm going to recap with the top story right now, that 11 hostages have been released. They are now in the hands of the IDF. They are on their way up to Tel Aviv. They're going to be checked out. They're going to be made sure they're medically sound. And then from then, they will move on with their lives. Now, the question is, what happens to the other 161 that are still left behind? They're not left behind in the sense of anyone's minds here. They are known that everyone here, they know that everyone here in Israel and around
There's news of this ceasefire extension, which will give an extra 48 hours of reprieve to the Palestinians living in Gaza. And you also just heard the United Nations Secretary General calling for an extra point of passage for aid to come into Gaza. So there is a sliver of hope that more aid could come in. What has been the reaction, generally speaking, of Palestinians in Gaza?
Yes, the majority of Palestinians really feel comfortable and really happy in terms of the extension of the ceasefire that originally was 4-day truce, and now with the extension of 2 days of the truce continue also on the ground, where Palestinians had a sense of respite, where there is no any kind of military acts could be conducted on the ground by the Israeli occupation forces. In normal days and even in the previous weeks, Palestinians have been living under very intense Israeli bombing across the territory, which led to the destruction of houses, residential buildings, and also civil infrastructure. So they did not used to have this kind of tranquility and quiet on the ground. Now they are concentrating on using this kind of ceasefire with the ultimate efforts in order to gain all their much needed supplies for them for living, including to have access to food, water, fuel, and even gas that had allowed recently to enter the Gaza Strip after long weeks of confrontations between Hamas and Israel. What is also important to say is that the United Nations had made different appeals to have access to establish more points of humanitarian aid that must be delivered into the territory, simply because the number of humanitarian trucks that had entered the Gaza Strip still limited with the overall needs of the Gaza. We are talking about 2.3 million Palestinians have been under tight bombardment, and clearly with the number of humanitarian trucks, it's considered to be very limited and is a drop in the ocean for the needs of Gaza Strip, as the Gaza Strip needs at least 200 humanitarian trucks continuously every day for 2 months in order to to supply Gaza Strip with all needs that can help them to cope with the situation. Meanwhile, Palestinians also are trying to get the past. We are talking about the Palestinian communication companies. They are trying to fix their damaged networks. Also, civil defense teams are trying to pull the people who are still stuck under the rubble from the destroyed houses, and even they are opening the roads which were completely full of the rubble. So they are trying to let a kind of new means of life for Gaza Strip to return again. And the situation also had a sense of a glimmer of hope for Palestinians, as this ceasefire might pave the way for further long-term ceasefire that might bring an end for the confrontations on the ground between Hamas and Israel.
Tariq Abu Azoum reporting from inside the Gaza Strip, specifically in Khan Yunis. Thank you very much for all of that, Tariq. And before we take a quick break, a reminder of what we're watching. This is the live shot of just outside Ofer prison. This is where we expect the Palestinian prisoners to be released today. So far, they have not been. So the completion of this fourth day of the ceasefire hasn't quite happened yet. It's going late into the day, since it's now 11:30 local in Ofer. We have seen some movement, but minimal, I have to say, minimal movement at Ofer prison. And we also saw people gathering in Ramallah as they expect the 33 Palestinian prisoners to be released before long. Still ahead on Al Jazeera, U.S. authorities are investigating a possible hate crime as 3 Palestinian-American university students are shot in Vermont.
Hello. Right off the bat, we're talking about quite a bit of snow, so let me show you where. Good to see you. Specifically, Germany, Switzerland, Austria, the Czech Republic, and Slovakia. In this zone, we could see about 10+ centimeters of snow. Now, when we're talking about Germany, I think it's anything above 400 meters, really, where the worst of that snow will be. Mostly wet across the Balkans. I don't think it's going to be like last time, where we saw blizzard conditions in northeast Bulgaria, eastern Romania, and parts of Ukraine as well. Now, unfortunately, more wet weather is slamming into that western side of Turkey. We do not need this. We just had some flooding in Antalya and Izmir. Izmir looking at another half a month's worth of rain in the span of 12 hours. Southerly wind, though, so that's popped up the temperatures. We're into a cold snap across the UK. Let me show you. Waking up Wednesday morning, we'll paint the colors on, darker the blue and the purple to lower the temperature. I think by the end of the week, it could be sub-zero in London, and this cold is here to stick around. Introducing more showers through Portugal and Spain. And if we go to Africa right now, it is breezy pretty much from Morocco right to the northeast of Libya. And for southern Africa, some showers and storms. Winds have turned around, so that means it's not as hot here, including in Botswana. Gaborone, just 34.
Thought-provoking answers.
But the patient doesn't have time to wait for all that.
That's extremely unfortunate, but there are no quick wins in dementia research.
Hard-hitting interviews.
Do you feel like America is less segregated these days, or is it just a different form?
I think that democracy is a process.
Facing realities.
Do you fear that the fracture is already starting, with the G7 and the US on one side, China and the BRICS on the other?
I think there is a huge risk of that to happen.
Hear their story on Talk to Al Jazeera.
Amidst the world slowdown, we stand firm as home to a fifth of global nickel reserves. Indonesia is poised to lead the global EV battery industry. We adeptly manage our abundant resources and play a vital role in solar energy harnessing, offering 75% of global carbon credit potential, committed to environmental protection, enhancing investment climate through digital licensing. Indonesia, your better tomorrow.
Watching Al Jazeera, a reminder of our headlines this hour. Qatar's foreign ministry says the ceasefire between Hamas and Israel has been extended for 2 more days. There's been a steady push by several nations to extend the deal, which was meant to expire on Tuesday morning. The Israeli military says a fourth group of captives released by Hamas has now reached Israel. 17 have been freed, 11 Israelis and 6 Thai nationals. Another group of Palestinian prisoners is set to be released on Monday as part of this deal. Now, Hoda Abdelhamid is in Al-Bire in the occupied West Bank. Hoda, even as 33 Palestinians are set to be released from Israeli jail at any point now, Israeli security forces continue to arrest Palestinians across the occupied West Bank. And you're reporting on this. What can you tell us?
Yes, absolutely. And that has been actually happening ever since October 7th. Nightly raids a bit all over the occupied West Bank. People would tell you that when they go to sleep at night, they do wonder if the Israeli soldiers will show up in their bedrooms, because that's what happens, or if they will go to another town. About 3,000, more than 3,000 have been detained so far. But since the ceasefire deal, so over the past 4 days alone, more than 260 have been detained, and that number will continue to increase, as you were mentioning just now, that the ceasefire deal ends Tuesday morning. Well, between now and Tuesday are the night hours. It's usually under cover of darkness that the Israelis soldiers go to town, refugee camps, villages, and storm into houses and detain people. Well, we are now in the house of Hanadi Hussein. She's the mother of Haitham Siyash. He was here in this house sleeping until yesterday morning at dawn. That's when the Israeli forces came in. Now, Hanadi was telling me this is not the first time her son has been detained. It's actually the 5th time he's been detained. Hanadi, انت كنت بتقولي لي ان دي خامس مرة ابنك.
You were telling me that this is the 5th time. Yes, that's right. The first time, how old was he and why? He was only 16. He was arrested due to throwing snow and stones, and they arrested him for 15 months. And it was very difficult because he was still a child. And it was the first time he is arrested, and it was the first time for the whole family to have someone arrested, and it was very difficult and challenging for a child, and he was transferred from one prison to another. I remember the first visit, he told me, "Mom, I want to go." And seriously, I would never forget that moment, because he is still a child and he can't understand or imagine that he is kept away from his family. And it was a long time before I was able to visit him. Because if you have an ID from the West Bank, you would wait 2 months to get the permission to move. And then sometimes it takes more than 3 months to get the permission. And sometimes you get rejected. With no reason you could get rejected. But there are people who don't visit their children. And that what happened to me. I stayed for a whole year at one of the times where he was present. I was not able to visit him, and that's a punishment. And it was for a very silly reason, because it was in winter and I tried to take with me a woolen hat, and they discovered it, and they punished me for a whole year. I was not able to see him for a whole year, just because I tried to take a piece of clothes that they wouldn't allow, even if it's light woolen hat. Because they were supposed to give it back to me and they punished me. This is the 5th time. As a mother, seeing your son arrested for the 5th time, taken from the house and thrown in jail, yeah, it's very difficult. The way they storm the house, it's terrorizing. You feel they're entering as if they are like on the front line of a war. The officer told me, "Where do you think you yourself are?" I told him I am in my house. And he was like, no, that's like ours. They treat us like as if the house is there. They put us in a corner. You are not allowed to talk. You are not allowed to move. It's like terrorism inside our homes. And he tells us, where do you think yourself you are? And when we reply, we are in the house, she was like, no, you are army here. You have other kids who are also young. You want to protect them. Yes, of course. But you might feel you can't do this to protect your children. There's a soldier. That's exactly what happened yesterday when their dog attacked my son, who is only 14 years old. I tried to... And the soldier just hit me, and he was like, you are not allowed to touch the dog. And they asked the son to lift his arms above his head, and the dog was about to attack him. And they were like using bad words and insults. It was terrorizing. It was terrorist. You are telling me that Haytham has a feeling that they are coming to arrest him. Why is that feeling? Yes, because anybody who was in the prison previously, like from a short period, they were rearrested. They have rearrested more than 50, sometimes 60, sometimes more or less. So he was expecting, since people who were previously in jail were rearrested, he was expecting that he will also be rearrested with no reason whatsoever. And most of them, if not 99, it's just administrative detention. So now we don't know when you're going to see him again. No. And the news from the prison is not a very relaxing. My sister has another son in the prison, and she doesn't know anything about them since the 7th of October.
Haytham is among these 260 who have been detained over the last 4 days. Now, Hannadi has managed to find out that he's actually in Alford prison, the same prison from where those released are going to make their way home or shortly now as part as that ceasefire deal. But I was speaking to a young man who had been released from that jail just 2 days ago, part of the ceasefire deal, and he said that once you're in there, nobody has an idea of what is happening or who's being held or who's being detained or who's coming in. He said that since October 7th, conditions have become so difficult in there, and that the inmates are completely cut off from the outside world, whether it is through communications to their lawyers or their families or relatives, or even just listening to the radio and getting news about what's happening in the outside world. Now, this is really what is worrying Hannadi the most. She doesn't know when she's going to see her son next, and she doesn't know when he's going to be able to have access to a lawyer, if he does, because at the moment he is held in administrative detention that is without charges. It could last 6 months, and it could be renewed as Israel pleases without giving any reasons.
Hoda Abdelhamid reporting from Al-Bira in the occupied West Bank, as we build this picture really of two things happening simultaneously. On the one hand, Palestinian prisoners being released from Israeli jails as per the terms of the ceasefire agreement between Hamas and Israel, and on the other hand, Israeli security forces arresting many more Palestinians, especially since October the 7th, than they have actually detained. Now, U.S. Secretary of State, then they have actually released, I beg your pardon. Now, U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is returning to the Middle East this week for another round of shuttle diplomacy. Let's get more from Shihab Ritansi, joining us live now from Washington, D.C. Shihab, this is new. We're just finding this out. What do you know?
It had been rumored, but Blinken has just arrived in Brussels for a NATO foreign ministers meeting, which was primarily due to be about Ukraine, actually. But we think that there was a briefing on the plane. and it was confirmed that Blinken would be visiting Israel, the West Bank, and the United Arab Emirates later this week. And we're told from that background briefing that Blinken in his meetings will stress the need to sustain the increased flow of humanitarian assistance to Gaza and secure the release of all the, quote, hostages. Blinken will also discuss the need to improve protections for civilians in Gaza. And Blinken, while in the UAE, will visit the UN COP28 climate summit. We were told on Sunday that President Biden would not be attending, as had initially been organized.
What do we know about the content of the visit and the message that Blinken might be bringing to the region?
Well, the only thing we know is what we can glean from the statements we've been hearing, and they have been pretty thematic over the last few days from the administration. That is, the administration entirely supports Israel resuming its military campaign in Gaza. The U.S. only supports a ceasefire in the context of the release of captives, and of course Biden himself is under a great deal of pressure to get the Americans out. The White House, for some reason, or someone in the administration keeps leaking that, oh, this time the Americans will be amongst those released, and that only proved to be true once so far. So they're under a lot of pressure to get those out. So of course they want captives to be released and for there to be some kind of ceasefire for that to happen. But after that's over, Biden downwards, they all say, look, we completely support the Israeli military campaign. There was a Washington Post report on Sunday that said their only fear is that it will continue into the, quote, the heat of the presidential campaign in 2024. So they're looking for a long-term Israeli military operation. But what's also becoming clear is U.S. administration officials are talking to the Israelis to try and ensure it would appear that the same brutality, the indiscriminate carpet bombing that we saw in the north of Gaza won't happen in the south of Gaza, beyond what's already happened, because let's face it, there's nowhere for people to go. They're really worried about the displacement of people. Clearly, Egypt doesn't want mass displacement into Egypt, so that seems to be a big focus. And when they talk about Blinken in his meetings will stress the need to sustain, to improve protections for civilians in Gaza, I have a feeling that's going to be a major point of discussion. But beyond that, the gloves are off. We just learned over the weekend that that Biden has effectively asked Congress in the next appropriation to remove all restrictions on military aid to Israel for the foreseeable future. They can have anything they want, as much as they want, and that's what they're trying to get Congress to give. That does not sound like an administration trying to put the brakes on the Israeli military.
Shihab Ratansi, thank you very much for that reporting. We've just learned, therefore, that Anthony Blinken will be visiting the Middle East a little later this week. That's to say Israel, the occupied West Bank, and we're hearing the United Arab Emirates. A British plastic surgeon who traveled to Gaza at the beginning of the war is back in London. Dr. Hassan Abu Sita worked at Gaza's two biggest hospitals. He's preparing to give police evidence of what he says are multiple Israeli war crimes. Harry Fawcett reports.
Hassan Abu Sita is now out of Gaza, but he carries with him guilt about having left and memories of pain, his own and that of the patients he had to treat after the anesthetic had run out.
Inflicting this kind of pain to children, but at the same time knowing that they were starting to show signs of sepsis, of infection, and that this needed to be done as soon as possible. That was probably the most difficult thing. And the most difficult thing for the parents who understood and stood there while their child was screaming.
A leading plastic surgeon, he'd left the UK in the days after the Hamas raid on southern Israeli communities, aware of what he calls the small window available to get in. To work here at Gaza's Al-Shifa hospital, where he witnessed the entire health system disintegrate under sustained military attack. And at the Ahli hospital. In both, he says, he saw clear evidence of Israeli war crimes, which he's now passing on to British police.
And the targeting of patients trying to get to Ahli hospital, the use of phosphorus on civilians in open areas, the use of fragmentation missiles, the targeting of Ahli hospital, all of these things are part of what needs to be done to give justice to the victims.
Israel has denied using white phosphorus in this war, but Dr. Abu Sita says he treated injuries that bore its hallmarks, deep chemical burns through to the bone. Israel also says that the blast in the car park at Al Ahli Hospital on the 17th of October that killed hundreds sheltering there was the result of a misfired Palestinian rocket. Dr. Abu Sita was there at the time, and he says what he saw contradicts that.
The warnings that the Israelis had made repeatedly, the types of injuries that I saw, the types of wounds that these injuries had, all of what had happened to the health system before and after, I'm in no doubt.
The Metropolitan Police has confirmed that it has received a number of referrals regarding war crimes in Gaza, and that any information it assesses as appropriate will be passed on to the International Criminal Court's ongoing investigation into war crimes in the occupied Palestinian territories. Harry Fawcett, Al Jazeera, London.
Police in the U.S. state of Vermont have arrested a suspect in the shooting of 3 Palestinian-American university students. 2 of them are in intensive care. Local police and the FBI are investigating to see if this was a hate crime. Patty Culhane has more from Washington.
Police did have a press conference today. We know they're working with the FBI, as Shihab mentioned, looking to see if this is potentially a hate crime. We heard a little bit more from the police today. They said that the 3 students were speaking in Arabic and English, and that the suspect just simply walked off his porch, shot them 4 times, and ran away. So.
في جنود هين هاي لا في شباب في جنود هين في الجبل بضربوا علينا غير هذا هيك نص الطريق بضربوا يبلش اضربوا على عمي اضربوا عليه ايوه عبوه هيك عماد ورا العماره بالضبط هلا هي طلع هي راحت باتجاه النار وقفنا على الجبل هي في الجبل هنا مش هذا برجع التجار وينه؟ وينه؟
Hello, gorgeous.
Argument. This is not. What's your.
first group of released women. One of them, she said, they have beaten Itaf up, and I was very desperate, and I lost all hope. I didn't expect she will be released. And then I was surprised at 6 with the news, and we prepared ourselves by 2 cars, and we came here. How was the road from Jenin, because it was raided? We left Jenin at 6:15 before the raid, and we arrived to Al Hamra, which is an Israeli checkpoint, a permanent checkpoint. After 1 hour, we took the seaside road, and then we came through other towns, and it took us 5 hours on the road. 5 hours from Jenin to Ramallah. We took them furthest roads, so we don't get into troubles. When was the last time you spoke with Itaf? My wife has been arrested for 2 years. I only visit her 4 times. And the month on March, there was a detainee who was in a very critical condition. So the administration of the prison called that we want a prisoner to come to help this injured girl within the prison. All the prisoners said no, but my wife is well known that she has feeling for others and she was willing to help. She said, I will go, but let me speak with my brother and my son and my husband and my sons. And then they let her down and they didn't let her call her family. And then she was in a cell close to the hospital to look after the girl. She used to wash her and feed her and clothe her. So she stayed there for about 2 months. After that, they want to trick her and will take you to a prison in Tel Aviv and will bring they wanted to make a Western toilet for the girl. And then she came to the Damoon and the connection was connected. I want to ask you about children. Your wife would be released, but your sons will still be there and her brother. I have 2 sons. The youngest was 17, who participated in an operation with his uncle, and the other one is 20. And he was just married before, like 2 months in advance, and they destroyed our house. My feeling is I'm hopeful that God would help. And we were surprised that the second one, he was sentenced for a life sentence. And I have spoken to a lawyer to help because he is a senior lawyer. But he asked for 300 because he told me there is no law in the world. There is no law that would punish a parent for what the children have done. Can you explain for the people why was Itaf arrested? Because she is the mother of 3 children who were arrested, and one of them was accused of holding weapon, and he stayed 20 months and he was released 2 weeks ago. And her brother, who is the uncle of my children, he also has a life sentence. It's like a group punishment, and they destroyed our house. And my other cousins also, and their cousins, they destroyed their houses. And my nephew also had a life sentence. And Abu Abdullah also, my cousin, he has a 25-year sentence, a life sentence. And my other cousin also has a life sentence. Everyone is in a prison and have life sentence. Now you are waiting in Ramallah. How are you feeling? My wife is the most important thing in my life. And nobody as courageous as she is. She has no fear from anybody except for God. She observes her religious duties and she fasts and she prays during the night. And everybody knows her. I miss her a lot. I have health issues, blood sugar and blood pressure, and I have injuries. I have a young girl who is only 14 years old. I don't have anybody to ask about me or look after me. She was all my entire life.
As you heard there, the husband of Ataf Jaradat is waiting along other family members who are waiting for their loved ones to be released from Israeli prisons.
Nida Ibrahim reporting from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, where families are expecting the release at any point now of 33 Palestinians who are held in Israeli jails. All right, let's go to Mohammed Jamjoom. Mohammed, you're in occupied East Jerusalem. What's happening where you are? There are also families, of course, in occupied East Jerusalem who are waiting, hoping to see their loved ones tonight.
That's right, Cyril, and we're being told by those families that they expect that those prisoners that should be arriving in occupied East Jerusalem will be arriving soon. That's what some of the families that we're communicating with are telling us. That's what they're hearing from police. Now, we're in the Sheikh Jarrah neighborhood in occupied East Jerusalem. We are about 200 meters or so away from the house of a Palestinian prisoner, a 16-year-old named Nufud Hamad. She was arrested when she was 14 years old. She was accused of attempting to stab an Israeli settler and then convicted and sentenced to 12 years in prison. Of course, she and her family have denied those charges all along. Now, if you look behind me, you see there are Israeli police officers. There's stepped up security in this area. They've cordoned it off. There are checkpoints. We can't get anywhere near that house. Just a few moments ago, up in the sky, we saw what appeared to be an Israeli police helicopter as well. Now, earlier this evening, there were journalists that were assembled at the house of Nufud Hamad. The Israeli police raided the house, kicked out the journalists, also kicked out members of the extended family. And since then, the police have gone back into the house a few more times. The last time they went in, they informed the family that their daughter should be back relatively soon. But all of this has sort of become a pattern the past few days, Cyril. You and I have been speaking about this quite a bit the last couple of days as well, especially here in occupied East Jerusalem. You had an order that was put forth by the far right-wing National Security Minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, that no Palestinians under his jurisdiction, which would encompass occupied East Jerusalem, would be allowed to celebrate the release of any Palestinian prisoners. Now, when he says they are not to celebrate, he means both outside of the houses and inside of the houses. And so the last few nights, you have seen when journalists go to the houses of prisoners who are expected to be released, to be reunited with their families, that the police often raid those homes, kick those journalists out. In fact, we experienced that just a couple of nights ago. We were in another part of occupied East Jerusalem, and you had the police come to that family home. They first told the journalists they must go, then they started kicking us out. They got very physical with us. They were pushing and shoving, then they got quite aggressive, and then they kicked us out of the entire area. That's what we've seen again and again, and this, we're told by the Palestinians we're speaking with, the family members of the prisoners, as well as some of the prisoners that we're speaking with, really speaks to the indignity that they say they experience on a daily basis, the injustice and the persecution they say that they have to deal with as Palestinians, that at a moment when they feel that they can take a collective sigh of relief and try to be happy, they are still told that they are not allowed to celebrate. We spoke with one former prisoner who was released a couple of days ago. She's 24 years old. She was imprisoned when she was 18. We spoke with her earlier today in another part of occupied East Jerusalem, and she told us that after she'd been released, she'd been told by the police that if she she were to either publicly celebrate or speak to the media or post any type of social media posts, or rather not speak to the media, but if she were to post anything on social media or engage in any political activities, that she could be arrested again. So this is the kind of pressure that they are dealing with. Even at a time when they want to be happy, be reunited with their family members, they are filled with uncertainty, they are filled with tension, they are worried that perhaps they might even be arrested again in the days to come. Cyril?
Mohammed Jamjoom reporting from occupied East Jerusalem. So in East Jerusalem, in the occupied West Bank, Palestinians are waiting for prisoners to be released. Meanwhile, what we're seeing live, what you've been seeing live for the last minute or so, is the helicopter, or one of the helicopters that has landed in Tel Aviv. On board the helicopter, the captives that were released from Gaza, that Hamas handed over to the Red Cross. They were then handed over on the Egyptian side of that Rafah border crossing to the Israeli military that was waiting by with that helicopter. And now you're seeing stretchers being carried into a medical facility. I can take it over to Hamda Salhoud. So, Hamda, you're joining us live from occupied East Jerusalem. What's the latest that you can tell us on the captives? Clearly, we're looking at the live pictures. Clearly, they have now landed in Israel. I'm wondering just what the next steps are going to be from here, and also what you know about the people who were released by Hamas today.
Well, we do know that after 11 Israeli captives were given to the Red Cross, they were driven through the Rafah border crossing, where they then went into the hands of the Israeli army, and then they crossed into Israeli territory through the border crossing in the south, known as Kerem Abu Shalom or Kerem Abu Salem in Arabic. Now, once these captives reached the Hatzari military base in the south for an initial medical check, they were then airlifted to several different hospitals throughout the Tel Aviv area to be reunited with their families. What we do know about this group of captives on the fourth day of the ceasefire is that they were women and children, mothers and their children. Additionally, we do know that some of them are foreign nationals as well. In fact, all of them have dual citizenship from Germany, from Argentina, and from other places. Additionally, after they are reunited with their families at the hospital, they will then stay there for around 2 days to undergo more medical and psychological testing. The Israeli army spokesperson, Daniel Hagari, as well as all of the Israeli establishment, has been saying since the beginning that bringing back the captives is one of the main objectives in the war. Now, when it comes to the extension of the ceasefire, the Israelis not officially confirming that they are going to extend the ceasefire, though it is seemingly so. We have since received 2 statements from the Israeli Prime Minister's office. The first says that negotiations on the list of those slated to be freed under the framework of the hostage release outline are continuing. And they're also asking for the families of the captives to be patient because negotiations are constant, they are ongoing, and the Israelis say they're working around the clock with mediators to provide additional information. Now, the second statement from Benjamin Netanyahu's office says that the government has approved the inclusion of 50 Palestinian female prisoners in the list of possible prisoners for release, given that additional abductees will be released. He went on to say that Hamas has yet to provide the list of the additional 20 captives to be released in these 2 days that will be an extension of the ceasefire. So while the Israelis did not give any sort of formal statement that yes, we've confirmed that we are going to add on 2 days to the ceasefire, they are seemingly letting us know that they have now a list of Palestinian prisoners who are up for release, and they are awaiting the additional names from Hamas, from mediators, of Israeli captives who can be brought back in exchange. Now, the Israelis have been receiving those lists around the day before or perhaps the morning of the list of captives set to be released. The Israelis then notify those families with what they say are necessary reservations and cautions, because there is a lot that could change in this very fluid situation, as we have seen in the last 4 days. So while there is a cautious optimism among the Israelis, there is still that little bit of doubt and that little bit of fear that it will not go according to the plan. Cyril?
Yeah, Hamda Salud, thank you very much for all that reporting. It's past midnight where you are, 10:20, 22:20 GMT. And what we're seeing now is that there is just one leg of this ceasefire agreement remaining for this initial 4-day ceasefire. The Hamas has now released 50 captives. That was what they had committed to on their end over this first 4-day stretch of the ceasefire, in exchange for the release of 150 Palestinians to be released from Israeli jails. So far, 117 Palestinians have been released. 33 scheduled to be released today. It's now past midnight. They haven't been released yet, but we do continue to keep an eye on. You see the top right corner of your screen, Ofer prison there is where we're expecting movement at some point. It hasn't happened yet. And in the center of your screen is where the helicopter has just landed, bringing back those 11 Israeli captives from Gaza into Tel Aviv. That's where things stand at 22:20 GMT. Now, Majed Al-Ansari is official spokesperson for Qatar's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and he told Al Jazeera that Qatar hopes to see the ceasefire extended further.
As the provision in the original agreement suggests, 10 hostages will be released every day, and that would translate into an extra day of pause. So we have from Hamas a confirmation now that 20 extra hostages will be released in the next 2 days, and on the Palestinian side, that would mean that from Israeli jails, you'll have threefold of that number, so 60 Palestinians will be released from Israeli prisons, and the same parameters of the agreement that applied, and these 4 days will continue when it comes to humanitarian aid and the pause in the fighting. It is a very hopeful moment for us that we can build on that momentum to increase the number of hostages being released, but also to prepare the ground for more sustainable truce through the negotiations that are taking place. As we have seen, we began this mediation process here in Doha in October, and we have made a lot of accomplishments starting from then. We've moved from a point where there was absolutely no chance for mediation, where there was a refusal for mediation, to both parties now every day agreeing on the lists and having hostages being released daily, and we have reached a stop of fighting that is going to extend into almost a week now, and I think we have to build on that to make sure that we can move forward. Obviously, we are working with what we have. The conditions of the negotiations are not positive conditions, although the commitments we have received over this agreement are very positive, and the implementation, as we have seen, although very difficult, and at times it was a bit delicate, but we were able to move through the agreement, the 4 days, and extend it now for these 2 days. The team working here from Doha in the operations room has been working day and night, non-stop, relentlessly, to make sure that we have this momentum and we build upon it. And I'm quite sure that the team will have more work to do now as we go on to these 2 extra days.
We can go now to Tariq Abu Azoum in Khan Yunis inside the Gaza Strip. So, Tariq, what are the next 48 hours going to be like for Palestinians in Gaza? They have 2 days, 2 extra days in the ceasefire, and we don't know what happens after that.
Yes, 2 more days and 2 more opportunities for Palestinians across the territory in order to get useful from this short-term ceasefire between Hamas and Israel under Qatar-brokered mediation alongside with the US and even Egyptian authorities. Now, clearly, Palestinians will concentrate on using and even make the best in order to gather all their basic items and needs, including food, having access to clean water sources, and even to get useful from the humanitarian aid that is also predicted to be allowed to flow into the territory, including the north, the central, and even the southern areas of the Gaza Strip. Now, the Palestinians also will take this kind of a truce in order also to search for their beloved ones who are still under the rubbles in separate areas. They will remove the rubbles of the houses by the help of the Palestinian civil defense crews, and also the telecommunication companies will concentrate on repairing the damage that that had been caused to its networks by the Israeli relentless airstrikes. Now, the majority of Palestinians believe that the extensions of truce between Hamas and Israel under international supervision considered to be a good step in the right track in order to end the ongoing confrontations on the ground, and it will get a window of hope for the majority of Gazans that this nightmare that had been living and experiencing for 7 weeks might bring an end, and also might be concluded as the international efforts continued, and especially by Qatar and Egypt, who are trying to do the best in order to bring an end for the bloodiest attacks on both sides. So clearly, as long as there are going to be much more ceasefires that might be healed within the coming days, as much hope Palestinians will have in order to return again back to the houses and to rebuild what had been destroyed by the occupation forces.
Tariq Abu Azoum reporting from Khan Yunis inside the Gaza Strip. Thank you very much, Tariq. The White House has welcomed the ceasefire extension in Gaza, saying that it is hopeful this pause will continue for longer.
The approach that we're taking with Israel, and quite frankly with our partners in the region, is working. It's getting aid in to people that need it. It's getting a pause in the fighting. It's getting hostages out. It's getting Americans out. And quite frankly, we continue to urge, and will continue to urge, the Israelis as they conduct military operations to do so with the utmost care for innocent civilian life.
And U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is returning to the Middle East this week for another round of shuttle diplomacy, we just found out. Let's get more from Shihab Ratansi, who joins us live from Washington, D.C. Shihab, what do you know about this visit and what it's for?
Well, we have some more information now from a senior State Department official who confirms that Blinken will leave Brussels, where he is currently, for the NATO meeting on Ukraine. He will then head to Skopje in Macedonia for the meeting of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe meeting. Interestingly, the Russian foreign minister will be there as well, although officially no meetings are planned between the two. And then from there, Blinken will travel to the Middle East, first to Israel, then the West Bank, and then to Dubai, where he will also attend the COP meeting on climate change, COP28, while he is there. We just learned over the weekend that Joe Biden would not be attending that. We have some more information as to what Blinken says he will be discussing. The Secretary will stress the need to sustain the increased flow of humanitarian assistance to Gaza, secure the release of all hostages, and improve protections for civilians in Gaza. And he will discuss with partners in the region the principles he laid out in Tokyo for the future of Gaza and the need to establish an independent Palestinian state. Those principles that he laid out in Tokyo a few weeks ago were no reoccupation of Gaza, an end to the siege of Gaza, no forcible displacement of Gazans, no reduction in the territory of Gaza, and no use of Gaza as a springboard for attacks on Israel.
Shihab Ratansi reporting from Washington. Thank you very much, Shihab. Still ahead on Al Jazeera, U.S. authorities are investigating a possible hate crime as 3 Palestinian-American university students are shot in Vermont. Do stay with us.
اقسم بالله سالت بقول لي مفتوحه بس اذا بدك تدخل عليها بس يسالها يوم شايف هذيك الدوله بابا هذيك طلعوك عليها مفتوحه كلها والله زلكم الشباب بالضرب. يا حيان. السيارة تدعوا لي ضوء السيارة هاي تفضل يا عمان بفتح معاي وبعدين عمان اطفي ضوء رأيته بنقعد نشحن البطاريات هيهم شغالين شو هيك يا زلمة والله
ايوه رسالة خطيرة بس ما اعتقدوش المستشفى وانا قريت سمعت انه بس رسالة خطيرة ومش قادرين يوصلوا له على السطوح هذا منيح بس لا على السطوح الاحتلال كله خلاص سعيد أي أنا بالتأمين خلاص إذا تقييم الأسبوع خلاص بالنسبة نريد لي هذا شيء وراه طلع باص بس في شيء وراه شو اسمه الصليب ملان يلا شو عملنا يلا
And now when I hug him, I'm gonna go to the hospital to help me monitor my blood pressure and my diabetes. Because they, of course, they don't want us to be happy, and they don't want the released people to be happy. But thank God, we are very determined. And thanks to our resistance, I greet them and I thank them. May God bless all martyrs who gave their blood for the sake of our children. They were released with the lives of the people of Gaza. I really hope the war will stop, and for our children, and I pray that God will make this winter easy for them.
By Khitam has been echoed by so many Palestinians that they're hoping that the war ends in Gaza. Yes, they've received the news of the extension of the ceasefire by 2 days, but people here say that any day with people in Gaza being under relentless Israeli bombardment is one day too many.
Nida Ibrahim in Ramallah there for us with the emotional families awaiting the return of Palestinian prisoners, 33 of them late in the night now. There's nothing to suggest that isn't going to happen, but it hasn't happened yet. And let's go now to the other side of this deal. It is an exchange, of course, Israeli captives for Palestinian prisoners. Hamda Salut is in occupied East Jerusalem for us. And Hamda, first of all, please bring us up to date with the situation that the 11 Israeli captives are in right now. They're in Israel, in hospital, is that right?
That's right. All 11 captives who were brought back today in the 4th day of the ceasefire are now in hospitals in Tel Aviv being reunited with their families. Now, the Red Cross facilitated the 4th day of transfer of Israeli captives to the Rafah crossing, where they were then taken into the hands of the Israeli army for identification processes. They then got into buses and went through the Kerem Abu Shalom or Kerem Abu Salem crossing in the south. They then went to the Hatsarim Air Base, which is a military base in the south of the country, to undergo an initial medical check, some of them even speaking to their family members on the phone there. After that, they were all airlifted to the hospitals in Tel Aviv, where they are reuniting with their families and seeking other medical treatment, where they will be there for around 2 days, or depending on what kind of medical condition they're in, longer. We do know from the Red Cross that in this group of captives, all of them are dual nationals, 6 of them from Argentina and the rest from France and Germany. The Israelis have been welcoming the captives back into Israel, saying they embrace all of the captives who are coming back, saying that the hospitals have been well equipped and prepared for this type of situation, and that they're hoping all of the captives will be returned into Israeli territory.
Hamda, what is the government saying about the ceasefire deal, a 2-day extension that's been announced by Qatari negotiators, apparently agreed by both sides? What are you hearing?
Well, the Israelis have actually not officially confirmed that there will be this 2-day extension of the ceasefire. When the Israeli military spokesperson Daniel Hagari spoke tonight in his daily press conference, he said that they're working with mediators around the clock, and that the issue of the captives was of the most importance to them, but that nothing will be final until those captives are brought back into Israeli territory. Now, we have received 2 different statements from the Israeli Israeli Prime Minister's office. The first noted that they have not received the list of names from Hamas for the 20 additional captives they're hoping to receive in these next 2 days of the extension, but that they have released a list of 50 additional Palestinian female prisoners who could be released. So while the Israelis are signaling toward that extension, there has been no official confirmation.
Hamda, thanks for that. That's Hamda Salute for us in occupied East Jerusalem. And we can go back now to the occupied West Bank. The main picture on your screen there, live shots that have become familiar to us over the last few nights. An ICRC Red Cross bus arriving at the Betunia crossing from Ofer prison. On board will be the 33 Palestinian prisoners to be released as part of this portion of the exchange. Among them, as we understand it, at least 30 are in fact children. And I think Nida Ibrahim is standing by to be able to talk us through what she's hearing and seeing around her.
Well, the scene has definitely changed, with people gathering outside the gate, getting ready to receive the prisoners after they got the news that they've crossed outside the Ofer military prison. You know, as we've been saying, the crackdown on journalists in the past 2 hours, specifically in the past hour, signaled to many Palestinians that the release could be close. Again, Palestinians feel that this is intentional to keep them waiting and also to prevent scenes that we've seen over the past 3 days of Palestinians carrying those prisoners on their shoulders, young big boys, young teenage boys, to their families, giving them a hero's welcome as far as people here are concerned. So they are expecting them to arrive. The question is, because Palestinians have been gathering in all the streets that usually the buses come from to kind of greet the prisoners. We've seen Palestinians taking on the bus, on top of the bus, carrying flags, welcoming them, stopping them on the street. Even yesterday, I was talking to a father who told me that, yes, my son Omar is out. And I asked him, how did you know? He doesn't have a phone. He said he picked up a phone from the windows of the bus from someone and managed to call me and to tell me that, okay, I'm free, just wait for me. We've seen scenes of Palestinian families waiting impatiently. We've seen reunions, very emotional. One mother, the mother of Omar that I was just telling you about, she was carrying and bringing jackets to cover him. He's like, Mom, I'm okay, I'm not that cold. But she insisted on covering him. And I said to her, what do you want to do? What's the first thing you want to do? And she said, I just want to put him in my heart and keep him there forever. You know, this wish might be difficult to become reality, that mothers stay close to their children and their young boys, because usually when someone is arrested, they get re-arrested again. And also we've seen in previous swap deals between the Palestinians and Israelis that those prisoners later get re-arrested. So there's this fear, there's this worry, but Palestinians, you know, insist on the word defiance. So that's why they keep saying, if this is our fate, then we are all here for it.
OK, Nida, we will come back to you in due course. Many thanks for keeping us up to date for now. And still ahead on Al Jazeera, more on the Palestinian friends who've opened a soup kitchen to offer a brief respite to Gaza's hungry.
Brought to you by Visit Qatar.
Hello, here's your headlines.
times and ran away. So they're saying it's too soon to say whether or not this was in fact a hate crime. We do know they took his computer, so they'll be able to look through previous searches, possibly get out a motive from that. But the students' uncles talked at the press conference as well, and they said they're willing to wait for the results of the investigation, but they really do think it's probably going to be a hate crime.
To have them come stay with me for Thanksgiving and have something like this happen speaks to the level of civic vitriol, speaks to the level of hatred that exists in some corners of this country.
Jason Eaton, the suspect, was arraigned in court today, pled not guilty through his lawyer to attempted murder charges. So how did police find him? Well, it's kind of interesting. They were back canvassing the neighborhood where the shooting happened. That's basically knocking on doors, asking people if they saw anything. There was an apartment door that nobody came to answer the day of the shooting. They went back on Sunday, knocked on the door, and according to police, Easton came out with his hands up and said, "I've been waiting for you. I want a lawyer." They found a gun matching the description and the ammunition matching the description. They've been able to tie it back to the crime scene. This is really getting national attention. President Biden has put out a statement saying that he is horrified by the shooting, waiting to find out, in fact, if they were targeted. But we do know one of the students, his mom, spoke to an American media outlet from the occupied West Bank. She said she's been told that it's possible that her son will be paralyzed after this and he'll never walk again.
A British plastic surgeon who travelled to Gaza at the beginning of the war is back in London. Dr. Ghassan Abu Sita worked at Gaza's two biggest hospitals. He's preparing to give police evidence of what he says are multiple Israeli war crimes. Harry Fawcett reports.
Ghassan Abu Sita is now out of Gaza, but he carries with him guilt about having left and memories of pain, his own and that of the patients he had to treat after the anaesthetic had run out.
Inflicting this kind of pain to children, but at the same time knowing that they were starting to show signs of sepsis, of infection, and that this needed to be done as soon as possible. That was probably the most difficult thing. And the most difficult thing for the parents who understood and stood there while their child was screaming.
A leading plastic surgeon, he'd left the UK in the days after the Hamas raid on southern Israeli communities, aware of what he calls the small window available to get in. To work here at Gaza's Al-Shifa hospital, where he witnessed the entire health system disintegrate under sustained military attack. And at the Ahli hospital. In both, he says, he saw clear evidence of Israeli war crimes, which he's now passing on to British police.
And the targeting of patients trying to get to Ahli hospital, the use of phosphorus on civilians in open areas, the use of fragmentation missiles, the targeting of Ahli hospital, all of these things are part of what needs to be done to give justice to the victims.
Israel has denied using white phosphorus in this war, but Dr. Abu Sita says he treated injuries that bore its hallmarks, deep chemical burns through to the bone. Israel also says that the blast in the car park at Al-Ahli hospital on the 17th of October that killed hundreds sheltering there was the result of a misfired Palestinian rocket. Dr. Abu Sita was there at the time, and he says what he saw contradicts that.
The warnings that the Israelis had made repeatedly, the types of injuries that I saw, the types of wounds that these injuries had, all of what had happened to the health system before and after, I'm in no doubt.
The Metropolitan Police has confirmed that it has received a number of referrals regarding war crimes in Gaza, and that any information it assesses as appropriate will be passed on to the International Criminal Court's ongoing investigation into war crimes in the occupied Palestinian territories. Harry Fawcett, Al Jazeera, London.
to for a while now, especially in the past 4 days, to kind of welcome those prisoners. But we've been seeing the excessive use of force against families, against protesters, and against also journalists who are trying to cover what has been happening in that area. Now, this person has been shot, and according to sources there, it's been very difficult to try and get him out to get medical help. He's been eventually moved to a hospital and pronounced dead. And people here behind me have been chanting slogans talking about the Palestinians who are getting killed, talking about the fate of Palestinian people that is usually bloody, that is usually involving the Israeli forces trying their best to sabotage the joy, the relative joy, let's call it. This is the sentiment that we've been hearing by many Palestinians here. They believe that this delay is also the reason of this delay is mainly because Israel wants to sabotage the joy of those Palestinian families. And with those families, Salam, let's talk to Salwa now. Let's talk to Salwa. She's a mother of a Palestinian prisoner, Salwa Nazal. بدي أسألك إمتى اعتقلوا ابنك وشو كانت الظروف؟
24/8. I want to ask you, when did they arrest her? 2 months ago. 3 months.
حكيت بقالوا بجوز شهرين يعني قبل
I last spoke about 2 months. I only spoke with her one time after the war started by 3 days. Were you able to visit him? No, he only called me over the phone. My feeling is I am happy, but our happiness is not completed with the events that's going on in Gaza. Because this is my son and the other are like my sons. Were you worried about him? Yes, of course, I was very worried. Because he is the youngest boy I have, and he's still young. What news were you hearing about the prisoners? I used to hear that they are being tortured, and I was always worried about him and in panic. He's only 18 years old. He has a strong personality, and he is fearless. But you are worried about him. Of course I am worried. The last 3 months, I wasn't even able to sleep. We don't feel the joy of anything, not eating, nothing, because he's away from us. It's been 4 days. I can't sleep. I'm always waiting for some news. When I saw that his name is on the list, I was extremely happy. Why do you think the delay? It's 2 a.m. Because they are taking revenge from the Palestinian people, from the children, from the prisoners. My happiness is not complete. I miss him very much. Thank you.
We are talking about those families that have been waiting. It's 2 a.m. now, and as you heard Salwa say there, they believe that this is part of the revenge that Israel is creating. They believe that they want to try and prevent the hero's welcome for those prisoners. But as far as people here are telling us, they will continue to give them the welcome that they deserve.
Nida Ibrahim there, bringing us yet more stories of families waiting to be reunited with their loved ones after 33 Palestinian prisoners were released in the last hour or so from off a prison on the West Bank. Very many thanks to Nida. And let's go now to occupied East Jerusalem, where Hamda Salut is standing by for us. And there'll be more scenes like that, Hamda, over the coming 2 days because of an extension agreed between Israel and Hamas of this ceasefire deal with more captives to be released. by Hamas in Gaza as well. What has the Israeli government been saying about this extension?
Well, we've received two statements from the Israeli Prime Minister's office, but neither of them actually confirmed the extension of the 4-day ceasefire. However, what they did say in these statements is that they now have an additional 50 Palestinian female prisoners who are up for release as part of the exchange deal should additional Israeli captives be released. Now, pay attention to the wording of the statement. Should any additional Israeli captives be released. Now, the second statement from the Prime Minister's office said that they did not receive the list of names from Hamas about who those captives are, and they essentially said, quote, they have until midnight. We haven't heard anything else from the Israelis. We've heard from all other parties that the ceasefire was extended, but remember, it was set to expire in just about 5 hours from now local time at 7 a.m. So while all parties have been signaling that there is an extension, the Israelis have not made that confirmation. And in fact, earlier in the evening, the Israeli military spokesperson Daniel Hagari said that it actually wasn't finalized from the Israeli side. They're constantly having discussions. They're working around the clock about the issue of the captives, but that nothing will be final until it happens. This is a sentiment he has been echoing since before the ceasefire even came into place, saying that the Israelis were extremely cautious. They had a lot of reservations because of the mediations, because they did not trust Hamas to hold their end of the deal. So while all signs are pointing to this possible extension of the ceasefire, the Israelis still, at around 2 a.m. local time, have not had any confirmation. Jonah?
Thanks for that update, Hamda. Hamda Salute there for us in occupied East Jerusalem. And more now on the prisoner exchange from Bahdad Mahichi.
Another 2 days of respite in hopes of seeing more scenes like this. Just hours before the deal expired, an agreement was reached for an additional 48 hours of calm, the result of intensive mediation by Qatar.
We began this mediation process here in Doha right after the 7th of October, and we have made a lot of accomplishments starting from then. We've moved from a point where there was absolutely no chance for mediation, where there was a refusal for mediation, to both parties now every day agreeing on the lists and having hostages being released daily. And we have reached a stop of fighting that is going to extend into almost a week now. And I think we have to build on that to make sure that we can move forward.
The extension means more trucks carrying food, medicine, and fuel are expected to enter the Gaza Strip, particularly in the embattled north. These supplies are crucial for a population shattered by war and a years-long siege imposed by Israel. The Israeli army says it's committed to the ceasefire, but has vowed to press on with its military actions in Gaza once the deal expires in full force.
As we are speaking, we are continuing the efforts to carry out the plan led by Egypt and Qatar, who are committed to its execution over the next few days in order to bring back additional hostages. Our troops and combatants in Gaza are all deployed and prepared for the next stages of the war.
Hamas wants the deal to result in a permanent ceasefire.
We have proposed and we've made it clear that we are ready to enter new deals in order to exchange all the captives and the prisoners. But as you know, in times of war, it's very difficult to exchange everyone. At least what we can achieve right now is that we can exchange all the women and children and enter new truces so we can continue this, so that everyone can go back home, and so that we can provide food, medicine and fuel for civilians as we enter the winter season.
This is the operations room in Doha, the focal point of Qatari mediation. This is where negotiators maintain direct lines of communication with Hamas and Israel and monitor the implementation of the deal. A small progress that is celebrated as a crucial step that can build momentum towards a long-lasting, comprehensive deal. Behrad Mahichi, Al Jazeera.
Well, let's take you now to Ramallah in the West Bank. Live pictures that we can show you there. At the moment, As we understand it, the buses being operated by the International Committee of the Red Cross that have been transporting, perhaps only one bus in fact, 33 Palestinian prisoners that have been released from off a prison in the occupied West Bank by the Israelis, taking them on a journey to Ramallah, where a crowd is waiting to greet them, a crowd of well-wishers, of course, but among them families waiting to be reunited with their loved ones. It is 2 a.m. in the morning. It's cold. We've heard from our correspondent, Nida Ibrahim, that this is happening much later than expected, in the hope that the crowds would be smaller. The Israelis hoping people wouldn't stay up this late in the cold to welcome these people on the bus, which is approaching. Nida Ibrahim is standing by and can fill us in on what's going on. Nida.
Jonah, we've spoken to the family of Abu Alia earlier in our shows. The mother has been saying that her son were detained in August, but in a previous arrest, Ahmed Abu Alia, the person you're looking at now, has been injured. And the mom has been telling us about how difficult it was for her because her son had operations. He did not continue his treatment, and then he was in prison. The first thing she told me she wants to do with him is to take him for medical checkups. Now we see them reuniting, talking to one another. And again, as you were saying, that maybe there were potential hopes by the Israelis that there wouldn't be many people receiving those Palestinian prisoners. Yes, we're not seeing the numbers we've been seeing in the last 3 days, but still, you know, these families were telling us that they came from far away, from across the occupied West Bank, to welcome their sons and daughters home and to reunite with them. Especially that there are 3 women as part of this list, but also we're talking about young boys, teenagers who have been imprisoned. And now we're seeing prisoners coming out one by one from the buses. The emotional reunions are taking place. People are still chasing the bus to see where it is, to try and bring more and more prisoners to their families.
And Nida, 2 more days of this ceasefire agreed now, an extension on the original arrangement, and so there will be more releases in the coming days. And we understand from the Israeli government that a list has been drawn up, including 50 Palestinian female prisoners potentially waiting to be released, depending on what happens in Gaza with Israeli captives.
Yes, and these 50 women, we can now say, after the release of this batch, will all have been imprisoned after October the 7th, because the list included 33 women, the original list that the Israelis have drafted of people who were eligible to be in this list. And the 33 women have been released, but there are still other women who are as a part of the, who have been released since after October the 7th. So yes, while Palestinians are looking to receive more and more of their sons and more of their daughters, let's remember that we've been speaking to families who would say, yes, we want to receive our sons. Every day with them is good. Every day that they're not behind bars is welcome. But we would want the priority to be given to Palestinians who are not, who would not really have any other chance to be released if it was not for a prisoner exchange deal, because we're talking about high sentences. If you guys have a translator and you want to listen into the words of Abu Alia, let me know and I can put the mic on him.
By all means, if he's ready to talk, go ahead, Nida.
Yeah, he's being interviewed by other journalists.
Well,
let's listen.
عليكم انتم تحقيق وممنوع بكينا لازم ممنوع نلبس شيء بعدين ضربونا لبسونا هذول الاواعي.
You are not allowed to wear your clothes.
لبسونا هذول الاواعي.
They took our clothes from us and they gave us these. But thank God we were released and we were patient and we coped. I thank the resistance, and all our hopes are on the resistance. Without Hamas, nobody would be released. They gave hope to those who, even with life sentences, that they would be released. The only solution we have is the resistance. We only have God, and we have the resistance and Hamas. I was in administrative detention. You were injured in a previous arrest. Yes, that's correct. My health situation was very difficult. I have a lot of pain, and I have sharp nails in my shoulder, and nobody answers me, nobody cares. They don't even give me any medicine or treatment. Today we spoke with your mom, and she said she's worried about you. Ahmed is here. How do you feel? Thank God. I can't describe my feeling. I hope all the people will have this happiness. I didn't recognize him when I saw him. I was telling them, this is my son, but I couldn't recognize him. He changed. I wrote this on my hand yesterday.
His hand. He wrote, my mom, and she's too emotional. She left. So this is part and parcel of what Palestinians go through. You know, we've just talked to this person, Ahmed Abu Alia. His mother says that he celebrated his 17th birthday in jail because he was arrested in the 22nd of September, but then his birthday was in early October, and then come October 7th and after, she has not been able to talk to him. She was worried a lot about him. I see her now going to the car. She is emotional, as you can imagine, and I'm not sure if you got what she said there. She was like, I could not recognize him. These are just a little bit over than 2 months, but she still feels that he's changed. He's changed. Can we move to see the other families, Zakaria? Let's see. Because we're seeing 2 other prisoners. And how we recognize those prisoners is because they wear the same outfit, the gray outfit. And they were telling us that the Israeli Prison Service has given them one uniform, and they've been wearing it throughout those 50 days and more. And some were saying that they were even having a difficulty taking even showers, you know, because the situation in the prisons have been getting more and more difficult.
Well, you've reported to us in the past.
Probably collapsing.
Forgive me. Carry on.
Maybe this is one of the freed prisoners. They're asking to get him an ambulance.
And Nida, the young man you were speaking to earlier, or that we were listening into earlier, a minor, a child really, explaining that he'd been held under administrative detention. For our viewers who aren't familiar with that term, it is a particular term applied by the Israeli Prison Service to hold people, including children, for up to 6 months without charge, as many of these young people are. And you were saying that a lot of these people released this evening have been arrested since October the 7th. So really, the Israeli Prison Service not giving up anything that it wasn't holding before October the 7th, and all the while arresting more and more people in raids that go on and on and on across the occupied West Bank.
Yes, if we put it in perspective, we are talking about more than 120 now of Palestinians who have been released lately. But since October the 7th alone, we're talking about more than 3,000 Palestinians who have been detained since October the 7th. And so you just do the math, and you know that that's the situation. Also, when we talk about those prisoner exchange deals, we've had a big one before whereby the Palestinian factions in Gaza have negotiated the release of the Israeli prisoner Gilad Shalit, and they got more than 1,000 prisoners outside of Israeli jails. But then they got rearrested, including Nael Barghouthi, who has been considered by many as the longest serving prisoner now currently in Israeli jails when it comes to how much time he spent in Israeli prisons. Let's give this family some privacy. It seems that it's the prisoner is taking the medical help. We'll check on his situation later. This is another prisoner who's probably getting in touch with his family. You know, again, as those lists of who's going to be released are coming in very late, some families who live in faraway areas across the occupied West Bank find it difficult to get to Ramallah, to make it all the way here. Okay, so it seems that the situation is getting more difficult with the ambulance making its way to see the freed prisoner and to give him the aid. It seems like it's a more serious situation than they have imagined.
Nida, these young people released from prison now, tasting freedom as they are not assured, are they, of remaining out of prison for very long? They could be rearrested at any time.
Okay, so another freed prisoner comes in a difficult condition. And you can imagine the feelings of the mothers. This is Kamel, the one we've just talked to his mom, Khitam, just a while ago. And she was saying that she already has blood pressure and diabetes. She's worried.
ابني جواد.
Nida, can I jump in and ask you a question?
Yes, please.
Nida, is it apparent to you that these prisoners are actually getting off the bus that has brought them here from Offa prison in the care of the ICRC, that they are exiting that bus in need of medical attention? In other words, they've been released from prison in this state. Is that what's going on?
What we are seeing is let us just give some room for the ambulance. Yes, this is what's happening. The prisoners are being released one by one, but as you can see, at least two of them we've seen and filmed being in a difficult situation. The ambulance has been called to give them the treatment they deserve. It's a tense situation, as you can imagine, with the moms seeing their sons in a difficult situation. This is Khitam, the mom we've been speaking to. She was telling us how worried, sick she is on Jawad. Jawad has been in administrative detention, which is arrest without a charge, but really he has been taken from a restaurant inside Israel, and he did not have a permit. Remember, many Palestinians cross into Israel for work as the Palestinian economy suffers greatly and is highly dependent on Israel because of the restrictions that are put up by the Israelis. So it's difficult for Palestinians to find jobs here. We find them often going and finding those jobs inside Israel proper. This is where Khitam's son, Jawad Kamel, from a village near Jenin, has been taken into Israeli custody. She's been saying that I want to see him and then I want to go to the hospital because I've been suffering from diabetes, from high blood pressure. I want to go to the hospital and take care of my blood pressure. Now imagine that's the status that she received her son in, and her son has lately became 18 years old. So you can imagine the situation, the pressure that those prisoners are under,
Sure.
the fact that they've been totally isolated
And
from the outside world.
Nida, as these scenes continue to develop around you, and we're keeping an eye on all of it, as you expect other prisoners perhaps to arrive, I want to pick up on what I was asking you a little while ago, because as these young people are released from prison, it's not as though they are given a guarantee that their freedom will last and endure. They can, as you've explained to us before, be rearrested at any time. Indeed, many are warned of that, aren't they?
Yes, many are warned, and we had someone yesterday, Jonah, who did not want to appear on camera. He talked to us off camera, just using his voice, saying that they've threatened us. And we've also heard Palestinian families saying that they've been told by Israeli officers that they should not be holding celebrations for those prisoners, or else. You know, we say or else, why? Because we know that for Palestinian prisoners, they are under Israel's occupation, and the Israeli forces raid Palestinian cities and towns and villages more than 40 times a day on average right now. So they are already expecting to be detained. The fact that they've been detained earlier does not help their case, because as one mother has been telling us, they have been worried about their sons being rearrested. And if you remember, we've spoken to this mother earlier. She is also carrying and holding at least her son. And he seems to be holding his head in, I mean, he seems to have an injury in his head. So again, we are talking about Palestinians who are coming of prison looking like that.
Nida, let's take a moment.
Again, no guarantee whatsoever that they're not going to be rearrested.
Let's take a moment. We'll allow the camera to carry on watching these scenes. Just to remind our viewers just joining us, it's 2:30 in the morning now in the occupied West Bank where you are. We've just witnessed the arrival of Palestinian prisoners freed from Offa prison by the Israelis as part of a captive prisoner exchange deal between Israel and Hamas, the fourth day of the ceasefire in which these scenes have been playing out. 33 prisoners have been released on this fourth day, 30 of them children, effectively. And some of them arriving where you are, Nida, apparently in need of medical attention. Are you expecting more to arrive, or do we think they've all arrived now, Nida?
We are still yet to see the two women prisoners. I can tell you that we haven't seen them being reunited with their families. وصلوا ياسمين وعطاف Sabaya. So people are telling me that maybe some of the families have taken their sons or daughters home. So maybe some of them have made it. Let's listen into one prisoner.
الله يرحم جميع شهداء غزة يا رب وجميع شهداء فلسطين.
May God bless all the martyrs from Gaza and from Palestine, and may God help us release all the prisoners. And we hope the situations in the prisons change and that there's no prisoner left inside. We are optimistic. Thank you very much.
This is Mohammed Ghazi Salhab. He's being interviewed by other media. We're going to listen into what he's saying.
I am Mohammed Salhab from Al Khalil. I spent a year inside under administrative detention for the fourth time. How do you feel? I'm happy, but there is a lot of grief because there are lots of prisoners behind us, and some of them have life sentences.
So we're seeing the bus trying to make its way here with the rest of the prisoners. As those cars, we've been seeing Palestinians insisting on showing up, coming out to the streets in front of the bus, trying to basically, again, show defiance, give them the welcome that they say they deserve.
Interesting to hear that young man say that he's experienced 4 periods of administrative detention, this detention without charge, often for misdemeanors, stone throwing, being involved in protests and the like. He's pleased to be out, but he's reminded and conscious that there are others in prison still facing much harsher sentences, and that's tempering his enthusiasm. Of course, people here will also know, won't they, Nida, that an enormous price has been paid by Palestinians in Gaza to make all of this possible.
Yes, and let me just comment on the administrative detention point and add to it that this is an Israeli policy of renewing the administrative detentions, which are detentions without charge for things that the Israelis claim and say that the Palestinians are doing. But we really don't know, because with the high conviction rate in Israeli jails that amount to more than 98%. We are talking about some people who just accept a plea deal with the fines, even though they have not done what they've done. But this is done to basically try and avoid a lengthy trial that is gonna end up in a similar sentence anyway. So it's not that because they've been convicted, it's not because they've been charged with administrative detention that they've done something. And again, there is this emphasis by Palestinians that they have the right under international law to protect themselves, really, and try and challenge and fight the Israeli occupation. So this is something that Palestinians have been really more and more wanting to say. But yes, going back to the point about Gaza, yes, Palestinians, you know, I've been having countless interviews now with those families, relatives, activists, and everyone in every interview insists on emphasizing that the price has been high, that the blood in Gaza has been spilled, that they want the people in Gaza to know that they respect that they hope that the war stops. So there's a lot of emotions, there's a lot of what Palestinians want the world to know, that they are paying a heavy price being under Israel's occupation.
Countless is the right word, Nida. Countless stories, countless testimonies that you've brought us over the past few days. Powerful work from you and your team on the ground there. We'll leave you just for the moment to keep an eye on what's going on, follow the progress of that other bus arriving with more prisoners. And we will go for now to occupied East Jerusalem, where Hamda Salut is standing by for us. And Hamda, you've been reporting on the other side of this process, the release of Israeli captives by Hamas in Gaza. We now have a 2-day extension to this 4-day ceasefire that had been due to expire in a couple of hours' time. That suggests there will be more releases of captives in Gaza, indeed more releases, therefore, of Palestinian prisoners in the occupied West Bank, where Nida is. Bring us up to date with what you've been hearing from the Israeli government on all of this.
Well, the Israeli government has actually not even officially confirmed the extension to the 4-day ceasefire. While all parties have indicated there will be 2 extra days, the Israelis have not come out and formally announced that. Instead, we are receiving 2 different statements from the Israeli Prime Minister's office. The first says that the negotiations for the release of the captives within the current framework are still ongoing. And the second statement from Netanyahu's office said that they have released a list of 50 additional names of Palestinian female prisoners who can be released as part of the deal should there be other Israeli captives who are released. It's important to pay attention to the language that the Israelis are using. If the captives are released, should they be released? Now, the end of the second statement said that they did not receive the list of the 20 additional captives who could be released in this 2-day extension from Hamas. And the Israelis said that they were expecting this list to be given to them by midnight local time, which was about 2.5 hours ago. We have not received any update from the Israelis since then. But earlier on in the evening, the Israeli military spokesperson in his daily press conference said that nothing was final and that negotiations are constant around the release of the captives with all of the mediators involved, but that nothing will be finalized until it actually happens, similar to what he's been saying over the last 4 days and even before the ceasefire started entirely. So the Israelis are signaling a cautious optimism, saying they have reservations, of course, because who they are dealing with and the mediators. But the Israelis, again, have not fully confirmed the 2 additional days of the ceasefire. But what they have been saying repeatedly is that when the ceasefire expires, whether it's 4 days, whether it's 6 days, they're going to continue their military operation in full force. And in fact, the Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant was saying that it's going to be bigger, it's going to be wider, and it's going to be in multiple parts of the Gaza Strip. Perhaps he was signaling that the ground operation is going to extend to southern Gaza. They have been saying this before in around day 40 of the war, when they were saying there were targets for them in Khan Yunis that they still had to get to on the ground. So while there is still talks and anticipation about these 2 days, the Israelis are already planning for after it, saying they're going to go back into Gaza, their bombs are going to fall on the Palestinian people there, and they're going to continue this war in full force until they achieve their objectives, which are to release all of the captives, the complete dismantlement of Hamas's military and political capabilities, and to ensure that Israel feels no security threat coming from the Gaza Strip. Now, as we enter past day 50, 52 of this war, the Israelis have not achieved any of those military objectives. And while there has been increasing international pressure on them to stop the indiscriminate bombardment of the Gaza Strip, it seems that there will be no sign of it letting up once the ceasefire expires. Jonah?
And Hamda, as we've been keeping a close eye on the release of those Palestinian prisoners and some of the reunions with family members, bring us up to date with the progress of the Israeli captives released. Where are they now? Have they rejoined their families?
Indeed, they have all rejoined their families. The Israelis have confirmed that all 11 captives, 9 children and 2 mothers were all reunited with their families at hospitals in Tel Aviv. This comes after a 4th day of the exchange in which the Red Cross facilitated their transfer. They then went to the Rafah border crossing. They were taken into the hands of the Israelis at that point for identification processes similar to the ones they have been doing for the last 3 days. They then drove to the Kerem Shalom or Kerem Abu Salem crossing in the south. They went to a military base in the southern part of the country where they received a first medical check, and they were then all flown via helicopter to these hospitals in the Tel Aviv area. Now, the Israeli Health Ministry, government officials have all been saying that the medical systems here are now well equipped to receive all of the captives coming back from Gaza in whatever state they are in, and that they won't really be allowed to leave those hospitals for a period of about 2 days and even longer, depending on what type of medical or psychological situation they find themselves in. So while the Israeli government is saying they are embracing the release of more captives, there is still a lot on the line for Benjamin Netanyahu and his government. There is pressure from the Israeli public to bring back all of the captives, to extend the ceasefire so that they can bring back more of their loved ones. And at this time, while all signs are still pointing to an extension of the ceasefire, the Israelis still not making that confirmation. And in one of those statements from the Prime Minister's office, the Prime Minister acknowledged that he understands there was a lot of anguish, nervousness, and impatience among these families, but that they still did not have the list of names of the captives who could potentially be released over the next couple of days. And remember, the Israelis have been notifying the families beforehand upon receiving the list of names after Hamas gives them those names to the mediators. But in this instance, tonight, they have not received those names, so they haven't been notifying any of the families. So there is still a lot of cautious optimism, and while there is hope on the horizon, there is still a lot of anguish among the families who know that their loved ones won't be part of the current deal that only includes captives who are women and children. Jonah?
Live from occupied East Jerusalem, that was Hamda Salute. Thanks, Hamda. The White House has welcomed the ceasefire extension in Gaza, saying it's hopeful the pause will continue for longer.
The approach that we're taking with Israel and, quite frankly, with our partners in the region is working. It's getting aid in to people that need it. It's getting a pause in the fighting. It's getting hostages out. It's getting Americans out. And quite frankly, we continue to urge and will continue to urge the Israelis as they conduct military operations to do so with the utmost care for innocent civilian life.
Well, US Secretary of State Antony Blinken is returning to the Middle East this week for another round of shuttle diplomacy. Let's get more now from Shihab Rattansi, who joins us live from Washington, D.C. Shihab, President Biden, we know, was keen for this extension to happen. There are indeed still US citizens being held captive that haven't been released in Gaza. What is the Secretary of State hoping to achieve?
It's interesting, just to build on what Hamda was saying, because it's clear that the White House does not support any kind of long-term ceasefire. They are using, along with Israel, this current ceasefire as a chance to plan the next stage of the Israeli offensive in Gaza. The only two fears that the U.S. has is that the Israeli offensive stretches on into the middle of next year, the heat of the presidential year, the presidential campaign rather, as the Washington Post put it on Sunday, because clearly Biden is losing a great deal of key demographic support in the amongst the electorate because of his complete green light to Israel. But secondly, the main fear that the U.S. has right now is that Israel will resume carpet bombing, that will use the same tactics it used in the north, in central Gaza and southern Gaza, as it does resume the military campaign. Clearly, Gaza is an enclosed population, and the U.S. understands that. There is nowhere for people to go. So what we're getting from various sources is Blinken and others are trying to impress upon the Israelis the need to, bomb an enclosed civilian population, but do so in a way that does not cause immense displacement, because there's simply nowhere for people to go.
Shihab, many thanks for that. We're going to go back now to Ramallah, where Nida Ibrahim is talking to the families of some of those prisoners released.
About it, because I still can't comprehend that my dad is not here I am not able to express all these difficult feelings inside me. The circumstances of the transfer were very difficult. They were very violent, and they were even creative in the way they were violent with us. Within these 50 days of war, it was very difficult. I can't talk about it now. I call upon every free person and everybody who believes in freedom to do what they can to free Palestine. My son, I'm gonna marry him. He used to tell me, I want to get married, I want to get married. And I told him, no, I trust that I'm gonna be liberated soon and I'm gonna be there for your wedding. All the prisoners want their freedom and they want to support the resistance.
الاسم ام ياسمين
عبد الرحمن
عبد الرحمن حكينا احنا مع عبد الرحمن
نعم
I am Abdul Rahman, Yasmin's mother. She lost her dad while she was in prison. How did it feel? Until now, I can't comprehend that we lost her dad. I lost my husband. He was everything for me. My friend, my support, my everything. It was very hard for Yasmin. I have 8 children. She is the closest to her dad. But thank God for everything. Our happiness is not complete because her dad is not around to witness this moment with her.
And it's again, it is
Thank you.
late at night, and Palestinians want to leave given the difficult situation of the road. Let's talk again properly with Mohammed Salhab, a freed prisoner. He's from Hebron.
احكي لي ايش اصعب شيء كان في السجن 4 اعتقال اداري يعني هذا اصعب شيء.
What was the hardest thing in the prison? You've been arrested 4 times under administrative detention. There are 2 things. Because I was supposed to leave in November and I was very worried and I couldn't speak with a lawyer or anything. And then they called me and they took me to the court and they told me your detention has been extended by 2 months. And inside the prison it changed during the war. We have been inside our cells for 53 days. There is no food, there is nothing, even our clothes. They took most of it. There is no hot water. Only 2 days we have hot water. It is really difficult because it's the first time ever that it gets that bad. The prisoners are being insulted and they were being humiliated. And one prisoner died. May God bless his soul. What happened after the start of the war? There were insults and beatings, and they hate the people inside from the Jersey families. They come into the cells with their guns. They don't agree to any request. Whatever we say, they say we are now at war. We can't do anything. Even though there is a truce, they wouldn't respect us or reply to our requests. Do you guarantee that you wouldn't be rearrested? This is something that they are worried about, especially people with life sentences. Because for the people who spend 20 or 30 years at prison, to be liberated through a deal, and then they might be rearrested after a short period. They even are not eager to leave if they can't guarantee that they wouldn't be rearrested. We were threatened so many times by guns. They insulted us. They had so much aggression, even in the way they look at us. When I was on offer, they told me, you are not allowed to hold a flag, no reception, not even talking to friends, don't say anything, because you are leaving through a deal. And then I told him, but my friends want to come. And he told me, if anybody comes to the reception, we are going to arrest you all. We don't feel safety here. There is no safe place. We are going to Hebron now.
And again, we're talking about the difficulty of the road situation with the Israeli military checkpoints, with the Israeli attacks by Israeli settlers. So it remains a tough situation for Palestinians. And again, there's no guarantee that those prisoners are not going to be re-arrested again.
Nida, in the past few days, as you've witnessed the release of 150 Palestinian prisoners now as part of this exchange deal with Israel, you've brought us so many stories of families of prisoners reunited, the joy of reunion, but also the fear of rearrest. As you said there, we've heard stories of overcrowding in prison, poor conditions, degrading and dehumanizing treatment of people. And you know, it's worth pointing out, isn't it, that 150 Palestinian prisoners is a minute amount compared to the thousands who are still in Israeli jails, many of them in administrative detention without charge for minor offences. There's an awful long way to go, isn't there, Nida?
And it's been like that for a long, long time, for decades. Yes, we are now focusing on the issue of prisoners and on the issues of the Israeli violations against Palestinians. But you have to remember that this is a struggle for the Palestinians for decades. Yes, the situations in prisons are like no other in the past years, but let's not forget that the fact that some prisoners have TVs in their prisons has been a result of previous movements, previous protests, previous hunger strikes, intense negotiations by those prisoners. So when you talk about the prisons and this experience when it comes to Palestinians, they could tell you that they have decades long of experience, they have a long way to go, and they believe, yes, the world's view is changing a little bit. Yes, they're seeing some support from international capitals. But again, they're still looking at the situation in the besieged Gaza Strip. And not only Palestinians are getting killed, injured, including children, but also they're being displaced, forcibly kicked out of their homes. They're being heavily bombarded. The food is scarce. The health situation is collapsing for the hospitals. So for Palestinians, they would tell you here that, you know, and we've been hearing a lot of that by many Palestinians, especially families. They're like, yes, our sons are struggling, they're suffering, but this is really nothing in comparison to the pain that we're seeing currently in the besieged Gaza Strip.
And an important moment, really, Nida, in all of this, to shine a light on the circumstances inside these jails and for these young people in the Israeli prison system. It's not an occurrence, a circumstance that often takes place. It's important that these things are seen.
Yes, you have some people who are surprised that there are minors and children who are in Israeli prisons, that you have people who did not know that some of those children are being, all of those children are being tried in military courts. So you have some parts of the Palestinian story, Palestinian narrative that is not being explained to the world. This is a very complicated story. It has so many nuances. And there are so many stories, and as much much as we try to bring those stories to the world, you are still missing out on certain issues and complexities and changes. But yes, this is seen by many Palestinians as a moment to shine light on their issues. But for some, it's also a cause of sadness. They would tell you that it took that many thousand Palestinians to be killed in order for the world to realize and to look at Palestinians who are living under decades long of Israeli military occupation. And you have those who would tell you that, you know what, when Palestinians seek peace, when the Palestinian Authority tries to achieve a two-state solution through negotiations, and in the contrary, it not only does it not get peace, but it gets more lands being taken, settlements being expanded, more Palestinians being killed, and we've been seeing those raids becoming deadlier and deadlier in the occupied West Bank. So they would tell you, you know what, when Palestinians try to seek peace, no one cares about the Israeli violations, but it's only when there's a war and when they are being killed that the world takes notice. It's, as you can imagine, a moment that is exhausting for so many Palestinians, especially as it comes after decades and decades of Israeli violations against them and of what they say is the world turning a blind eye when it comes to their suffering.
Okay, Nida Ibrahim, it's nearly 3 a.m. where you are. A late night for you, reporting once again for us on the release of Palestinian prisoners in the West Bank. 33 released on Monday night, the fourth day of the ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. 11 Israeli captives released from the Gaza Strip. They are now in Israel, reunited with their family, and a 2-day extension to the ceasefire has been announced. So more exchanges to come over the next 2 days. Beyond that, who knows? That's it from us for now. Another bulletin in just a moment.